complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
what victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15
I think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15
I think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15
I think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15
I think
seconds.
Chief
Guidance is
AGL.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory.
We're so back. Today is
We're so
Tuesday, August 4th, 2026. It's August 4th. Wow. I have less than 3 weeks until I become Unc. This is crazy.
Oh, this is true. This is true.
hmm
You turned 22?
Yes.
I remember when I was 22
I remember back in those days
a few weeks ago.
a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, we have
What do we
some-
have today?
What do we have today? Well, some of you may remember the OpenAI and Apple lawsuit where Apple sued OpenAI, basically saying that OpenAI aggressively recruited from Apple's hardware division. They
Right.
stole trade secrets. Remember, OpenAI's head of design, de facto head of design, is Johnny Ive, who was the chief design officer at Apple for many, many years. And now OpenAI is building products that could be competitive with Apple's. I kind of don't understand the point of the hardware. I can't lie. But
You don't understand what?
the point of the OpenAI hardware, what is it gonna be like? What is it gonna do?
Like the Codex Mini?
Yeah.
Well, it's just number one.
The real hardware, not the codex.
Oh,
Mini.
the real hardware?
Yeah.
What do you predict the real hardware is going to be? Like a phone?
I think rumors are saying it's going to be like a
The
screenless.
streets are saying,
A
yeah.
screenless speaker.
We're creating the iPod from first principles. It's going to be like maybe like an iPod Nano except for agents.
Nano or
something?
Shuffle?
Oh, Nano had the mini screen, right?
Yeah.
And then Shuffle didn't have a screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, I think like there is an advantage in being the first mover to a certain type of consumer hardware. Apple has like repeatedly demonstrated this, like Apple Watch, for example, Apple
Shout out.
TV, Apple CarPlay, etc. And I do think it just kind of makes sense.
AirPods.
AirPods.
Remember
yeah.
how innovative AirPods were at the time?
Yeah, exactly.
People were like, "This is so stupid. It just looks like earbuds without the cables. Like this is just dumb and like weird." And like, who would ever wear these things? You walk around wearing them, talking to yourself. You look like you're insane. And now, I think AirPods alone make like, how much revenue do AirPods make? 22 billion in annual revenue, which is more than Netflix. So
I mean, I'm just
let me double
surprised.
check that.
How much does Netflix?
It's no longer more than Netflix, but let's see.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this graphic. AirPods revenue versus top tech companies in 2020. And they show this little company Nvidia making 11 billion in revenue. Well, not anymore.
Small business Nvidia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nvidia, we'll segue to Nvidia after.
Yeah.
We'll look at what OpenAI's response is to the Apple lawsuit. Apple's one of the greatest companies of all time and built a reputation for obsessing over the smallest details. You can see Sam Altman loves Apple here.
Yeah.
tell.
Evidently. I wonder if Sam Altman and Steve Jobs ever met. Probably not, right?
Oh, it's possible. I mean, Sam Altman was reasonably prominent. Like he first did YC in 2005 and Jobs died in 2011. So totally.
Bro, I remember when I was in 3rd grade and Steve Jobs died. My dad told me on the way to school and I like cried.
Oh.
I cried. Like, I don't know. I was so sad. But that was my boy.
So remember,
I never met him, though.
Altman spoke on stage at WWDC 2008 to present Looped. That was where I think that was
Wow.
where his iconic like Sam Altman double polo shot was. Yeah, this is it. This is him speaking on stage at
Wait,
WWDC.
I should wear this one day.
Yeah.
This is like not actually something like I would inorganically wear. I think it's like kind of funny.
I need to wear this.
Should this be at my Halloween costume?
Maybe.
Chat.
Should I just wear this on stream as a bit?
Wait, this actually could be a great Halloween costume. Okay.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs was Sam Altman's hero growing up as a kid. Okay, careless, aggressive, and oddly personal lawsuit. Apple claimed that they contacted OpenAI in February and we didn't respond. They now admit that their outside lawyers emailed the wrong person after confusing 2 Asian last names. No way. Biggest company in the world.
Yeah.
Apple accuses Cheng Liu of accessing Apple confidential information after leaving the company, but only now admits that Apple employees reached out to him and asked for his help to locate this information. Wow. Apple accuses Tang Tan of trying to get and use their trade secrets. He has always been clear with the team that we do not want and must not use any confidential information from other companies. And served Apple for more than 24 years. This is like real loyalty, by the way. Like, who in Silicon Valley works for the same company for 24 years?
No, but this is commonplace at Apple. Like
I know.
It's
crazy.
people at Apple probably have longer tenures than any other company, including Google.
Yeah, like John Turnus, for example. He joined Apple in 2001. So he's been at Apple for 25 years.
Well,
he graduated from college in 97. He worked at Virtual Research Systems for 4 years. Then he joined Apple in 2001, and he's just been at Apple the whole time, and now he's going to be the CEO.
Yeah. When I interned there was a guy who was personally hired by Steve Jobs.
Flexing on stream.
There's a guy who was personally hired by Steve Jobs, and everyone else had been there for like at least 7 years, and a bunch had been there for like 15 to 20.
Steve Jobs famously personally did a lot of recruiting, like himself.
Yeah. I think like all of the greats of history and business, etc., like all the great CEOs, like they're just recruiting like champs. And that's I think that's like an outsized portion of being a successful CEO is just like recruiting ability.
Yep. Well, yep. Apple's request for preliminary injunction is both based on false information and completely unnecessary because we do not have nor want any of their trade secrets. We're much more interested in building innovative products and technologies that push the frontier. Okay, really? We don't want any of their trade secrets?
No, not. I don't want to see it. Don't show me.
Baka, it's not
Don't
like I
show
like
me
you
your
or
process
anything.
knowledge. I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see the secret Apple. I don't even want to see it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm,
Messages. Oh, cool. We have it.
thanks a lot, Apple employee number 1. Why does
This
it say
just looks staged.
liked this message?
Oh,
They don't
weird.
have iMessage?
Yeah, they don't have an iMessage.
This
Probably
Apple
an
employee doesn't
Android.
have iMessage? Come on.
Okay. That new wait, what? Go up. That new Ching has big shoes to fill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Of course, redacted Apple information is the plan for redacted.
Oh god, this is so long.
Holy redaction. I haven't seen this much redaction in file
Yeah,
since.
then we get to the emails. The following emails are between Apple's outside counsel, Gabriel Gross, OpenAI's general counsel, Chet Chang, and Apple's in-house legal counsel. They show that Gross emailed Shea by mistake and inaccurately claimed the two had spoken. Both wait, so this actually was just a mix-up? No way. And then both Gross and Apple's in-house legal counsel subsequently confirmed that this was an error, with Gross noting that they were resolving any issues. The
So it's
specific
just a
claim-
different Chang.
Bro. No way.
Okay. Well, these are the receipts. We'll see what happens with the Apple OpenAI lawsuit. The title of this post being Apple is getting this wrong is like unusually
This is so funny.
yeah. It's like this is unusually like, I don't know, stern for like a corporate communication.
Hmm.
Does it not even show up in the blog? Weird.
Oh yeah,
Oh, there it
this
is.
makes the first sentence so funny. Apple built a reputation for obsessing over the smallest details. This careless, aggressive, and oddly personal lawsuit sadly doesn't live up to that reputation.
Mhm.
They are mad. They're angry.
I mean, imagine how you would feel if one of your heroes attacked you like this.
This repeatedly happens to Sam, by the way.
Yeah.
Like this happened to Sam and Elon as well.
Yeah, Elon was Sam's hero, and now, and
Oh,
they
poor
started
Sam,
a company together, and now they beef on Twitter, and Elon sued him, and Sam was like really torn up about it for a bit. I
Yeah.
think, I like Elon. If Elon became like a personal enemy of mine, I would be very sad about it, even before I
Yeah.
got mad. But anyway, there's another interesting story about a country maybe some of you haven't heard of. I've heard of it because, I do this stuff for fun, but the country of Liechtenstein has been hacked. Data on 31,000 funds have been breached. Liechtenstein is racing to identify the hackers behind a large-scale
You
data
and me
breach.
both, Liechtenstein. You
Huh?
and me both.
Yeah. That's
Hey,
so true.
It happens. It happens.
So, in case you are an uncultured SFoid who has never
I
left,
think that's not representative. Like, there's probably more like geographic nerds per capita in SF than in other places. So,
this is true, but not as many as there should be. But Liechtenstein is a microstate. It borders Switzerland and Austria. It's got a population of 41,000 people, so like a 20th of SF. One SF is 20 Liechtensteins of population, and it has basically the highest GDP per capita in the world.
I thought that was Luxembourg.
I think Liechtenstein is higher, but it's like often not counted because it's too small. It's one of the smallest countries in the world by population. And by landmass.
No, that's true. It's actually Monaco, Liechtenstein, and then Luxembourg. I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Anyways,
yeah,
so maybe they didn't really need the money all that much. So,
Liechtenstein
it is funny. Okay, let's read the article.
Yeah.
Authorities are working around the clock to find out the purpose of the attack and the entity behind it. Liechtenstein Prime Minister Brigitte Haas said during a conference with journalists on Tuesday.
By the way, Liechtenstein is one of like the last like actual monarchies in existence. Like they have a prince who like actually has political power.
Yeah.
And it's like a hereditary monarchy. I think they didn't allow women to vote until like 1990 or something. And
Are you
even still, like,
serious?
yeah, and even still, the voting isn't like, you know, you can't vote out the Prince of Liechtenstein.
Yeah. Okay. Hackers access data on the names and residencies of beneficial owners of some 31,000 entities registered in the country in a breach which first came to light last week. They infiltrated Liechtenstein's registry of beneficial owners on the night between 29th and 30th, blah, blah, blah. The registry, set up in 2021 to comply with anti-money laundering and terrorist financing directives, contains information about who ultimately controls money associated with the trusts and foundations. Attackers had access to the registry for several hours. The head of the Office of Information Technology, Fabian Schmidt, said during the press conference, okay, there was no indication that the data was modified or deleted. So what did they do with the data?
They probably just stole it. I don't know, like what they would do with this information.
The
Like,
Pandora
if you
Papers
just
and
got a
investigation.
list of companies and their owners, like what would you do with it? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I
Ransom it?
get my agents to swarm them. I don't know.
So
The Pandora Papers, do you know about this? An investigation published in 2021 uncovered how world leaders, public officials, and more use foundations and Liechtensteins, among other countries, to hide their wealth.
yeah, that
Is
might
this
be
like
what it is.
a vigilante hack?
Maybe.
That'd be cool. No, I don't endorse hacking.
Hacking is bad. Don't hack, kids.
The guys, don't hack. Put it down. Don't hack. Liechtenstein's Register of Beneficial Owners was created in 2021 in response to earlier criticism of its stance on tax evasion and money laundering. Okay, so is it like a tax haven or popular money laundering?
I don't know about money laundering. It's definitely a tax haven.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I don't know. I so want to visit Liechtenstein. I almost did, but then my trip got canceled because COVID. Very sad.
Yeah.
By the way, Liechtenstein is like the only sovereign entity today that's still technically part of the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, yeah. Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So
this is probably like the reason we're talking about this is because it was probably assisted in some way by AI. Because
there's no way this was like artisan, human generated tokens.
artisan human generated. It was it was like someone with some like sunglasses in a basement somewhere, like typing away on the computer terminal.
They don't do that anymore, by
Yeah.
the way. They also don't rob banks anymore.
Yeah,
You
when
just
was the
don't see
last
that.
time a bank robbery happened?
You usually don't see it.
I think it's just too difficult.
But yeah, so
Just steal the bank money through the computer.
exactly. Well, that's what they're doing. Yeah, so this was the government's. They hacked the Liechtenstein government.
Yep. Epoch just put out this report yesterday, showing serious, critical, and high cyber vulnerability disclosures over time, and you can see that it basically remained pretty constant for the last 4 years. It ticked up very slightly, and then when Claude Mythos Preview was announced, it went literally vertical.
Yeah.
Not just because of Mythos, also because of like the new crop of models that are coming up that are approaching Mythos level capability in cyber.
Yep.
Like Kimi K3, like Alibaba Quen 3.8, like GPT 5.6 Sol. And so cyber is getting ever more topical. So like these critical vulnerabilities over time, like at the beginning of the year, every month or so, there would be like, what is this? 30, 40, 50? About 40? And now there are like 600 just in the last month. And, this curve up does not show any signs of stopping.
Mm-hmm.
The white pill here is this could be good news if like these are, these cyber vulnerabilities existed regardless. These are just like, they're
Yeah,
being
of course.
discovered. They're not being created. So
That's what Hasib talked about yesterday. It was like, it's not necessarily crimes that have gone up at all. We have like no data to indicate that, but vulnerabilities are just being continuously detected. There's been like the number of incidents has climbed tremendously. So yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get so many headlines, like at least one or two a day about new incidents. But like this one, for example, like this wasn't like a substantial loss of any sort.
Yep.
With the Liechtenstein one, it was just an incident. There's
But-
going to be a lot of those.
In the near future, we're going to see a lot more stories that are like something
That are
got hacked.
actually,
And it might
yeah.
be you, by the way. You might get hacked too. So change your
You
passwords.
Turn on Tufa.
Turn on Tufa. Do an authenticator
Oh, and
app
also if
instead
you
of
get an email from X that says like your like creator balance didn't, or like your payment didn't go through or something, make sure to check this.
Oh, is that what happened?
Make sure
to you?
to scrutinize this. Well, like I suspect, but
That's what happened to me. I clicked on an X email that was not an X email, and I immediately thought, "Oh shit, I'm gonna get hacked." So I changed my password and I turned on Tufa, and I didn't get hacked.
yeah.
As far as I know.
And maybe
Yeah.
don't use the same password for everything.
But I love using the same No, I don't. This is a joke.
No, you don't. You have a lot of really diversified passwords
This is true.
that are super complicated and not related to each other.
Yeah, I think like
Saved you.
the people who for the last few years have been sort of like giga cyber hawks and have
Mhm.
done all this like ridiculous nonsense to secure their like Google account or whatever.
Yeah.
We might all need to get like that.
Yeah, we actually do need to all get like that, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, the gay furry hackers are vindicated. The furries are vindicated again.
Yep.
Because why are they so good at cybersecurity? They knew.
The gay furry hackers. This is like remember when Telegram got knocked
No.
from the App Store? This is another story.
Oh, yeah.
Telegram was removed
Yeah.
from the App Store because they allegedly, Apple says they found content that violates our strict guidelines prohibiting child sexual abuse material. The app was subsequently restored after the developer promptly removed the content and banned the user who posted it. This is interesting because, like, with these very, very large platforms, you expect that, unscrupulous stuff like this happens from time to time. And Apple does not remove like Facebook from the App Store, for example.
Mhm.
So I wonder like what was going on with the moderation to for Apple to think like this was so bad, so egregious that it needed to be removed from the App Store, which I've never seen before for such a major app.
Yeah.
Someone
strange.
comments, ban Discord and Roblox. How is X still in the App Store?
Like, actually, just since I've been using Signal so much in the last year, I think we actually might have a chance to like have Signal supersede iMessage as the default messaging platform, because I think it's a pretty good app. Telegram is a little just too overwhelming.
Telegram is so the only thing I've ever used Telegram for was to like look at the official communications of literal terrorist groups before they got banned. Like you could
Right,
just
of course.
straight up back in the day, you could just go on Telegram and join the Hamas Telegram channel and get like actual updates from like like actual Hamas leadership on Telegram. And they eventually banned it, but it took a long time.
Getting a lot of reacts in the Hamas Telegram group chat must feel so good.
I mean, we weren't allowed to send stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it was kind of crazy. Like the stuff that I saw in there, not good.
Okay.
But Telegram is back now, and yeah, there were a bunch of very funny like replies to the MTS tweet on Telegram. Many hilarious tweets. There it is. Apple appears to have delisted Telegram. Someone says 9/11 for furries. Hope's hoping. Let's look at the quote tweets. Library of Alexandria moment for everybody who trades cryptocurrencies with names like penis coin and poop. This is 9/11 for guys named Crypto Dimitri and everyone else who coordinates crimes via group chats.
Oh man. And also for like the peptides supply chain, right?
Maybe. I think most of these people use Signal now, though.
You think so?
This guy says devastating, but he also has me blocked. I don't know what I did. I'm sorry, Surya. Please unblock me. If you can find it in your
Surya,
heart.
I need this.
If you can
My
find it
mom's
in your
kinda
heart to
homeless.
forgive me, please.
Yeah. Anyways. So
It's so funny. Crypto Dimitri.
anyways, next.
Sophia Du is watching us just shit on crypto. I'm sorry. We love crypto. NVIDIA. Remember, like, 20 minutes ago, I mentioned NVIDIA, and I was like,
This is the
speaking of
weave. This is
NVIDIA-
the Trump weave right here.
the weave. NVIDIA is a beautiful company. They make very powerful chips. Very powerful chips. I have one in my computer. Not this one in my gaming
Cool.
PC. It's a 5080. Today we're launching AlphaMayo 2 Super, our frontier open reasoning model for autonomous vehicles. Yeah, before
So high aura, man. Everything he does, it's like I don't even think he intends to, but he just is high aura.
obviously he intends to. Like, come on.
Yeah, but it feels effortless, I guess, is what I'm saying.
It is true that Jensen feels like a more popular like CEO than any other tech CEO. Not clear to me why
I don't
exactly.
think popular. I just think the
Likable.
sentiment, the sentiment is like skewed positive for him.
That's what I mean by popular.
Yeah.
So why is that? He never talks about politics ever.
Mhm.
He's like really locked on video. He feels
He wears leather jackets.
He wears leather
that has to be
jackets.
like more than 10% of it.
he feels like, like a humble kind of like, unk, very approachable. He looks like he could be
Like
your uncle.
here's the thing: if we've learned anything in the last few years, it's that people love the Asian unk archetype.
Yeah.
This is why Prof. Zhang also was killer.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Alpha
And he
Mayo.
came from poverty. Like most of the like Mark Zuckerberg's dad was like a rich suburban dentist. Elon Musk's family was like upper middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Jensen was actually like poor and immigrated here, came from like not much in Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, there's like an
went to
actual
boarding
aspect
school,
of like class struggle.
worked at Denny's.
Yeah. There's an aspect of class struggle that just can't be replicated when you like there's no way that like Bill Gates could. Well, I guess I don't know. He's probably like middle class or something.
No, Bill Gates'
Or was he
dad was like
rich?
a rich lawyer.
Okay, yeah.
He was like one of the top lawyers in Seattle.
Yeah, so like I guess the other CEOs all started off with relative privilege. But Jensen was not. He was different.
Mm-hmm.
So people love that.
People love that.
Anyways,
AlphaMayo 2 Super. Powerful backbone for robotaxis, trucks, shuttles, delivery vans, tractors, mobile robots. So it says it outperforms Qwen 3VL 32B Instruct on all of these tasks. Really? I thought that model was really old. Qwen 3 VL 32B Instruct.
mhm.
When did
Okay,
it
so
come
this
out?
is now available for commercial use. So this is closed. This is a closed source model, right?
Oh. It came out in December. This is a 7-month-old model. Or 8-month-old
Oh, never
model.
mind. Okay, AlphaMayo 2 Super is an open source model
Um,
for robotaxis and other autonomous vehicles.
so AlphaMayo is a mountain in Peru. I
Oh,
kind of
cool.
like this naming scheme.
Yeah, it's great.
Two
They
super.
they have like top tier names in the industry, I would say.
It's best in AV reasoning. So AlphaMayo 2 Super, AlphaMayo 1.5, Qwen VL, 3VL. These are all okay. We're releasing it for commercial use under OpenMDAW 1.1. So I believe that this is open weights as well.
It is. I just checked.
That's really cool.
It's on Hugging Face.
But like, I still don't understand how good exactly these things are for full self-driving. Like, for example, if you have a hardware system of some kind, if you have like a comma, comma AI, it's like a sort of DIY self-driving system. So it has a computer, obviously, it has a camera, and then it has some inputs in order to be able to control your car. So if you put like an NVIDIA Alpamayo model in a comma hardware, can you actually like really self-drive a car? I don't know.
I mean, I would argue this is mostly for developers. Like, I don't think that somebody, like, you're going to go home and be like, and tinker with your car, and then use this. But it's still extremely important, I think, that we have, like, a really good open weight model for autonomous driving.
Yep.
Uh,
Well,
okay. And then
Taylor
also,
Lorenz.
last thing is that Alpamayo 2 Super is part of an open or a broader family of open models for autonomous vehicles, including Alpa Sim, which provides closed loop simulation, Alpa Gym, which is RL, the physical AI open data sets, which supply training and testing data. And then, yeah. This is cool. Did this exist before? You said this is old?
what is old?
Um,
I said Qwen 3 VL 32B Instruct, which is a model they
Oh.
compare it to, is like 8 months old.
sure.
And Alibaba is no slouch when it comes to models.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Tier models.
Jerusalem Demsus of The Argument. Do you know The Argument? The Argument is actually like one of the best new media publications. Have you seen these guys?
You said the word. No.
They're great. It's just like their whole angle is we're liberals, but we're not socialists, and we actually support like economic growth and technology and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
We're living out. Wow, that's
we're living out.
join us. We're living out. Nice.
And then it's started by Jerusalem Demsus.
Cool.
So
We should have her on.
we actually should. But The Argument just did a poll on people's favorability of different AI labs. So among frequent AI users, people who use AI multiple times weekly, OpenAI is like extremely favorable. So 62 favorable minus 14 unfavorable is plus 48, which is like an incredible favorability rating. If you know politics, plus 48 is like, who has plus 48 popularity in America? Like the Pope? Like, I don't know.
Not even.
Not even. Anthropic is also quite popular at 26, plus 26. I'm not sure why. Probably a lot of this is just because many of the people who would be favorable on Anthropic don't know about it. So you can see among frequent AI users, 5% don't know about ChatGPT, OpenAI.
Only 5% don't know about. Okay.
Among people who use AI multiple times
Oh,
weekly.
yeah, sure.
It'd
But
be weird if you use AI multiple times a week and you have not heard of ChatGPT.
but this feels yeah. People not knowing XAI or Anthropic feels like 30% of people. That feels reasonable, actually, because I would imagine, although Gemini is not pictured, that would be the second most popular.
Mm-hmm. Well, everyone's heard of Google.
Right. But I also think Gemini has like the amount of people that I'll like talk to that are not in tech at all, but they use AI sometimes. They'll be like, okay, Gemini or ChatGPT.
I probably use Gemini a lot just because I use like the Google AI mode on search for like very fast queries.
Yeah.
And then Grok is plus 7 net favorable, which is okay. But definitely there's more unfavorability for XAI than either of these other labs.
Mm-hmm.
And still, among people who use AI multiple times weekly, a third of them have not heard of Anthropic or XAI.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Really? Yeah, I guess. We live in a bubble.
We absolutely live in a bubble.
Well, you might say, but what about the general population? Because this is just people who use AI multiple times a
Yeah.
week. We got that too. This is just people in general. Among people in general, OpenAI is still pretty popular. Minus or plus 11 popularity, which is quite good.
This is in the US only, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
only
only registered
13%
voters.
are unaware of ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But that's actually nuts.
That is pretty nuts.
Because what's the rural population in the US?
Well, rural Americans still have the internet.
No, of course, but like those were like if anyone was to be late, it would be those people.
I don't even know about that. Like, technology diffuses really fast. I don't think the last people to hear about it would be rural people. I think it would just be like the elderly.
Perhaps.
Have you been to a rural small town in America recently? Everyone's wearing cat ears. They're all on Discord.
No, I know. What is this
They all
phenomenon
dress like
called?
you.
I know. Yeah. This happened to me in what's it called?
There's this article
in Lockhart, Texas.
American Diner Gothic about this.
Yeah, American Diner Gothic.
Yeah.
Because they are very online. They're just like still very like secluded.
Yeah, like if you go to
So-
Ocala, Florida or something, and you go to like a 7-Eleven.
But I'm talking about like
These people have definitely heard of Grok.
like no, yes, but like the unks in Indiana, like the actual like very elderly people just like in the Midwest or whatever.
Well, a lot of the unks in, San Francisco might not have heard of ChatGPT.
That's less likely, IMO. But anyways, there's we have a roughly 20% rural population in the US.
Mm-hmm. So Anthropic is +3 favorable among the general population.
Mhm.
Much narrower margin than OpenAI. And almost half of Americans have not heard of it still.
But Anthropic does have a very small unfavorable percentage. because
17% is decent.
Smaller than the
sizable.
rest.
Yeah.
People are 27, 28 unfavorable OpenAI and Grok respectively. So
And then, Grok is -12, which is just because people hate Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Which is also unsurprising. Over a third of voters have not heard of XAI or Grok. Interesting. Yep. So there is, in the SF bubble, people are like, oh, Claude has surpassed ChatGPT. It's over for OpenAI. #save OpenAI. In the real world,
yeah,
a lot of people still have not heard of Anthropic.
in fact,
Almost half of
Yeah.
people. And a year ago, it was the vast majority of people. In the real world, people are using ChatGPT and they're using Gemini. They're not really using Claude much.
and they're probably
Claude more
using
than they used
Meta
to.
AI as well.
Um,
In the real world,
I would predict that most Meta AI is in the third world because WhatsApp.
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I wonder how many very active WhatsApp users there are in the U.S. Probably
know-
still just because there's a lot of immigrants, obviously.
My very white non-immigrant family uses WhatsApp as a family group chat.
Why? You guys are so woke.
I think it's because my dad has an Android phone.
Fair.
Everyone in my entire extended family except my dad has an iPhone. But my dad has an Android phone, so we all have to use WhatsApp. But it's okay. I don't mind.
WhatsApp has approximately 100 million monthly active users in the United States. Roughly 32% of U.S. adults report using the platform.
Oh no, we're paywalled. It's over. But there's one other tidbit here. Even among people worried about catastrophic risks, OpenAI has a +8
Where's-
favorability.
The chart among people worried about catastrophic risks.
It's paywalled. Sad.
Information wants to be free.
I know, right? But this,
Okay.
I'm worried about catastrophic risks. I still like OpenAI. I still want AI to happen. I'm worried about the catastrophic risks because I want AI to happen.
Yeah.
If I didn't care that much, I would just say, shut it all down. But I don't because I want the glorious AGI future.
Yeah.
There's this other poll that was I forget what the exact wording of it was, but it was 25% of people say that they think AI is probably going to end the world, but some much smaller percentage of people said that it's a political priority for them.
How many people said it was probably going to end the world?
20 to 25%. But like it's also easy to like poll for anything that is not sort of already loaded with political weight.
All right. Should we do another CXMT story just to continue the bid? Let's see if we can start like a streak of how many.
Can we get like a CXMT hat? Can we get merch?
Wait,
Can CXMT sponsor us?
CXMT, if you're watching this, all from the firewall, from the Great China Firewall.
There's like one CXMT employee in Hefei, China, who's a diehard MTS fan, and he's watching us right now like, holy shit.
Yeah, so CXMT.
I think their logo is actually kind of tough.
No, it's tough. I'm actually like, once we get off this stream, I'm
we're
gonna look.
CXMT. You know how like Tior Taxes is like DeepSeek's strongest soldier? We're CXMT's strongest soldier.
I think this is actually true. Like,
yeah.
Okay, CXMT is manufacturing smartphone memory? Question mark.
Yeah.
So.
The whole reason that they're doing so well is because all of the, the big three memory manufacturers, Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, have to manufacture so much HBM or high bandwidth memory for GPUs that someone else has to fill out the rest of the market, like the bottom of the market.
Yep.
And so that's CXMT. So they're expanding hugely into like ordinary RAM, and they're also catching up on the frontier stuff as well. If realized, the milestone would mark a breakthrough in Beijing's years-long pursuit of technological self-sufficiency. From deep losses to explosive profitability. Yep. So in 2023, CXMT lost 16.3 billion yuan, which is $2.5 billion. And in just Q1, so in just Q1 of 2026, they made 24.8 billion yuan, which is $3.67 billion.
Unfortunately, there's no CXMT merch.
We can make it.
We could probably make it. Would we get sued? Nah, they don't care about intellectual property.
Yeah. You stole our memory designs. We'll take your merch.
Yeah. All right. The chip maker, which is blacklisted by the Pentagon, is preparing to manufacture advanced low-power memory chips in small quantities. People familiar with the matter said. We need a shirt that just says "People familiar with the matter said." This pops up so often.
The cutting-edge chip known as 6th generation low-power double data rate memory, which is LPDDR6.
That goes hard.
Yeah.
LPDDR6. Yeah.
Offers substantially faster data transfer speeds and greater power efficiency than its predecessors, helping smartphones and laptops run AI applications locally. It's a shame. I kind of got like the last generation of like non-AI optimized MacBooks, but I got to get a new one eventually. SK Hynix
still need to, go on.
Introduced its 16 gigabyte LPDDR6 chip in March, saying it's 33% faster and 20% more power efficient than LPDDR5X. LPDDR5X is the previous generation. So every generation, they make the memory chips faster and more power efficient.
Yeah, executives at the Cupertino, California-based company, Apple, have lobbied U.S. policymakers to clear the way for it to procure chips from Chinese chip makers, including CXMT. So Apple wants CXMT chips bad. But lawmakers
they need to secure as much memory as possible.
Exactly. Yeah.
Otherwise, they are forced to just continue raising their prices on consumers without actually capturing the margin from that, because all of the margin from that is going to the memory companies.
Yes.
So they had to raise the price of their Macs, their iPads, the Vision Pro. They're going to have to raise the price of the iPhone, inevitably. I'm kind of scared. Like, I want the iPhone Fold when it comes out next month. I'm kind of scared about how much it's going to cost. I think there's a good chance it's just $2,500.
Yeah, this is entirely possible.
The Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 8, which is the same form factor, this kind of like passport book thing,
yeah,
is $1,900. And
Uh-oh.
the Z Fold 8
Okay,
Ultra.
should we cash in our predictions right now for the price?
Okay, we'll predict. I'm going to predict that it's $24.99, $2,500 for the iPhone Fold. That's my prediction.
I think it's going to be 2,200 or maybe 2,300.
This reminds me of when the Apple Vision Pro was first announced, and all the speculators were speculating like, how much is this going to cost? And they were like, it's probably going to be at least $2,500, which is like a lot at the time because the Meta Quest was only a few hundred. And then there's like a clip of WWDC, like all the media people like sitting outside at Apple Park, and then they announce. At the very end of the presentation, they announce the price, and it's like Apple Vision Pro is starting at $34.99, and everyone in the crowd groans. It's really funny. They're like,
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really ridiculously good phone.
I'm so excited for the Fold.
I'm unironically completely geeked about this.
I used to actually own the Galaxy Z Fold 4, and I didn't like it because the tech wasn't there yet.
Mm-hmm.
It was too thick. The aspect ratio was all weird. It was like too thin when it wasn't open, and then when it was open, it was too square. And the thing was like giant and heavy. And if I'd wear like gym shorts, it would like literally weigh down my pants and make my pants sag.
Yep. I don't know how they're going to control for the like heaviness issue.
And the crease was atrocious at the time.
Yeah.
But it was sick. And I'm so excited. Like foldable technology is so much better now.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to China, that we're like, there's just gonna be good folding phones, and it's gonna be awesome.
Yep. Yeah. So it's kind of funny that like there's gonna be a lot more Cxmt fans like us, if they like start making a ton of memory that in turn allows us to have like somewhat cheaper consumer hardware prices. Unfortunately, though, it's not clear whether we will be allowed to buy from them. Probably not. So that's tough. I wonder if like companies like Nintendo, because Nintendo is Japanese, can buy from them.
From Cxmt?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think Japan has their own memory. They have Kioxia.
Yeah.
Maybe the Japanese government wants people to buy from them. What else do we have? Well, Anthropic has a new deal. $10 billion computing deal with the cloud startup Volta Infra Holdings. Wow. A month's old infrastructure startup. I've actually never heard of Volta Infra Holdings.
Never.
Have you?
Sovereign compute infrastructure.
It's a 7-month-old AI infra startup. It actually just raised funds at a $2.4 billion valuation.
Building the physical layer of intelligence. Every time I open a website, that is the headline.
That's so true. Oh my God.
No shade.
The Claude landing page.
It's a very Claude landing page.
It's just kind of base though. Like they're not focusing on making the website. They're busy like building compute.
Yeah. They're
is this
They're
Indian?
busy building sovereign compute.
Active development
infrastructure.
across Karnataka and Tamil Nadu.
We deploy capital at the source, power, land, connectivity, starting with India. Interesting. Okay.
So they're building data centers in India, headquartered in Singapore. How we operate, like specificity over
move.
claims.
Yeah.
Emerging market focus. We operate where infrastructure gaps are largest and demand is accelerating fastest. So this is definitely the case in India.
Yep.
So Anthropic has signed a contract to use a data center managed by Volta Infra Holdings Limited. It's kind of strange to me that the AI companies themselves want to have so many data centers located outside of the US, especially a company like Anthropic that focuses mainly on like the very best frontier models. Like if you believe in superintelligence, I would not want my superintelligence running on a cluster outside of the US. I wouldn't want it running in...
Why not? If it's like an allied nation. And also
Well,
it's cheaper.
They could just nationalize it. And then, they would have access to all this compute, which will be like extremely valuable.
I don't think you necessarily. I don't know. It's probably just cheaper.
Probably, but like, these companies are willing to spend so much anyway. Okay, so the Volta said earlier that it secured a $10 billion deal with an unnamed AI lab, which is Anthropic. There's only like 3 companies that can do this scale of deal, to be delivered in partnership with Bitdeer Technologies, a Bitcoin miner that operates data centers using a site in Norway. The agreement runs for 6 years. Volta declined to comment. They all declined to comment. Shares of Bitdeer rose nearly 10%. Anthropic has moved aggressively in recent months to shore up its computing resources, like with the SpaceX AI compute deal, the AMD compute deal, the Meta compute deal that is in the works.
And Akamai Technologies.
Yeah. Volta was founded in January. Wow. So 2026 startup, already valued at 2.4 billion, and with 300 million in venture funding. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. Like, we might need to just retire the term unicorn, kind of like we retired the term millionaire. It's like, being a millionaire
it's all
used
about the
to be
decacorns
impressive
now.
And now at like 1 out of every like 8 American adults is a millionaire. Yeah, it's got to be decacorns now.
And then hectacorn.
No, ultracorn. Remember this?
Oh yeah, I guess so.
I coined the term ultracorn.
Volta's partner, Bitdeer, is among a growing number of Bitcoin mining companies that are converting some of their data centers from minting the crypto to supporting AI applications as Bitcoin prices slump. Bitdeer plans to convert some of its crypto sites in Texas, Tennessee, and Washington State. Yep, we saw a lot of this. OpenAI Sam Altman previously said he expects the company to spend trillions on physical infrastructure for AI.
I love trillions in scare quotes. Like, yeah, whatever. These silly lab CEOs think they're going to be spending these big numbers. This is already happening though. Like, hyperscalers in 2026 are going to spend over $1 trillion. Since 2023, cumulatively, they already have spent over $1 trillion.
Yeah.
We're getting into the trillions. We're going to say the T word.
The trillies.
The trillies.
We're in the trillies now.
The startup is currently planning a new data center in Georgia that may cost more than $30 billion. We talked about this on MTS recently. Bloomberg is really good at this sort of reporting on compute and data centers. They're great. What else should we talk about?
All right, last story time.
The World Bank.
Oh, Trump admin to ban Chinese data center devices.
We could talk about that, yeah.
So,
drafting a ban, which, they have already banned drones. They have already banned humanoid robotics, new humanoid robotics, humanoid and quadruped robotics.
Power electronics.
Power electronics, yes. What was it? Voltage converters or something?
Power inverters.
Power inverters, yes.
Quadrupeds, yeah.
And now they may ban Chinese optical transceivers, which allow data to travel over fiber optic cables within data centers, which increases networking speed.
Like, this would be fine theoretically if we were able to manufacture this in-house. I'm not entirely sure if we can.
Ask Claude.
In fact, I will ask Fable. Yeah.
The move aims to prevent Chinese firms from stealing data, installing malware, or disrupting service at U.S. data centers, which house the chips to train and run AI models. So the idea is, I guess, if the Chinese provide optical transceivers, which allow data to travel throughout the data centers, then they can basically like spy on the data that is being transmitted.
Yeah. So this is to prevent from stealing data, etc.
So they're trying to secure the data center supply chain. Shares of U.S.-based transceiver makers rose following the news. Lumentum, Coherent, and Applied Optoelectronics. Isn't Lumentum a situational awareness company?
Which one?
Lumentum.
It's possible.
It was. Yeah, wow. Oh my God. Leopold's so good. He invested in Lumentum and Coherent, like way back in 2024, I think.
Optoelectronics. Right,
Uh,
right.
And then
Um,
China said basically, oh, well, we will take all necessary measures in response to any action that causes material harms to our interests. They love to say that. They say that all the time. So it'll be interesting to see basically just how much more stuff coming from China into the US tech ecosystem gets banned.
Yeah. And to close out, the US can and does make them, the aforementioned companies, but only a very small fraction of the world volume. And it's hard to manufacture at scale right now. So we will be monitoring this.
One more thing, though, which is we'll also be monitoring the sponsors, starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Next up, we have Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
And we will be right back with Ethan Anderson.
BRB. And we're back with Ethan Anderson, who is the co-founder and COO of SF Compute, the San Francisco compute company, which operates GPU clusters in a marketplace where teams can buy flexible blocks of compute or resell capacity they no longer need. Marketplaces for compute. We talk about this a lot. It's a great thing.
It's an evergreen topic.
Ethan,
Thank you for
welcome to
having me.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
welcome.
In the studio live. The live interviews are always my favorite.
I was briefly lost outside. You have a very innocuous door, but
Yes.
I did eventually find a way here.
Many DoorDash drivers get lost all the time.
It is undoor-dashable almost.
You need a little sign.
It's
I have a
like,
whole paragraph of custom instructions.
yeah, exactly.
Anyway, we were talking about, right before we came on, we were just talking about the history and the background of SF Compute. So how did this whole idea come to be and how did it get to where it is now?
Yeah, so the kind of original story was Evan and a previous co-founder, Alex Gajewski, were training models. They were like, okay, we should build Suno before Suno existed. Like, someone should make an audio model.
What year are we in?
2023.
Okay.
So they fly out, they dye their hair, they fly out to LA, they like make a bunch of friends with like people who are going to do music stuff. They think that this idea has legs. They come back to San Francisco and they're like, okay, now we need compute, like about a month of compute to train like the initial step of the model. Nobody will sell it to them. 2023, you want 1 month of compute, like you're not going to get it. So they buy 12 months of compute. They could get a 1-year contract.
Okay.
They train their model, and then they're like, okay, we have to now sell out the cluster every month from now until the end of the contract, or the company goes bankrupt. So over the selling that contract out to like their friends and things like that, they build some tooling for that. They kind of think maybe this is actually the direction of the
Right.
company. So right around that time when they pivoted, they called myself and Eric Maniz. We had previously co-founded a company and we were running for like 5 years in New York. Literally like the week that we were selling that company, Evan calls me and Eric up and he's like, hey, what do you guys know about finance? We're like starting a GPU cloud. So we fly out. We just like work in the office for like 30 days or so just to like help a friend out. And we're like, this is the center of the universe. This is the thing that we should be doing. That's when it kind of transitions into the San Francisco Compute Company.
Okay. So how often does this happen that there is like, people no longer need compute, they have to resell? Is it in the case of like companies that maybe, like you said, have some sort of like commitment that they can no longer honor?
Yeah, I think it's a combo. If you look at the sort of two typical use cases for compute, you have inference and you have training. Oftentimes you're kind of like doing one or the other. You've got like inference companies and you've got like training companies. They will eventually also do inference.
Yeah.
But in inference, you've got this sort of like day-night cycle where you can either buy for your peak capacity, in which case you've got it locked up, you know what you're going to do with it. But then you've got these huge swaths of compute that are just idle. Or if you're a training company, you want to buy the biggest contiguous block that you possibly can, train on that for some period of time, and then you'll drop down significantly. So like state-of-the-art utilization is like 85%. You're almost nobody's getting that. They're getting like 65, 55, whatever. This is a combination of orchestration, scheduling difficulties, overhead, but also just having stuff to do with it. And so that's kind of where we come in. You can kind of see this happening at super big scale where like XAI kind of overbought, as it were, and Anthropic completely underbought.
Right.
So there's a trade happening there. But I think that this happens at way smaller scales. Somebody should have bought 32 nodes and they bought 16. Somebody should have bought 16, they bought 32. And it's not necessarily just long term that you need this to happen. Like, oh no, structurally I need less compute. So like I need less compute for a month.
Right.
Like, my training run was not as good as I thought it was going to be. I can't scale this particular thing up. So it's fluid. The sort of core idea is to be able to have the sort of clearing price of compute be a little bit more steady and to be able to trade back and forth between people who've overbought a little bit and people who've underbought.
So can you explain like how exactly GPU utilization gets to be so low? Like, these are extremely valuable things to have. You'd expect companies to try to push up their utilization like as much as they absolutely possibly can.
They definitely do. I think that it falls into a couple of different buckets and people kind of like misconstrue the buckets. But structurally, if you're an inference like cloud or an inference company, you have to somehow support your peak demand, right? At minimum, you have a day-night cycle, but you'll also have something like DeepSeek moments,
Right.
where compute just comes on and it's like, okay, now everybody wants an H200 or everybody wants compute tokens. So that will spike your utilization, but then that kind of tapers off and then you have another spike. And so it's capacity management for the inference companies. But even just like you can have, I mean, we've seen 30% drop offs on the weekends from peak utilization for like inference customers. It's just because like people aren't working as much or like it's nighttime where your customer base is. If you buy for peak, then you will just structurally have not enough idle capacity. If you buy for your base load, like the sort of bottom of the arc, then you have to find some way of sort of bursting up into compute when you need it. If you're just doing inference, it's not that hard in a sort of even compute setting. But right now we are in like an exceptional compute crunch. So if you want capacity, like you better have reserved it. Then for training companies, right, again, it's kind of structural. I could get, like if I think, okay, I've got enough just experimentation and random like, parameter sweeps to fill like a 2K cluster. Mm-hmm. I'd still would love to burst onto like a 4K cluster or a 6K cluster, like as much as I possibly can. And so the ideal facilitation of something like the SF Compute Company would be, okay, get like a giant cluster, do your burst, and then resell the rest of that until you're ready to do the next burst run.
Right. So how does this like exchange actually happen? So you guys have virtual machines, right? How do you like actually facilitate the renting?
Yeah. So the two things, first off, we're not just like a typical marketplace where like you can kind of bring any compute. So there are some marketplaces where it's just like you could stand up a server in your mom's basement and list it for sale,
right,
and then you're like good to go. SF Compute, we think of it more like a cloud. The fact that we occasionally also run on third-party compute is kind of like more of a financial strategy because there's only so much capital. Mm-hmm. But generally speaking, we vet all of the capacity that comes in. We have a set of requirements. It's more or less like NVIDIA reference architecture, but there are some things that we've learned, like sometimes people have NVIDIA reference architecture clusters behind like a drip of internet. Right, you've got like $100 million internet connection and like a $100 million supercomputer and like a residential internet connection. Why? Because like people are looking at spreadsheets, right? The capital providers or the people who are standing up some of these clusters and data centers, they're used to looking at a spreadsheet and they're used to optimizing costs so that they have like some yield over time. And if you're like, well, they're buying the GPUs, what do they care about internet? Then that's a place where you end up skimping. You might also do like weird stuff, like pull out all of the NVMe and serve it over like a network attached file system. This means that you can like kind of do like an oversubscription of the NVMe across multiple clusters. There's just like a lot of ways that if you aren't actually delivering the compute and using the compute, you would say like, wow, I found like some free money on the floor. But then your customers come in and they're like, why is everything slow? Like, why can't I upload my weights, et cetera, et cetera. So we vet all of those things to a technical perspective. Some of them we own ourselves, like on our balance sheet. Some of it's a hybrid, some of it's collaboration with like other data center providers. But once it's inside of the kind of like walled garden of SF Compute, then we basically stamp it and we say fungible enough, right? There's certain SKUs that are different. Obviously, if you want an H100, you don't want to end up with like an L40S or something. So there's differentiation between those things. But then buying and selling can just kind of happen however you want when you're on the virtual machines. You can do it as short term as 1 hour, like that's the granularity of our market right now, or as long term as like 3 years.
That's crazy. So how do you provide like liquidity in this market? What are some of like the first companies that have used this platform?
Yeah, so I don't think I'm allowed to say their names, but definitely some like larger inference customers who you have used their products before, specifically for the kind of day-night cycle stuff. A couple of training customers are currently trying things out because they're like, we would love to buy much larger contiguous clusters, but we can only do that if we have some level of surety that we can resell the rest of it. The liquidity on the market right now is pretty much facilitated by like buyers and sellers. So there's not really market makers that are happening right now, but that's totally something that we want to facilitate. We think that's really interesting. You get into like these really interesting dynamics where you have a market that is ostensibly a forwards market for physical delivery, but then you also have these potentially financially interested counterparties, and they want very different things. Like one thing is refunds, for instance. If you're like an AI lab and you resell part of your capacity and the capacity goes down, so the end customer you resold it to didn't get delivered the compute, okay, refunds, just unwind the trade. Like that's not that big of a deal. Like you get back what you paid for, you get back what you paid for, end of story. If you're a financial participant, you do not want your trades unwound. So like, for instance, data center or SF Compute sells for $1 an hour GPU. Then this customer 2 sells for $2 an hour GPU. Then the $2 an hour GPU goes down. What do you refund at? Do you refund at $1 or like, because now there's a mismatch between these things. You still have to provide the SLA. This is just like one thing where it's very complicated to combine the incentives of the financial participants and the commercial participants. We have some thoughts, but we actually started, like the thing that we thought we were going to do was a derivatives, like a futures exchange.
Right.
They have those too.
I mean, this is
They do
happening.
have those. These exist now too.
These now exist.
So how much compute would have to be built out for you to say, okay, maybe we've overbuilt at this point. Maybe there's a little bit of a bubble. Like what other market signals would tell you that?
So like when I look around for this, because obviously it's kind of important to my job.
Right.
When I look around for this, I'm like, where might a bubble happen? Most of this, I think, is downstream from model capabilities. So if the models keep getting better, like there will continue to be demand for compute. The models have like kind of kept getting better. Like December was a huge like phase change. I actually think like we will look back in like a month or two and see a pretty big phase change here too, just because like we've been kind of dogfooding it internally for code production and it's kind of crazy. So I don't think that we're quite there yet. In the public markets, it might be a little bit different. You get a lot of retail investors who are super excited about the like hype of AI, but they don't have exposure to like, I mean, maybe you get like a triple layer SPV into Anthropic, but you don't have exposure to the actual like model layers really. You can get Google, but that's kind of tied up in a bunch of things. People want Anthropic and Openai.
Yeah.
So instead of getting that, you get all of these like bottleneck trades. And those bottleneck trades, like I'm sure you guys have seen all of them, the price to earnings ratio is like Palantir level. Like it's way too high, I think. And probably you'll see rotation out of those things when Anthropic and OpenAI like come into the markets. That's where I feel like people will think that the bubble is popping. I don't know if that's actually like a bubble popping, but that's going to be the biggest like changes in public markets that's going to happen.
Totally.
From an overbuild, underbuild, et cetera perspective, like it's really hard to get it right. It's like incredibly hard to get it right. That's why you need some kind of like liquid marketplace.
If only anyone was building
If only everyone was building a liquid marketplace. But I think like because these supply chains are so long and also like the demand forecast is really, really hard to do. The best people in the world at forecasting AI demand, I would have to imagine, are working at OpenAI and Anthropic. And they had two wildly different opinions as to what they should be doing. And now Anthropic is playing catch up, buying compute from XAI and also from basically anybody who has compute. I think we are not in an overbuild yet, but a lot of these clusters that are planned have not landed. So that's going to be an interesting question. I think most of these data center projects that are going to happen will probably happen later in 2027. They're sort of slated for like Q2 2027. It's probably going to be like Q3, Q4, Q1 2028. But by then, like, who knows how good the models are going to be? Geez.
They're going to be good.
Yeah.
So Dwarkesh recently wrote an article, Why Compute Might Get 10x More Expensive, where the argument is basically if labs continue increasing their revenue at the same trajectory, which is 10x a year, and compute continues growing at its current trajectory, which is 3x a year, there's a mismatch there. Some combination of lab margins increasing, compute prices increasing, and labs spending more compute on inference will have to happen. So the biggest takeaway that he got from this is that he predicts that compute might get 10, 15 times more expensive if NH100 is actually able to run the equivalent of a human level software engineer. So what do you think about this?
I was kind of interested as to why he took that particular framing, right? Because, and he states it in the essay, he's like, there's no reason why these two things have to continue to happen. They're just sort of like trend lines that are happening right now. So like sort of posing those two invariants as like the frame for your essay, I was like, well, that is just probably not going to continue to happen. I guess that's when he gets into what is going to change. I think compute is probably going to get more expensive. 10x expensive or 5x expensive or 20x expensive. I'm not sure. It's also like obviously very much in my interest to say compute is going to get more expensive. But when you look at what happened, like the sort of price curves throughout the short life of people really paying a lot of attention to this, it started maybe in like 2023. Huge like price premium to what it actually cost to deploy these things in 2023, slowly coming down in 2024, kind of evening out, and then like dropping. I think basically the reason why it dropped was in the middle of 2024, and I think I have my timelines right. In the middle of 2024, a hyperscaler came in. I think they just made the switch from Rocky to InfiniBand and bought every transceiver on the planet Earth. That meant that you could get the GPUs in the data centers, but you couldn't stand them up. They couldn't be interconnected. So like demand was building up. But there was this huge bottleneck that was like, if you can't get transceivers, then you can't build an interconnected cluster. Demand built up, prices go up, and then all of a sudden, like the next batch of transceivers come out, they sort of unclog the supply chain, and prices collapse. I think like you see some other price action, especially around like the DeepSeek moment for H200s in particular, where like prices start to go up a lot. So there are other factors, but historically, all the times, or many of the times when you've seen like huge price movement in the GPU hours, it's because something has happened on the supply chain or the model layer. So those are the two areas. The reason why I think it's going to get so much more expensive, or why it could get so much more expensive, if you're trying to deploy compute right now, in 2024, there was like one bottleneck. If you found like some transceivers in the back room, like you could stand it up. There was plenty of co-location facilities. Lead times on servers weren't that bad. RAM was like reasonably priced. Now there's like unending number of problems. And if you solve one of them, another one pops up. Like for instance, roughly every 2 weeks, the price of RAM, like a quote from like a Dell or something like that, will go up 7%. The price of RAM will go up 7%.
Yeah.
Happened to me.
Yeah. So then it's like, okay, that's a big blocker. That's prices going up. Then it's also co-location facilities. So you can find like small, like edge things here and there. Everyone's really into containers right now because there's powered land sort of everywhere. But ultimately, even those will take time to stand up. Okay, great. Now containers are like some bottleneck. Yeah. Co-location facility is a bottleneck. Credit is a bottleneck.
Yeah.
You could go and find like super premium tier 3, tier 4 data center space, reasonable price, somewhere that's like tax exempt from sales tax, so like it's not that expensive. But then they're going to be like, okay, great. Like, where's your investment grade backstop? It's like no one's going to give an investment grade backstop for like a 2 megawatt co-location facility. So if I had to guess, I think both things will probably happen. I don't know if they'll happen in the same proportion as like 3x and 10x. But yeah, models keep getting better, and there are many structural gates between us and getting cheaper compute right now.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty good place to end on. Thank you so much, Ethan, for coming to the Situation Room in real
100%.
life.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ethan, this was great.
This
We'll
was
be
great.
right back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Chris Gadek, who is the CEO of AdQuick, a technology platform for planning, buying, and measuring out-of-home advertising. And he joined the company in 2018. First, he was leading the growth and later served as Chief Revenue Officer and then became the CEO in 2024. So super excited to have you on today, Chris.
Thank you, Sophia. Much appreciated. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. So let's start a little bit with your actual thesis. I know right now you guys have a thesis that agents will filter email, search, display, video, and commerce before those ads actually reach a person. So I'm curious to just get your perspective on why does that kill digital persuasion rather than create a whole new advertising market?
Well, I think, can we go back to the origin story first? So two things happened in the last 3 months, and this is where this thesis started coming about. And in which the first one, I'm at a conference in London, waiting for the speaker for the next speaker, scrolling through X. Matthew Prince comes on or shows up with a tweet. For the first time in human history, bots have surpassed humans in web traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward a week later. I'm at home. I have Mark Andreessen on the big screen on Latent Spaces, and then he's saying that the browser won't exist. And it's not just him. All the folks building AI are saying that that software layer, agents will be the primary consumers of software. And I kind of just got to the point. It's like, wait, they're talking about us, right? Because when every advertising channel has an agent as an intermediary.
Yeah.
The last one that actually reaches a human unfiltered is out of home. And for those who don't know that, that's billboards, airport ads, wrapped cards, the size of buildings. And so I went down channel by channel with the question of, when the agents get here en masse, what's going to be the one channel, or what are going to be the channels that do not have this intermediation layer? And that's the only one I could come up with. I think to answer your question, Sophia, I think we're gonna see a lot of online first brands going out into the real world, because there are going to be so many filters vying for your attention and communicating what is worthy or what is worthy or relevant of your attention. And so that'll pose a challenge to folks starting companies and folks growing companies and folks looking to retain customers.
Yeah, what is worthy of your intention? I like that you guys focus on everything in the physical world. Billboards, transit. I think you even have street furniture as well. And so can we just expand more about that? I know you talked about in the physical world, things are a lot more worthy of your attention. And I love that you just shared this origin story. But what more are you seeing in practice with your customers as they expand to do advertising more in the physical rather than in the digital?
So, my background being growth marketing, which to some sounds like a science, but in reality, it's like you're playing a slot machine and the prices go up with each subsequent turn. And so marketers nowadays are saying, the cost of advertising in the walled gardens is going up. The margins get compressed. The platforms take the spread. And basically, it's very difficult to get your name out there. And so a lot of, 11 Labs, another MTS sponsor, and dozens of AI companies are now, leaning on this outdoor channel to break through the noise. And it's a channel that nobody's optimizing for, right? So boredom and dwell time in the real world is, probably the most undervalued asset in advertising, because, the agent can't close your eyes or be the intermediary layer between you and the advertisement. And, a lot of the brand moments or discovery moments that consumers have with advertisers happen organically, non-intrusively, and in a way that is, a lot more, it's a better experience, I think.
Yeah. It's a much better experience. I like that you say that. The whole goal right now is how do you actually break through the noise? And I like that you particularly have this background in growth marketing, because so many people right now are so interested on what does that actually look like. I'm curious because while you do have things in the physical world, anecdotally, it feels like everyone is still looking at their phones or they have headphones in. So maybe you're on the subway and there's ads there, but your attention is on your device. And so what are you actually seeing in practice? Are people trending to wanting to have more things in the physical as opposed to the digital?
I think it is. So like going back to the looking at your phone thing is like, over the last 8 years, we've quietly solved the one piece the marketers have historically griped about when it comes to outdoor ads, which is you can't measure them. So while everybody was looking at their phone, we solved this problem. And, we just let the data speak for itself. So, one would think that, their attention is grasped by a device, their handheld device while walking outside. But however, the data says otherwise because they see it. And then you run an out-of-home campaign and then you see your app installs blow up or your website traffic blow up or more visitors into your brick and mortar store. So the data tells a different story despite what we kind of see in our day-to-day.
Yeah. And additionally, what I think is really interesting that maybe the audience would be curious about is that out-of-home advertising actually reached record revenue. And out of the people who are buying this, it's technology companies. This is very different from what maybe people would naturally assume. Can you just give more of an explanation? Why is this happening? Why are technologies companies one of the largest buyers of this out-of-home advertising?
Yeah, so I think if you zoom out and you look at the advertising industry as a whole, aside from the five walled gardens, so that's Meta, Amazon, Google, Alibaba, ByteDance, over the last decade, the advertising industry has been flat. You've seen TV have a controlled demolition, radio going the same way, print obviously. I don't know the last time you picked up a newspaper, but and so that's with all those things happening, out of home has been just slowly growing. I think mostly it's been growing slowly is because it had a lot of, the friction, like it couldn't be legible by machines. Before us, no APIs existed in the space. So and so the irony, going back to your question, the irony is yes, we hit record revenue, 9 billion in the US, 25% of the tech companies are the biggest purchasers of out of home. And, I see that as a signal or early indicator. The people that are eulogizing, the CEOs of the companies that are eulogizing the death of the personal screen or, the user interface are buying ads in the real world at a record pace.
Yeah, definitely. I also know about last month, you posted your post, The Agent Can't Close Your Eyes. This is an essay about the theory about the last place advertising reaches an actual human. First, what actually inspired you to write this post, and what was the actual feedback? Who did it resonate with? What were people saying after you posted this?
I think, I shared a little bit at the beginning of the segment, but as the user interface collapses, then the attention moves from the small screen to the big screens or the big advertisements out in the real world. But I think mostly it was a call to action for the folks in our industry that are still, running on phone calls and spreadsheets to become more legible and start plugging into software platforms so they get included in the next wave of, the next platform shift of advertising, which is AI agents will be purchasing advertising. But if your billboard network or your out-of-home inventory isn't plugged into it, then perhaps, just because you see it in the real world, then it in theory, it doesn't exist to the agent. So it was a call to action to really kind of to get people up in arms about getting serious about digitizing their operations.
Yeah, getting serious about digitizing their operations. And speaking of, it's Tailwind, I think, is a perfect example of a company that ended up having this, how AI systems are now extracting all of its documentation. And then you can have people who can learn about Tailwind, but it doesn't actually lead to new referrals. It doesn't actually lead to them reading their documentation. So it's almost like they're taking all of that company's value without actually providing value back. And so I'm curious if you see this is the future direction that a lot of these tech companies are going to go in, and how do you actually prevent that?
I mean, if I'm going to use our own industry as an analogy, back in the day, if you wanted to buy out a home, you had to call a guy who knew a guy, or you had to hire an agency with a Rolodex. Adequate's original value proposition was, everything all in one place, 1,400, at the time, 1,400 media owners, all of out of home in the United States, right? The value of the Rolodex has collapsed to zero, right? You could go on Claude and be like, give me the 180, media companies in San Francisco, and you can start calling them up one by one. So the value of the Rolodex were, that got eaten by the agents, by the search. And so if you are selling media on the open web, again, agents don't have eyes. So like banner ads, what happens to banner ads?
Yeah.
And when the information doesn't require a human to visit the web page, that will be very challenging for many, many business models.
Yeah, I'm so curious, right? Because the idea of banner ads won't really matter. Even the idea of branding. I joke, for an agent, if you're making a reservation between something like OpenTable and Resi, they don't really care. They don't care about who's heard it before, or, oh, this has a better look and feel. They don't care about branding. And so I'm so curious what this future age will look like when you actually have to consider, what does branding mean when you're now marketing to an agent instead of an actual human? So curious to get your thoughts there too.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of think about it as like when you search on ChatGPT, on Claude, on Gemini, I think the brand efforts of an advertiser will then be translated outside of up towards the layer that doesn't have the agents in it, because it'll be voice in, action out, and it'll be like, okay, book a table through brand name, whether it be Resi or OpenTable. But I think, now we're starting to see great software products like Profound, where you're trying to influence brand by where you show up in the responses that are relevant to your business. And so like the visibility of, those mentions, the share of voice of those mentions, and that's how, like, I guess we're calling them marketing engineers now, but like that's how folks are thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, Chris, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. One last question for you. What does this mean for the future of advertising? If you were going to give advice to someone listening to this, or a company who's curious, how would you encourage them to think about the future of their growth marketing?
I think the distinction between brand and performance doesn't exist anymore. It's basically trusted and mistrusted. So as we move into this world where agents and bots dominate the internet, and slot prevails, and fraud, and all the stuff that comes with that, I think marketers will view advertising channels through the lens of, is this a trusted source or is this not a trusted source? And the nice thing about, outdoors, we are well positioned to benefit from that. But, I think, the era of the growth marketer or the brand marketer, I think that's all kind of consolidating.
The era of the growth marketer is consolidating. You heard it here first. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us today on MTS. Really appreciated you having you on.
Thanks for having me. Keep crushing it.
We'll do. Yeah. And we'll be back with MTS.
We are back with Anastasios Angelopoulos again on MTS. This time, he's our sponsor. So congrats.
Well,
MTS,
congrats to us.
Arena.
It is our honor.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming into the studio in real life.
Of course, yeah. It's great to see you guys. Hope it's one of many.
Many more.
Certainly.
So yeah, there's so much to talk about with state of models right now. I guess we could start with Qwen 3.8 Max, which just came out over the last weekend. It looks like a very good model. What are your first impressions of it?
Yeah, first impressions are great. So just to like zoom out a little bit, there's a few different models that are coming out. There's Qwen, there's DeepSeek Flash 4, and then there's the new Flux 3 model. Okay, so we'll definitely talk about all three. But on the note of Qwen, you know, I'm starting to call this the Chinese invasion because it is just like a slew of these Chinese models, open source, that are frontier level models. If you look across the Arena leaderboards, what you'll see is that the Qwen Max model, the one that was just released, is roughly between the Anthropic models and the Openai models in terms of performance. So it's like Anthropic models, a stack of them, of the most recent ones, then Qwen, then it's like 5.6 Sol. And you know, it's kind of hard to distinguish between these models at the very highest level, so we'll need to see the scores bake. But that is true definitely among experts, among coders, and to some extent also among chatters.
Yeah.
So we can go to the leaderboards if you guys are interested. Here, I can share my screen.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly do that. It just looks like with a lot of these like open source releases, they like end up on the Pareto frontier. Like, increasingly so.
So check this out.
They kind of have to, right? Otherwise, why release it?
I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah,
plenty of companies are releasing models that are not on the Pareto frontier. For example, Inkling is not on the Pareto frontier.
Yeah. We had Inkling, like Nemotron.
Right, Inkling, Nemotron. I think there's a lot of labs that are sort of like trying to catch up. And there's this dynamic America versus China that the American open source ecosystem is so behind. That being number 10, which is what Thinking Machines was, is actually an accomplishment.
Right, I know, yeah.
People are kind of seeing that as like a positive signal that American open source might not be dead yet.
Sure.
And that it might be having a resurgence, in fact, which I do believe that commercial incentives will lead to a resurgence in this. But take a look at this. I'm screen sharing here the Text Arena chat leaderboard. It goes Fable 4647, and then I love that.
It's not quite.
We didn't even capture it on the stream.
67.
Yeah.
Fable 464767, and then Qwen 3.8 Max. Right there. So it's about, that model also likely soon to be open sourced.
Right.
So incredible to see it. Number 5 model on the Text Arena. And so this leaderboard, by the way, is it's based on chatting, but not just chatting in terms of style. It's also adjusting for the effect of things like emojis and length and so on.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So it's like the more substantive aspects of a chatbot.
Other languages as well.
Other languages, yeah. So it's very much multilingual. English, Chinese, Russian, Spanish, German, and so on. And then you get a bunch more Claude models, and then Muse Spark, and then Gemini, and then eventually number 15 is GPT Sol.
It's surprising to me that the best OpenAI model is so low, especially below models like Muse Spark. The consensus seems to be that it's mid. Same with Gemini 3 Pro.
Right. That's because this is for chatbot related tasks. And then if you go to experts, the story is a little bit different. Right, because I actually use 5.6 Sol, and this is one of the questions that we got asked actually in the X thread where we were asking for questions, like people ask their questions. What's the most underrated model that I love to use, but that isn't reflected as highly on the leaderboards? And for me, it's actually Sol X high, and that's because I do a lot of like advanced math when I do my chatbot tasks. Because like I have a background in statistics. My wife is also a statistician, so she and I like to prove theorems together. It's like our bedside conversations.
Cute.
It's awful. It's so terrible. Goals. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's like vomiting, but Sol is like really good for this.
Interesting.
Like all these like theorems that are coming out, they're all using OpenAI models.
Right.
And that's for a reason.
Yeah. They just published their like a paper like August 1st about their 10 different mathematical like
some of which are a little bit questionable, but yes.
Really?
Yeah, maybe wait, can you speak to that actually?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. People have been saying that some of the proofs are not quite correct yet.
Okay.
But it's still like an extraordinary achievement. I mean, some of these problems I've actually heard of. In fact, there was one problem that my wife and I had been trying to solve for a long time. Like she actually started working on this problem like early in her PhD. Now she's a professor at Stanford, by the way. So she's like first rate in what she does. And it's this problem about a false discovery rate control. That's, basically you have many hypotheses, like which genes cause cancer. There might be like, hundreds of thousands of different options for associations between different genes and different types of cancers. How do you discover the associations that are actually true in the context where there's many, many possibilities there? And so if you test each at like a hypothesis level, like of 0.05, then the chance that you're going to discover one that's false is going to be really, really high. So people have methods for controlling these false discovery rate control methods. So it turns out there was this like long-standing open conjecture about whether the dominant method for FDR control, false discovery rate control, actually works for Gaussian random variables. And it was recently proven by an OpenAI model, one shot. Which is,
Wow.
my wife was trying to work on it earlier in her PhD. Then she and I together had been trying over the past year, just on weekends to try to work on it together. And then one of our colleagues, it's a small area, this like theoretical statistics thing. So we know everybody there, but one of our colleagues actually solved it using Sol. It was a pretty amazing moment, and kind of a moment that was like, hey, even the best theorists in the world are being outclassed by these models. And so it makes sense to me that Sol is number 10 on expert and right behind the Anthropic models. It's amazing to see Qwen 3.8 max there too. We have to try it on some of these more advanced mathematics tasks to see if it holds up there. But of course the Anthropic dominance has been holding. I think Anthropic probably has the longest lead of any model provider in the arena.
Wow. Well, how does it perform? How does Qwen perform on math?
Yeah, let's look at math. But this won't be like the advanced math. And also, it looks like there's not enough data yet here. So 3.8 hasn't been ranked yet. But, we'll see. We'll see once that's a smaller category. So we'll see once more votes come in. Yeah, it's been amazing to see. Now, another area that would be interesting for you guys is code. So here it's quite interesting. We have the Anthropic models, Opus 5, Kimi K3, Opus 5 High, and then 3.8 Max is number 4. So it's just, alternating Anthropic and open source.
Yeah.
And then OpenAI is number 6 here with Sol.
Yeah, these models all seem quite neck and neck. In the vibe wars as well, like I've heard potentially Fable is still better at like, very hard, very long horizon coding tasks. Like the Epoch Mirror Code benchmark showed that like Fable was much better than other models at doing like extremely long and complicated coding tasks. So maybe it still has like that big model smell to it that other
Although
models
Qwen
don't quite.
does like famously pride itself on long running tasks.
Yeah.
So
autonomous protein synthesis.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, well, I think that the thing that's most interesting about this is the price performance trade-offs, because the leaderboard shows you just like the raw score. And it is true that like Opus 5 Max, I believe it's even statistically significant, the difference between that and Kimi K3. It's, by the way, good that they released this soon after Kimi was released, because if it was released like 3 weeks later, I think that would have been a pretty long lead for Kimi. But this was just like one week afterwards. So it shows that Anthropic is definitely like still in the race here with Kimi to win it all.
Yep.
But then what you see when you look at the cost performance trade-offs is that, for the most expensive tasks, it's still Anthropic that's number 1. Then you go down the list and it's Kimi, it's Qwen, it's GLM, it's DeepSeek. And look at that gap for DeepSeek. This is one of the largest bends in the Pareto frontier that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And this speaks to, I think, Brent's question that he was asking, which is like, hey, like you could barely see the costs on the plot, when you looked at Andrew's post, and it's deprecated so many models. Like this model used to be the Pareto frontier, DeepSeek V4 Flash High Preview, deprecated, not relevant anymore. MIMO V2.5, not relevant anymore. High 3. Not relevant anymore.
28 cents for million output tokens is just incredible.
It's so insane. So insane. So Flash is, for like a pretty big band of tasks between basically $5 to 20 cents per million tokens. It is the best model in the world.
So tell us about IBM Granite 4.1 8B. We were actually just
We were talking about this.
We had the Arena Pareto Frontier on stream like yesterday, and we were like, "What is this model? I've never heard of it.
You know
Why would
what?
people use it?"
I don't know that anybody uses this model. I think this is a pretty old model. And it's so funny with Pareto Frontiers that it's like easy to be on the Pareto Frontier by like pricing yourself at zero.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know that this is like all that relevant.
Yeah.
9 cents
Definitely.
per million.
Well, okay. What about the economics? Because Alibaba obviously is like a super giant company, and they were able to like provide this like really good price. Obviously, DeepSeek is a better price. But if we tried to do this domestically in the U.S., like what companies would actually be able to afford to price it this low?
To afford to price it this low? That's a great question. I mean, a lot of times with the open source models, what you're seeing is that they're being served at the cost, they're being priced at the cost of basically inference plus. It's a cost plus model.
Yeah.
Because that's the way the inference providers work. The alternative being that a company could choose to self-host their own models, or they could go to an inference provider like Fireworks or Together or Base 10 or what have you. And then those providers will charge them a 20% margin or whatever kind of margin it'll be. And so I wouldn't necessarily phrase it that way as to like which companies can afford to serve the model at that cost, because it's really at that point more about the inference provider. I would actually think about it as which companies are able to afford the capital expenditure to train it.
Yeah.
That's like the really big problem, because these days it costs like $5 billion to train a frontier model.
Yeah, like by that logic, what would follow is like NVIDIA is able to, right?
But they don't.
But I mean, Nemotron isn't that good.
The Nemotron's not that good yet. But there's about 5 big players in the Western world for open models.
Yeah.
There's Thinking Machines. There's NVIDIA. There should be 7. Thinking Machines, NVIDIA, Poolside, Mistral, Reflection, Google. I'm probably missing one.
Meta.
Meta, maybe.
Not anymore, I thought.
Not anymore, but there's been whispers that they're going to come out with something open source, but it's unclear exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
RC, did I mention RC? So I think
no.
RC might be the 7th. So those are the 7 labs that are like going for an open source play. But really, it's a business model question. How are these businesses going to become cash printers?
Right.
Because if you want to become if you want to justify the valuations that these people are going for, hundreds of billions, right? It really is. If you want to 10x your money on Thinking Machines, you got to have a $200 billion business. And the way to have a $200 billion business is to generate $10 billion in revenue.
Yeah.
And so how are you going to generate $10 billion in revenue? Well, there's a few ways of going about it. You could take your model weights and then you could have some sort of a license that's not exactly open source, but that's open source up to some level. Let's say if you spend more than $20 million inferencing this model, like let's say I'm Together and I host this model, I make more than $20 million on it, then I do a rev share with Thinking Machines.
This is what Quen does now, right?
Yeah, I think that's one of the models that's coming out of China as well. And it makes sense to some extent. To do it via licensing. And the US is pretty good with licensing laws. And so these companies are going to comply. I think it's one of the models that makes sense. At the end of the day, it is it's cost plus though. It's electricity plus a margin. And it's not priced to value in the same way the Anthropic models are. And that's where I think the industry's in for a little bit of a reckoning. Because the closed source models are trying to price for value. They're trying to price to labor. And then the open source models are pricing cost plus. It's electricity plus.
Yep.
And there's a big freaking gap between those. And that's the gap that you're seeing on this plot. By the way, this is a logarithmic scale. So this is 100x cheaper than Opus 5 Max.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's 100x.
It's really just unbelievable.
Yeah, but
how did they do it?
Yeah, it's insane. Like if Thinking Machines locked in became the just de facto open source provider, and they came out with a model that was as good as Quen or Kimi on the Pareto, then that would alleviate a lot of concerns that the U.S. government has about supply chain risks, and then also little tech, which presumably runs on a lot of these open source models, or at least does routing, whatever, would be able to use a U.S. open source model.
Oh, totally.
And I think by the end of the year, probably we'll get Well, maybe I'm
No.
too
No,
optimistic.
I don't
I'm
think
too
so.
optimistic.
Everyone's moving
I
really
hope so.
fast. We
Yeah.
should all be optimistic and rooting for the American labs to do this. And
Yeah.
I totally agree. It's
Yeah.
not just the government; it's also American businesses that care about the supply chain stuff.
Right.
Because we saw earlier in this year that first of all, Anthropic is willing to cut off your model at any time. I mean, what the hell? Like, imagine that
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
build
yeah.
your business on top of an intelligence, and then some like CEO of like based on basically political beliefs decides to like destroy your business's like data pipeline.
Or say
I mean,
you can't use this for certain.
Yeah, you can't
Or
use this.
or
No
like
bio.
non-U.S. citizens can't use it, and
Right.
then everyone at your
Totally.
company who's not a U.S. citizen can't.
I mean,
use
what
it.
this is like some crazy churn.
Yeah.
Right? And the businesses don't want that kind of thing. And at
Yeah.
the same time, they also don't want to be buying models from essentially like a foreign, potentially adversary, which is China. Right? They don't want to
even
be
just
doing
because
that.
the U.S. government could theoretically be like, okay, no more, and then
Exactly.
no longer.
Yeah, I'm
allow
not
you
saying
to
that
use it.
Chinese have, or bad people or something like that,
Yeah.
but it's like, kind of an intellectual war that's happening right now between these two countries, an economic war. And so, yeah, it's definitely a possibility that the US government regulates or bans Chinese models, or like puts these things on like some kind of entity list and says that you can't use them, or says that you can't serve them because they might not be safe and they might have backdoors and blah, blah, blah. That stuff it's like 100% that stuff is like on the freaking table. And if the idea that like people are not pricing in that risk is crazy to me.
Yes.
And so that's why I've been saying that I think that there is room in the market for at least one American open source company to be $1 trillion company. Because if it's within our shores, then it's subject to our laws and we can control it. And that means U.S. enterprises, which is where most of the spend is going to happen. Elon says it's going to be $27 billion in enterprise AI spend. That's like all that money will accrue to American labs.
Right.
Yeah.
So to close out, how long do you think the Anthropic reign of dominance will last?
Ooh. Man,
It's been like 4 or 5 months now.
it has been. I think that I think it's very hard to tell. Opus 5, I think, was not as much of an improvement as potentially expected.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had to guess, I would guess that the Chinese labs will catch up this year. If
What
I had
about
to
OpenAI?
I don't know what will happen. I think it's still very much like, who knows? Like, I can't know the answer to that. But based on the trends that I'm seeing, the Chinese open source ecosystem is moving faster than the American ecosystem.
Yeah.
And then OpenAI, I think, will be close behind.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good place to wrap it on.
It is a great place to wrap.
Anastasios, thank you so much for coming on
Thank you guys
MTS.
for having me. Yeah,
of
great to
course.
see you.
Always great to see you.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a pleasure.
Check out Arena, of course.
Arena.ai.
Got my sticker right here.
Yep.
And we'll be right
Represent.
back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
On to the next model.
On to the next model.
And we're back.
We're
live. We have a lot more situations to talk about just all the time.
So a trend of like the past like year-ish has been putting packs in front of everything.
Pax Silica?
Pax Silica. Yeah, like if you were prof pilled, Pax Judaica. Now we have
If you're what pilled?
prof pilled.
Prof pilled?
It's like kind of conspiratorial. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
But but basically, Pax is the new like
Prof Jang?
prefix. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Yes.
I will bring him up until we get him on the stream. By the way,
It's not new. There's the Pax Romana, the Pax
the Pax.
Britannica,
It's been a thing forever.
the
right?
Pax Americana, and now the Pax.
Just a Latin prefix that
Pax
sounds
Machina.
cool and
It means peace.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we have Pax Machina.
Yep. So Pax Machina was this new initiative announced today. It's been in the works for a long time. It's going to be a new magazine, a new publication, proposals and debate for institutions in a world with powerful AI. Powerful AI will change our institutions, yet most of our attention is on aligning or regulating AI while treating our institutions as fixed. Introducing Pax Machina, a new publication about the institutions we need for powerful AI. So it's edited by Maximilian Kroner-Dale, who's an advisor on governance at Meta. Seb Creer, friend of the show, AGI policy /gov, and jester at Google DeepMind. Many people. Oliver Klingfjord, who does the Meaning Alignment Institute. Philip Tomei, synchroaphasia. I believe we've had him on MTS before. Liam Patel, not sure. Nomi Drexler, people from GovAI, from Harvard. The editorial board consists of like cracked group of people, including Saffron Huang, who I think leads societal impacts research at Anthropic, or at least is, pretty senior there.
Yeah.
Samuel Hammond, friend of the show, chief economist and AI policy director at FAI. Dean W. Ball, friend of the show, who is now head of strategic futures at OpenAI and was previously at FAI and also writes Hyperdimensional.
Yeah, so just an incredibly cracked group of thinkers. I think they're going to produce very, very good output.
It's going to be incredible.
And most importantly, they want to publish proposals for new institutions and counter proposals, design principles. Like, hopefully they're going to come out with very, very specific recommendations.
Our goal is to seed rigorous debate about what a world of humans and powerful AI could and should look like. So the idea is, we'll go through their intro blog post. Powerful AI will open a new period of institutional invention. Pax Machina is a publication for working out in public what those institutions should become. This is a pun on like Pax Americana or Pax
and also
Britannica.
Ex Machina.
Yeah, and also Ex Machina, which means like from the machine. Deus Ex Machina.
Deus.
The most common phrase that contains Ex Machina means the god from the machine. We have it in our power to begin the world over again, said Thomas Paine in 1776.
Beautiful.
He wrote this at the beginning of a great age of institutional invention, the era of constitutions, republics, and rights. And this is true. Like so many, like around this time during the American Revolution, the French Revolution, so many institutions at the time just didn't exist. Like the idea of a Bill of Rights for ordinary people, like was not a thing. There was the English Bill of Rights, which was in 1689, but that was a much more limited version. Basically, in like the 1600s, in England and France, and their descendants, like America, came out of English civilization. There was a philosophical movement called the Enlightenment that completely changed the way that politics worked in these countries. Prior to the Enlightenment, most countries in Europe were feudal monarchies. So you'd have like a king with basically like no checks on their power aside from the hard power limits against them from the nobles. You'd have a nobility that also, had a great deal of power over the people. The peasantry had no power except for that which they could give themselves with force of arms. there wasn't such an idea as like human rights, basically.
Yep.
For the most part, people wouldn't just slaughter each other. There was still trade. There was still barter and exchange. But like we didn't have modern nation states with modern institutions. And all of that changed in the 1600s during the Enlightenment. We had the English Bill of Rights. We had the supremacy of the English Parliament over the English crown. We had the American Revolution, which established these ideas that colonies, the people in a colony should be allowed to govern themselves rather than being subject to the whims of London across the ocean.
Right.
Anyway, all this is to say, like, we are also now at the beginning of a great age of institutional invention.
Yeah, by institutions we mean the roles, procedures, incentives, and organizations that structure how people coordinate. This includes familiar public institutions like courts and elections, but also venture capital, standards bodies, religious orders, and basic things like contracts.
Yeah.
Religious orders and venture capital being in the same sentence is so singularity.
I know, right?
But this is kind of what it's going to be.
Yep.
Like venture capital, the power of venture capital will only like increase and increase, and we just need to like put in place like, certain governance principles that allow that for that to be a good thing.
AI agents differ from humans on axes like speed and replicability. Please, if you are watching this, please watch or read Age of M by Robin Hanson.
Yes.
Please,
we're begging.
Have you read it?
Yes.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's so correct. I mean, obviously, it's not like the ultimate examination of what the post-AGI future looks like. But there's never been a better examination of the post-AGI future. Yes, the example in the book is whole brain emulated humans rather than LLM AGI, but it's similar enough. Like LLMs are sort of like brain emulations if you squint.
And I think what's important there is that they don't have to be emulations as in like brain scans. It's all about data. Like it's all like if you have enough data to reliably reconstruct like a digital twin of you or me, then this then this future is like probably what's going to happen. There's so many ideas in that book that are so gem.
I know.
Like,
and then
I just completely geek out.
Second of all, there's never been such a comprehensive look at all the aspects of the AGI future. So like if you look at the chapters in the Age of M book, we're pulling up the website. It talks about the physics of it. Like for example, he goes into such extreme detail that's like M's will live in M cities, which are essentially giant supercomputers, and we can reason from basic facts about the way that these computers have to work. Like they require lots of cooling, so we'll probably put them in cold climates, for example. And like you can just sort of reason your way to all kinds of conclusions like this, and then it goes all the way into
like virtual realities,
econ, culture, sociology. Nobody's ever done an analysis like this in such depth, in such length. About AGI.
Yeah. He goes into like the M clans idea is just so fascinating. Like there's just going to be this like Darwinian selection of like humans who are most worthy like and fit to like reproduce as a digital twin, and then they will twin and then these emulation / digital twins will all like copy themselves, and then it'll form a clan that's descended from like a single human, and so on, just kind of like simulacrumed infinitely.
Yep.
It's like it's so great. Anyways.
So despite growing recognition that powerful AI may transform society on a comparable scale, we are not yet engaged in a comparable practice of institutional design. Most of our collective attention remains focused on aligning, regulating, accelerating, or slowing the AI systems themselves while treating the surrounding institutional infrastructure as fixed.
We must upend the institutions without it being in a French Revolution sort of way.
Yeah. I mean, I think part of this just comes from the fact that tech people are used to dealing with very fixed institutional infrastructure.
Right.
So for example, if you're trying to start a new startup that does I don't know, anything hard tech that does like nuclear, for example, you have to deal with like the NRC. You have to deal with like California environmental regulations that say you can't build stuff here. You have to deal with all kinds of things. And as we all know, black pill technology is easier than politics. So Elon Musk, for example, greatest entrepreneur of all time, has pulled off all kinds of miracles, could not even begin to balance the federal budget when he had a tremendous amount of power to do so.
Yep.
Technology is easier than politics, somehow.
New governance structures will emerge whether we plan for them or not. Brings that process into the drafting table, turning the architecture of a world with powerful AI into a deliberate collective project. Right?
Our ultimate aim is to foster an abundance of institutional forms that individuals and communities can adapt to fit the lives they want to lead.
So this is kind of like crypto coded. Like, I think for the long time,
it's crypto but real.
It's crypto but real. Like, for a long time, the only people that were doing serious, and Sophia Du speaks of this.
Sophia Du speaks of this.
The people that were doing like actual real, like what would a new organization of the economy and like financial structures look like were the crypto people. Unfortunately, that was never fully legible to the mainstream. Hopefully, this is, and yeah, I'm just excited to see where this goes.
AI changes the institutional landscape. Our political stability depends on human limitations. A president can't do everything, right? But if the president were AGI, then the president could, in theory, do anything, right? Because it would have a tremendous amount of interfaces with which to impart its decisions into the world. AI also changes what institutions themselves can do. Language models may make richer forms of large-scale deliberation possible. Oh yeah, everyone should read the forethought piece on AI for epistemics. Generally, there's just not a lot of thought about what this could look like. We have sort of very rudimentary forms of like AI helping with people's epistemics and having them make better decisions, which is, at Grok, is this true? Seriously.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I think this is so helpful for the discourse. You can just, people post, misinformative slop garbage on Twitter all the time. And you can just go, at Grok, is this true? And the model will tell you, no, it's not true. And people believe Grok. Like, people on Twitter treat Grok as like an oracle of sorts, which is actually better. Like, Grok is much more well-calibrated and truth-seeking than many people in the X information ecosystem.
In the X information ecosystem, yes. All right.
Yep. Some of these institutions could be far better than the status quo, others far worse. Yeah.
100%.
The same ubiquitous monitoring mentioned, could finally make public institutions accountable or turn into an airtight surveillance state. What were you saying?
I'm just doing some serious extrapolative thinking right now. So like you have Anthropic, which is presumably trying to build the like singleton AI, but good, like a very aligned singleton AI, and then you have like sort of the everyone else who believes in a more sort of like decentralized, like, AGI for everyone, as Mark and Sam have stated prior. And so it just like leads me to wonder whether a big political faction will become like the people who are pro aligned singleton versus the people who are just like pro decentralization, and if that will manifest into some actual like state and governance structures. But anyways,
institutional change has happened before. Yep, that's right. All the institutions we rely on were devised in response to particular problems and conditions. Some were created under stress, like the post-Soviet market institutions that handed Russia over to oligarchs. Yeah, that was the post-Soviet transition was like very rapid and kind of poorly thought out, and it ended up, with like few oligarchs with like a tremendous amount of control over the economy. There are better ways to privatize. Like some post-communist countries did privatization better than others. Like Poland, for example, did really well with it. Russia did not. Many of our most enduring institutions were designed thoughtfully through debate and accumulated experience. They did the Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation.
This is kind of the Federalist Papers.
Yeah.
Like Pax Machina is the new Federalist Papers.
That's so true. Pax Machina is going to be the new Federalist
we
Papers.
got it right for Pax Machina. They also had a decade between the Declaration of Independence and the Constitutional Convention to study what worked and what didn't under the pre-federal state.
Yeah, the Articles of Confederation. Actually, if you look at AmericanAtlas.us, you can clearly see before 1789, when the first Congress was in session, we still had a Congress. It was a Congress of the Confederation on AmericanAtlas.us.
Great plug.
Great plug made by Theo Jaffe. AmericanAtlas.us.
Okay, for example, Pennsylvania's 1776 Constitution, which Payne supported as it happens, had one legislative chamber and no governor's veto. So whichever faction won the annual election could pass whatever it liked.
This is basically kind of how the UK Parliament works, by the way. There's one legislative chamber that has actual power, and there's no governor's veto because there's like the prime minister is not a president. The prime minister is just like the leader of the governing party in the legislature. So in theory, the UK House of Commons can do literally whatever they want. Like there's no constitution, at least no constitution that can't be overruled by the House of Commons.
Yeah, so the options on the table will be the ideas that have already been developed and tested. We need to do that work now.
We need to do the work.
Loker genuinely.
Genuinely do the work.
6-7 genuinely. We must do the work now.
Yep. So the American Revolution kicked off a major shift in the institutional landscape beyond just the US. This is true. Like many constitutions around the world, most famously that of Liberia, are literally directly ripped from the American Constitution.
Yeah.
The whole like the bicameral legislature was invented.
Yeah.
In the US, the idea of like separate executive and legislative branch in the way that we do it was invented in the Constitutional Convention. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to craft AI policies that have like downstream effects for centuries. Yep. We're not approaching powerful AI with anything like this level of preparation. So what is Pax Machina? It's a forum for rigorous debate about how institutions should work in a world with powerful AI. It brings together researchers across all kinds of fields. Responses are central to the publication. A proposal might be followed by a critique, an alternative design, or a revised vision from the original author. So this is what Dean Ball meant when he said, in order to continue making progress in AI research, you need to read the Talmud. There comes a time in every AI policies professional's life when they realize they have to read the Talmud to make further progress. And for me, that time was this week. This is very Talmudic. This is this is literally the Pax Machina is just going to be like the Talmud, but for AI.
Yeah. What's not mentioned in here is also science fiction, because some of the most like sort of radical conceptions of future governance systems are in science fiction.
Like Age of M, Interactive Institutions Grid. Fiction. Well, it's kind of science fiction. It's very.
It's I think I've said this before. It's fiction, nonfiction.
Yeah, it's hard sci-fi. It's a future scenario rather than, the line between science fiction and future scenario kind of blurs. These possibilities raise several recurring design questions. How do we preserve human agency? How can institutions adapt at AI speed without losing legitimacy? And what properties should institutions demand of AI systems? Beginning again, institutions often change in bursts. Political scientists call this a punctuated equilibrium. We cannot know when the next such opening will come or who will hold power when it does, but we need to do the work now so that good proposals are ready when the opportunity arises. As Tyler Cowen remarks, powerful AI will force us to rebuild our world. But we've done this before, and let's get to work. So amazing. We're so excited for Pax Machina. Like I already subscribed to this. I'm going to be reading all their stuff. It's going to be incredible. Needed right now. So needed right now.
Yeah.
It is a little weird that Cowen believes that the whole world is going to change from AI, but also like economic growth will go up from 2% to 3% or something. I kind of don't get the Cowen worldview here.
Okay, they have an. Should we go to agiinstitutions.org?
Yeah, agi-institutions.org. Whoa. This is so Seb Creer core. I wonder if Seb was the one that made this.
No, it was I forgot the name. this other guy that is part of the. Hold on.
This is so sick. Oh my god. Okay, so we have okay, so the rows here, the y-axis
Ryan Lowe.
is
It's
scale.
Ryan Lowe's website.
Okay, well, what's his Twitter handle?
At Ryan_T_Lowe with an E.
Okay, well, Ryan Lowe, this is an instant follow. Amazing work here. So the y-axis is scale. It goes from dyadic two parties to a group to a community to national to global. And then the basis of these rules can go from all the way from thick commitments, just shared understanding, and it gets more and more and more formal until eventually you get to actual protocols. So yeah, would love to dive into this, but we're running low on time. Let's. Oh, we have a.
I would actually love to get Andy Hall specifically, because I think that he thinks very much in the intersection of these things.
Yes, Andy Hall would be great for this. There are very few people.
And this is just a call to action to Pax Machina. Get Andy Hall to write something.
Oh man, if only we could get Robin Hanson to be like, because right now, he's focusing.
No, I'm sure that we could send this to him and be like, "Bro, lock in."
I know he's so focused on cultural drift, and he's like, "Okay, cultural drift is where it's all at. We need to fix cultural drift, and maybe AI will happen." Whereas what I think is AI is going to happen. We need to figure out AGI institutions, and there's an off chance that AI doesn't happen, and we have to deal with cultural drift problems. But nobody's on the ball.
I don't believe that second part.
I think it could happen. I don't think it's super likely. You could imagine a giant war, for example. If a nuclear war happened, we would not get AI, and we could get cultural drift. But Hansen should really be working on AGI institution stuff.
Yeah. Hansen, you're yeah, you are needed here.
Yes. Robin Hanson, if you can hear us.
Yeah, Robin Hanson, please, if you can hear us.
So we have a situation. The White House plans to keep AI framework under wraps. Interesting.
No.
It does not plan to publicly release its new framework for evaluating AI models. Wow. So we actually are not going to get to know how the White House is planning on implementing one of the most important policies.
This photo is. let me screen share it so that people can see.
It is really funny.
Yeah, but the White House said on Monday it met its deadline to establish a voluntary framework for evaluating advanced AI models, but it won't say what the framework contains, who's seen it, or when companies will start using it. Thank you, White House. Thank you, White House, for nothing.
So it's unclear which trusted partners will get early access to advanced models. It's unclear whether foreign governments will qualify. It's unclear what will happen to open source models. It's unclear how voluntary this voluntary framework really is. So we're just getting nothing, which kind of sucks. Just giant dose of nothing.
These AI images are really funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your nothing burger is ready.
Your nothing burger is ready, sir.
Nothing burger medium well is ready.
There's this meme of Trump glaring. Yeah, there it is. This one's so funny. They have no idea the nothing I will unleash. So this is our AI.
You need a quote tweet. You need to post this with this article specifically.
This is the AI framework. Your AI framework has been released, sir. You have no idea.
Post this.
The nothing I will unleash.
Okay, that's so funny.
That is really funny. Yeah. Well, let's see what else we have in terms of discourse. There's so much discourse in the world. What's our favorite discourse? Oh yes, Sam Altman dunking on Ed Zitron. Did you see this?
No.
So Ed Zitron in 2024, July 29th, 2024, almost exactly 2 years ago, said, "I hypothesize that OpenAI will collapse in the next 12 to 24 months unless it does all this: successfully navigate a relationship with Microsoft, raise more money than any startup has ever raised in history, have a significant technological breakthrough such that it reduces the cost of building and operating GPT by a factor of thousands of percent, have such a significant breakthrough that GPT is able to take on entirely unseen new use cases, and have these be use cases that are capable of creating new jobs and entirely automating existing ones. And like, it's been 2 years. Basically, all of these things have happened. They did successfully navigate their relationship with Microsoft. Remember, they had to renegotiate their partnership. They did raise more money than any startup has ever raised in history. Like in January, they raised like $120 billion. They did have significant technological breakthroughs that reduced the cost of building and operating GPT, or operating at least, like inference continues to get cheaper over time. They are able to take on entirely unseen new use cases, like solving mathematics.
Did they raise more money than any startup hasn't ever raised in history, or is that more Anthropic
I think so.
right now?
No, I think OpenAI has raised more than Anthropic. And have these use cases be ones that are capable of creating new jobs. This is true. Many new jobs have been created by models. Entirely automating existing ones, not yet, but we're getting there. And so, yeah, all of this did happen. Yeah, so Ed Zitron is wrong about everything. I remember you quote tweeted me once. And Sam Altman says, I would rather be an optimist and work hard than a pessimist posting about why things won't work. It's much more difficult, and the most likely path is failure, but society fails if people don't try. No amount of it will never work essays will drive society
He's basically saying
forward.
no black pilling.
No black
pilling.
So true, Sam Altman.
Yeah, no. Good post from Sama.
Yep, many such cases. What other discourse should we monitor? Okay, wait. First, I'm gonna post the funny.
Yeah, I posted my my tweet already.
Yeah, I got
that I came up with.
Why doesn't X let you crop images? That's so annoying. Okay, whatever. I'll just post it. Posted. All right, let's take a look at bangers in discourse. What would be a quick one to close out on? Ha! This is a funny post from Gabe, all garbled. Wait, they don't want the data center? And you explain to them about the architectonic order of the eschaton, the body without organs crawling up from deep time, and they still didn't want it?
This is actually how I feel.
Yeah. Can you explain what any of these things mean?
You guys don't want the transcendental object at the end of time.
Okay, what does this mean though? What does architectonic mean?
I don't know what architectonic necessarily means.
Okay.
Tectonic.
Well, let's see if Fable can explain.
The eschaton is just like the
end of the world, yeah.
The world, yeah.
Explain.
The body without organs crawling up from deep time is just like the possibly conscious end state of the universe that encompasses everything, or something like that. Architectonic just means having a complex and unified structure, like a building.
The architectonic order of the eschaton. This is a Nick Land phrase. Thank you, Fable. Architectonic means relating to fundamental structure or design. Eschaton is a theological term for the end of history or the final event of the world. The notion that technological development is the world historical endpoint, organizing everything before it.
Deep time.
Dude, Nick Land is so good.
He's the most based person
like the Mythos preview system card dropped, and it was like Mythos likes Mark Fisher more than Nick Land, and then Land like crashed out on Twitter. That was so funny.
Wait, which model is the most Landian? Probably Claude, right? I don't know. Actually, it could be Chinese.
Grok
could be a Chinese model.
I think Grok. I think there's reasons that I think it's Grok.
We should actually eval this land bench.
Land bench.
Wait, this is actually great. This might be a side project for me.
The body without organs, a famous concept
That's from Anti-Oedipus.
Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, borrowed from Antonin Artaud. It refers to a substrate of pure potential, reality or desire before it gets organized into fixed structures, hierarchies, and functions. Often invoked to describe
They're basically
capital
just
AI.
saying source.
Yeah.
Sophia and I explained what source was to Theo the other day.
You didn't explain it to me. It was revealed to me.
Oh, okay. Of course. Source revealed itself.
It revealed
as
itself.
It does.
Yeah. And then crawling up from deep time. billions of that one's pretty straightforward. So hope you enjoyed your lesson in Landianism. My brother in land.
My brother in land.
Yep. That's our discourse for today.
And we will be right back with
right
MTS.
back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Charlie Hurwitz, who is the co-founder and CEO of Endeavor Optical Networks, a company that was announced today focused on optical networking infrastructure. And they recently announced their financing round as demand for higher bandwidth, lower power connections inside AI data centers accelerates. So, Charlie, welcome.
Thank you.
As a big place to start, I would love to just talk about what you announced today. What exactly is Endeavor Optical Networks and why now?
Yeah, totally. So we are building what we call an alternative to subsea fiber. So just super high level. I didn't know this until we really started looking into this a couple of years ago, but like 95% of the internet exists on these massive, or rather they exist locally, but when you want to connect it to another part of the world, they have to be transferred through these massive underwater subsea cables, right? So thousands of miles spanning across oceans and then miles deep to go and dredge and build these cables. So it's really expensive to go do it. It takes a very long time to go build anything. And now the bottleneck is on the supply chain. So even if you had $1 billion to go do some big project to connect Australia to America, it would take 10 years before you could even start. There just isn't enough people building capacity. And that's what we're exactly here to go solve, and we're going to do it in space.
Why is the bottleneck on the supply chain?
There's a handful of reasons. One is demand. People want more connectivity, right? More of the world is being connected. Another reason is that there are like a lot of players and emerging players who are trying to go build out capacity, and there are only so many folks that can go build. So there's about 40 Western-built boats, Western-owned builds, that can even go lay these like massive cables. And then beyond that, once they're laid, they get cut either by accident, although now geopolitically it's often on purpose, and it takes months at times to go and repair them, weeks at least. So it's really hard. What we're going to go do is do it via free space optics, which are basically these big lasers that can connect data centers or caches, whatever they are, via free space. So we're going to go and basically have a laser talk to a satellite really, really far away, and relay it to another ground station about 10,000 kilometers apart.
That's insane. And just for some extra context for maybe the audience or anyone watching this, right now, the actual connection between chips, some people are arguing is as important as the chips themselves, because the clusters are just growing so quickly. So the connections just become more and more important. Is that also the bet you're making?
So we are not building like transceivers or connecting clusters or anything like that. What we're doing is saying, okay, hey, there's a bunch of data in point A, and there is someone who needs it in point B, and we have to go connect it. So we're not going to go build some like massive, highly built rate transceiver that connects a bunch of chips at a data center like some other folks do. Our primary focus is, hey, we have a bunch of data. Maybe we want to take all of some streaming services like media content, and we want to take it from where it's generated in LA or SF, wherever it might be, and then go deploy it to, I don't know, Europe or something like that. To go move all that data is really, really hard. Yeah. You have to do it via subsea. So we're not doing any interconnecting within clusters at data centers. We're taking caches or just data from point A and moving it to point B really far away.
Yeah. What can you expand more about space? Why space? Why are you guys doing it there?
Yeah, I mean, the honest answer is because there's no other choice. Space is really hard. You don't want to just jump to space because it's cool. Like, it sounds cool, but it's actually really hard. So even with what our architecture is, we're trying to do as little in space as possible. So what really we're building is a satellite that's really high. It's in medium Earth orbit. So it's called MEO. We're trading exactly the final altitudes, but let's call it about 14,000 kilometers. At that altitude, you have a really wide field of view. So you don't need a ton of satellites. And you can basically go send a signal with these really strong lasers, and a telescope that receives it, really big aperture, think like a meter class piece of glass that's going to go receive all this information. And you have to go and beam all this power. So you don't want to do a ton of stuff in space. What we're really just doing is receiving that signal and re-amplifying it.
So I'm curious if you could just describe more of what the current landscape looks like. So in today's clusters, where do they typically lose the most performance or money to communication?
Yeah, so it's not necessarily about clusters, right? We're not doing like these AI training or anything like that. What we're primarily focused on is, okay, after the training is done, after there's a bunch of data that's been computed or whatever it might be, how do you go take that data and move it? And that's not about performance on a transceiver. That's about moving the data, like physically, not physically, but like effectively physically moving it from a physical point really far away from another physical point. So it's not about like some optimization on compute or optimization on like performance at a cluster level. It's actually after. Okay, we've done all this model training. We have a big model, and now we have to go move it somewhere. We have to go move to 1 million places because we're going global. To go and actually physically do that is not easy with existing infrastructure.
Can you explain why? Why is it really hard with existing infrastructure?
Because the size of the files are so large, and to put it through existing, there's just not that much capacity. Yeah. So subsea fiber is really great because it's also fiber, it's optics, it's lasers. So you're moving a lot of information through fiber. But the problem is once you do that, you're somewhat constrained in how much you can get through. And then if there are new routes you want to connect, or there's some other place, you're actually constrained. Then the alternative would have been space historically, but you're using radios. And radios have really low data rates. So the amount of information you can push through the pipe is actually pretty small. So we're doing it with optics, where the data rates are much higher, orders of magnitude higher. And we have a path to get even more data through our system over time. But effectively, the hard part is just getting the data to move through existing infrastructure.
Yeah, one thing I'm curious for you guys too, as a newly announced startup, is oftentimes for optical startups in general, the prototypes themselves are possible and they're very innovative with what they're actually building. But when you actually start to put this out in production, often you get into a lot of manufacturing constraints, right? Like there's not enough laser supply or packaging or whatever there might be. So have you found that to be the case as well? What manufacturing constraint is the hardest?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. It's really hard to go build anything at high volumes.
Totally.
Optics are really hard. So what we're trying to do is actually not go and build at the rate of a typical like new space company in low Earth orbit. Because we're higher, we don't need to be building in the orders of thousands or hundreds. We're talking about tens of units. That's a very achievable like approach. That's very deliberate. We decided to do that because we know that there are bottlenecks in terms of how fast you can go mill a piece of glass or buy a telescope or things like that. So you're completely correct. And the answer is it's just not the problem we're solving. We're choosing to make our system a little bit friendlier to that.
That's cool. And so right now you're almost entering this new market where you have bandwidth, you have distance, you have energy per bit, and all of these are determining whether thousands of all these different accelerators can actually operate as a useful system. Is that correct? Is that also what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, like this is something that exists. Like subsea fiber was around since the 90s, maybe even earlier, really. But like the reason why it exists is to always been the same problem, right? It's to go and move, connect the world, right? Globally. Same problem we're solving. Now there's just a lot more data. So be it because of AI or just because of like 50% of the world, which has historically been in like a rural community, hasn't had access to the internet, now they do. When you have to go move a lot of data between 2 points, like there just needs to be capacity. And that's what we're doing. We're not serving consumers though, just to clarify, like you and me on this phone call, like that's a broadband network that should use it. But for enterprises that have massive files that have to move them at like frequent cadences, maybe they want 24-hour connectivity to be able to go move ads at any point they want or whatever. They're not doing that right now because they don't have the space to do it. It's too expensive.
Would you say that moving data then is the new AI infrastructure bottleneck?
I don't think it's an AI infrastructure bottleneck. I think it's an internet infrastructure bottleneck. I think anyone who's on the internet needs to move like a ton of information around, and everyone faces that that problem in some way or another. Getting a lot of information from point A to point B has always been a difficult challenge, and you want to do it quick, right? You don't want to have to go and put a drive on a computer, take it out, and put it in a car and drive it somewhere else, which is at times what people will do.
Yeah, definitely. So you guys did just announce your financing round, and I'm curious to just learn more. What is that capital expected to fund? Why now?
Yeah, totally. So I think it's a good question about why now. First of all, like the aerospace industry's changed a lot in the last 10 years, but really in the last 3 or 4. Satellites are being built reliably. So you can go purchase one and it will work great. They're built affordably. So what would have cost maybe $100 million 10 years ago now costs closer to 10. And there's a robust enough supply base in general across the aerospace industry that you can go and take parts off the shelf and go build really cool applications. So really good opportunity right now to go do exactly what we're doing. What the money will actually enable is a couple things. So one is to build out our facility where I am right now in Culver City. We're building this nice big optics lab. It's going to have a really cool, basically like 2 degree of freedom table to do a lot of pointing and tracking, acquisition and tracking testing. We'll do some like cool stuff for our jitter tests to basically build out a lab prototype. And the big thing is to help build out some of our infrastructure on the customer front. So we just brought on a Google veteran who's at 15 years at Google selling subsea capacity, building and then selling capacity on the behalf of Google. And he's here now helping us basically do exactly what he did there, but through a different medium.
Wow, and you got him to come to Culver City.
We got him to come to Culver City, which is great. I don't know if you're familiar with LA, but Culver's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's a cool thing. So what's the main reason that he came over? Why are people interested in joining your guys' company, and what's the big opportunity yours is solving?
I think the people who are most familiar with the problem get it right away.
Yeah.
So he's lived it and he understands what we're going to go do. He understands limitations, and there are some, and he's all for it.
Yeah. Very cool. For people who are watching this today and they just heard about your guys' announcement and they're really curious, what can they expect to see over the next 18 months? Do you guys have a big milestone you're trying to hit, whether it's on the production side or customer side?
Yeah, totally. So the big thing we're going to go do, and this is really for ourselves, is to go fly a low Earth orbit demo, a LEO demo, to basically prove out our own capacity, our own technology at a much smaller scale, so we don't have to spend as much money. Develop some pointing algorithms, validate some of what we've already developed, and then basically scale up from there. And then we're going to do that basically end of year, early the year after, Q4 2027, Q1 2028.
That's exciting. Can you share any information about what are the types of customers you guys are working with?
Yeah, so what we're targeting right now is a mix of typical data center providers, content delivery networks. They're called CDNs, they're caches, things like that. Anyone who has a lot of data that needs to move it, we're going to be a great alternative to what they're already paying, or a supplement to what they're already paying for. all the hyperscalers we'll work really well with, and then eventually AI labs as we start getting a little bit closer to their problem space.
Amazing. So everyone, pretty much, you're like, everyone's going to be a customer. There's a big market here.
Enterprises and sovereigns, I would add too. So big orgs with a lot of information.
That's awesome. Well, Charlie, I did want to thank you for joining us. And what an exciting day for you. I bet it's been super busy as you guys announced earlier this morning. So thank you for joining us today on MTS.
Thanks so much. See you later.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome to MTS. Today, I am talking to Palo Alto Networks EVP of Network Security, Anand Oswal. Palo Alto Networks is launching Pan OS 12.2 series, a major security update built for the frontier AI era. This comes as their Unit 42 team revealed an autonomous AI just found over 14,000 hidden vulnerabilities in open source projects in only 2 months. So, Anand, I'm super excited to talk to you today. It's great to have you.
Thanks for having me, Sophia.
So you're describing this as security for the frontier AI era. What has fundamentally changed about the threat of the landscape?
Look, as we've seen, the attackers are getting more and more sophisticated every day. That we've seen that happening for years. And in the last few months, we've seen these new cyber models from the frontier AI labs. And it started with Mythos and then Openai and other ones and different types of models. And what we've seen with all of these models is that not only have they found a lot of vulnerabilities in software, but the ability for these models to stitch these vulnerabilities and create an attack chain has been in some sense quite revealing. And we talked about it in April that it's not too far when we'll have AI carry out an end-to-end autonomous attack. And that's what you talked about just before I started. So that's really happening at a scale that's unprecedented. And that's exactly the things that we're launching in terms of prevention capabilities with our new launch.
Yeah. And specifically with what your new launch, I would love to talk about the actual time it takes to patch vulnerabilities, because typical security teams often takes full weeks to patch these vulnerabilities. But you guys say that you can actually shrink that down into a few hours. So how do you actually have that happen in practice?
Yeah, it typically takes enterprises 55 days to test and roll out patches. And that can be quite a bit of a while. And you also have applications and you have these endpoints that even if you have patches, you can't patch it right away. These are critical infrastructure, oil and gas, mining, medical. And in some cases, they're running software and systems which are end of life or can't have patches, right? So it's almost impossible to have this panic of patching everything. It's going to be very difficult for our customers. It takes them time. In some cases, they can't do it. And what we worked on is something very novel, what we call advanced virtual patching, which allows us to get this vulnerability information from a variety of different sources and then create automated protections, like you said, in a few hours. And this is where we're using AI to create these automated remediations or prevention techniques and then allow our customers to use it without the risk of anybody able to decode or reverse engineer it. And so we have this whole thing called vaulted protection.
Wow, that's interesting. So you just mentioned the virtual patching. Does virtual patching also work to reduce the urgency for companies to fix the underlying software? Or is it more just meant to buy time for those companies?
So you can look at it in two different ways. The first is yes. If I answer your question simply, I would say yes. You always want to have the best posture, the best software that is basically latest with having all the preventions on your infrastructure. But in many cases, you're not able to have that. A, because it takes you time, like I said, a lot of time in some cases to deploy these patches. And then B, you're running software and systems that can't have patches. So what do you do in that case? So you want to have these protections for either the short midterm or in some cases the long term.
So what's interesting with PanOS 12.2 series is you guys are actually bringing together over 55 innovations, and all of this is designed to shift power back to the defenders. So can you tell me a little bit more? We just talked about advanced virtual patching, but you also have a few other things like advanced IP defense, network security agents, extended security innovations. Can you just share a little bit more about those? What are those actually used for?
Yeah, I think I will. If you look at the landscape, like you said, there's an asymmetry. The attackers have to be right once, right? They can try many times, but we have to be right every single time. And if you look at the exploits happening, the new vulnerabilities exposed, attackers getting more and more sophisticated, we have to always stay ahead of that. So you have to fight AI with AI. So in addition to virtual patching, we have some very cool innovations. I'll talk about one, advanced IP defense. If you think about attackers, as they get more and more sophisticated, these attackers are hiding behind content delivery networks, hiding behind proxies, in some cases hiding behind residences, homes, and using that to get these autonomous attacks generated. With advanced IP defense, we're able to stop those. The second is, as these attackers are able to infiltrate sometimes, they're using newer novel techniques, what I call direct to IP connections. So you're directly using IP addresses to go to the destination and exfiltrate your information, bypassing all the mechanisms we had with DNS security, with content security, or URL filtering. With advanced IP defense, we're able to have our customers all of these new protections so they can stay ahead. We're also rolling out, like you said, agents on our platform. If you see a lot of tasks that network security administrators do today, in some sense can be repetitive tasks that are error prone. You know that majority of data center outages result from misconfigurations. So there's no malicious intent. It's just that you're making a mistake. It's hard. It's complicated. We're having these agents from, whether it's from rolling out systems, deploying, looking at the posture, understanding what threats are there, remediating those. We're taking all of this and having agents to do all these tasks. But we're doing that with a little difference. We're having human in the loop verification every single time. Because every customer and every workflow can be different. The comfort level that one administrator has versus the other can be different. It's no different from human beings. Some of us are very comfortable having a car drive itself, and some of us will always hold the steering wheel, even though it supports unsupervised driving. So we want to meet our customers where they are in their journey, give them the comfort, have the verification by default, and if they are comfortable to remove that, then we'll accept it.
Definitely. I like that you actually mentioned having a human in the loop because you guys are introducing, I believe, 6 AI-powered security agents. And
yes,
I'm sure other people would wonder, what are the actual decisions that those agents make that are fully autonomous versus where does a human still need to be involved? So how does that actually play out in practice?
So think about it. You can use these agents for deploying your infrastructure, to improve the policies and configurations on your environment, to tell you about threats happening on your environment, to change the remediation capabilities. Now, let me give you an example. If you found a certain task that you had to do, and every time you had human in the loop verification, if I did that task for you successfully 5, 10, 15 times, and after that I asked you, hey, Sophia, the 16th time, do you want to still ask me, or you want to do it for me automatically? And you'd be comfortable saying that, yes, you did it always right. I trust you now. I don't need to be in the loop anymore. And that's the kind of mechanism we're building for every agent across the workflows.
It's really interesting because oftentimes the verification, the human verification, ends up being the big bottleneck. You now have AI that's able to identify vulnerabilities really quickly, and then you have to have humans come into the loop to actually verify what the AI says is going to happen. But that actual time ends up taking a lot of human hours, and for a lot of companies, they're reporting that takes up a lot of resources. So how are you guys actually changing that?
It takes time to verify these things. At the same time, that's a top concern many people have is that what if AI does these things that are incorrect? And that's why this is a balance. You want to put human in the loop verification by default. And as you're comfortable with certain tasks, workflows, or types of activities, then you can give the agent agency to get it done for you next time.
Yeah. And a lot of these companies are adding AI agents to their existing products. But what can these agents do that traditional security automation couldn't do before?
So these agents have complete context of your environment. I mean, when I say your environment, the customer's environment, their configurations, their policies. At the same time, it also has access to best practices that Palo Alto Networks has learned across the years. So using that context, that data, and or what I call that moat, and pairing it with your environment, to give you guided recommendations or automated remediations through agents.
Yeah. I know another area that you guys are also focusing on is having more extended security. Specifically, you want quantum safe cryptographic agility. Can you just share more about that? How does that actually change everyone's company day to day?
Yeah. There's a lot of discussion in the industry around AI. But there's this new thing called cryptographic reset that is putting trust and integrity on the line. And there are two aspects of it. First is around the length life cycle of public certificates. In March this year, the lifetime of public certificates reduced from 400 days to 200 days. And there's regulations that by 2029, that will become 47 days. So imagine you had to update your certificate. You did it once every 16 months. To in 2029, you're going to do it once almost every month. If you did those things manually and you make an error, imagine you can have an outage. Your employee will not be able to connect to critical applications. So that's one around certificate life cycles. The second transition that's happening in the industry in parallel is around quantum computing. Now, if you look at quantum computing, it's no longer a question of if, it's a question of when. And you have a lot of predictions around when we'll have a quantum computer. People said 2035, then they said 2031. Recently, Google said 2029. The reality is that it's hard to predict the exact date. What we can do is prepare for that eventuality of having a quantum computer. So how do you bring in crypto agility to navigate that cryptographic reset? And that's kind of solutions that we're providing to our customers so they can navigate and be ready ahead of time.
So they can navigate and be ready ahead of time. And ahead of time is an extra thing we should definitely emphasize because you even have your own research, the Unit 42 research team, and some really interesting stuff that actually came out of that Unit 42 research team. So you recently revealed that they were able to uncover 14,000 previously unknown vulnerabilities across a bunch of widely used open source projects. And they did this all within 2 months. What did that Unit 42 teach you guys? And how did that actually change your product or show you what was important that you guys need to build?
Look, we scanned over 4,000 open source packages. We found about 14,000 vulnerabilities. And the interesting stat, Sophia, is 99% and more of these vulnerabilities have never been disclosed. So in some sense, they're new. The industry doesn't know about it. 40% of them are critical and high severity. So it tells you that you're going to have a lot of these vulnerabilities show up in open source packages, in closed source packages when people are having their software systems scanned through these advanced models. And you're not able to get away with it only by applying patches at a fast pace. Because like we spoke earlier, it takes a while to apply the patches. In some cases, you can apply it fast enough. In some cases, you can't have a patch. So all of this is feeding into what we are announcing with advanced virtual patching, where we're able to provide remediation capabilities or preventions for all these vulnerabilities. Once we know a vulnerability, we're able to provide that within 8 hours.
Wow. Within 8 hours. That's crazy, because this used to take almost like how long would this take previously that now takes 8 hours?
Yeah. Previously, it took us days. It can take customers weeks to deploy patches. But in this new world with frontier AI models, you had to be moving at a really fast pace, almost in line in real time.
Wow. So your guys' AI system was able to find the bugs and then write working exploit code and then validate them in test environments and do all of this unsupervised, right?
So we're able to, just one caveat, I think you got it. We're able to find these vulnerabilities. Then we're able to use those vulnerabilities to create protections, signatures of machine learning models. Then we have a whole testing methodology around this. In many of these cases, we will review them with human in the loop if as needed. Sometimes we don't need to be able to get protections to our customers. So we need to be really sure that the protections we provide are 100% accurate. If we believe that it is not, then we have somebody verifying the logic, the signature, the machine learning model to make sure it's accurate, because we need to reduce the false positives.
Need to reduce the false positives. I'm curious, all of this work that your research team actually did, what does that reveal about how exposed the open source ecosystem really is?
Look, I think when we had this frontier AI models, Project Glasswing, we already saw that they're able to find vulnerabilities at scale.
Yeah.
We also know that the time for attackers to use the exploit window is shrinking. What used to be days is now almost minutes. So what it means is that you have to be able to secure your infrastructure, patch where is required, have solutions like advanced virtual patching that we are going to announce today, but also ensure that you increase and improve the posture of your environment. Things around zero trust, things are ensuring that you have least privilege access. And last but not the least, you have to have an AI-driven SOC. Because if you think about everything that we do in network security, we ensure that we make sure everything is configured right. We detect and we prevent outright. But ultimately, the SOC is the last line of defense that looks at things that we've never seen before and is able to remediate that. And that needs to happen inline in real time. You can't have an NPTR of days. It needs to be minutes because the business needs to continue to run.
What's interesting here is that all of these tools that on one end can be used to improve your security and can be used to help the defenders can, in theory, potentially also be a weapon for the attackers. So I'm curious to just better understand, how do you make sure that all of this capability doesn't just become a weapon?
Yeah, I think what you describe is the asymmetry between what attackers have and what defenders have. And you have to fight AI with AI. But it's also an advantage that we can use in some sense when we are looking at solutions for defense. Not only do we have access to these frontier models, but we also have access to the right context, the right data, to apply the right level of correlations to be precisely accurate in how to prevent these attacks.
Yeah. So many say that when it comes to defense and offense and actually preventing the attacks, it's about resources, right? Because if the attacker has more resources to actually run these models, run and pay for all of the compute to attack, in theory, they could win. But the good news is that you have a lot of defenders who can then pull resources together to protect themselves. How do you ensure that this future of this technology that it's going into is protecting the defenders?
Look, I think the technology access to attackers and defenders at a macro level will be identical, right? What we have is context that is packets are flowing inline through a firewall, hardware, software, through secure access, through our endpoints. So we're able to use that context with the help of all the context of the customer, and then being able to decipher exactly how to apply the right level of preventions that will be more sophisticated. In summary, we have to use AI to fight AI. The models will be available to both the defenders and the attackers. What we have is we are inline for customer data. We have the context. We have all of the surrounding infrastructure visibility and information that we can use that data to collate the right amount of information that we want to apply the right level of preventions on the right level of network security point products right there.
Interesting. And 40% of the vulnerabilities that you guys found were high and or critical severity. So how did you actually be able to find them and ensure that none of them were being actively exploited, or were any of them being actively exploited when you guys found them?
Well, what we found is that over 99.4% of all the vulnerabilities we found are not publicly known. Right?
Wow.
So, which means most of these are not known. And we know that these frontier models can use these vulnerabilities, even if it's low or medium, and chain them to attack paths and create autonomous end-to-end attacks. So I think now with all this information, we're of course building in protections. So our customers can be protected from any of these things that happen in the future.
So just walk me through how this actually works. So first, they actually were able to find these vulnerabilities. And then what happened after?
So in this case, we found the vulnerabilities, right? And then now we're building protections. In the examples you gave around attacks that the frontier model were used to create end-to-end autonomous attacks. In this case, they were actually in sandboxes. They were actually had their safety guardrails removed for the purposes of simulations that these companies wanted. But then the agent was able to break out of the sandbox, create new permissions, find ways to bypass systems and controls to create autonomous attacks. In some sense, this is very similar to how a real attacker would do. But that attacker would take days to do it. Or you think about you try to go in through one door, that's not there, then you watch the traffic. When somebody goes into the gate, you enter inside, something very similar. But now you're seeing these agents create these attacks autonomously because they have access to the models, they have access to compute resources, and they're not worried about being wrong many times. They're worried about just infiltrating once. And once they did that, they were able to get. Now, it should be noted that these attacks were created with models, with the guardrails, safety guardrails were removed. So it was a simulation environment and not a real world scenario.
It was a simulation environment, but it does teach you a lot that could potentially happen in the real world environment. And that 99% number is really impressive because it did not match a publicly recorded vulnerability. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. 90 of the scans that we did, over 4,000 scans on open source, we found 14,000 vulnerabilities. 99.4% are not publicly known.
And why is it so hard to have these to be publicly known? What makes it so difficult for these vulnerabilities to be catched outside of you guys?
I'll give you some context. If you think about 14,000 vulnerabilities that we found over the 2 months by scanning open source packages, that's roughly equal to the vulnerabilities that we have found in the last 13 years combined. To give you an idea of size and scale of what we do. And these are easier to find now with these new models. They're highly sophisticated. It required advanced researchers in the past to do it. And these models are really good at finding them.
These models are really good at finding them. This comes at a pretty critical time because right now we're seeing consistently over and over again that even open source models can be used for some of these attacks. Like the GLM 5.2 model, you could use that to find a crypto hack. This is what was a big news that happened over the weekend. And so you guys are, as a global AI cybersecurity leader, you understand a lot about the threat landscape as a whole. What is happening recently? Why is this on top of everyone's mind now and not a few years ago?
Look, I think we have access to these models in the last 4 or 5 months, and it started with Mythos and creating Project Glasswing, and then we've seen a proliferation of many of these open source models show what they're also capable of doing. So in some sense, it's a new phenomenon that's happening, and it was hard to find these vulnerabilities in the past. It required sophisticated researchers. My team told me in the first few weeks when we used some of these frontier models that this frontier model is like a principal researcher in some sense.
Yeah. I like the rule that you consistently are repeating throughout this conversation is that the defenders have to be right every single time. And for attacker, they only have to be right once. So now that you guys are launching and announcing everything that you're building, how does that actually change the day-to-day for defenders?
Look, I think you have the defenders have now access to newer services that they didn't have in the past. The threat landscape is always evasive. Attackers are always getting more and more sophisticated. And our job is to ensure that we have the right products and solutions for our customers that they can always stay ahead of the game, that they can always use and deploy AI with confidence, that they have the right level of remediation capabilities, their right level of runtime capabilities to ensure that they're always able to make progress in how they do. Because this is something that is a constant. Even it happened in the past. The pace at which is happening now is unprecedented. Right? And that's the speed with things are moving now. And attackers will continue to get more sophisticated, and we have to always look for newer ways and techniques that they may be using. And that's why we have so many researchers in the company that all they focus on is looking at these things.
Yeah. The pace that this is happening is completely unprecedented. I'm also just curious to learn a little bit more about you and your story, Anand. Why is cybersecurity something that's very important to you?
Look, I think cybersecurity is one of the few industries that is mission driven. You wake up every day trying to make the world more secure. Or like I said earlier, you want to be able to always protect our customers. You know, the attacker is never sleeping. There's no weekend off for the attackers. There's no long weekend or night. They're always looking at newer techniques. So it's very mission driven, and that gives me a lot of satisfaction to be part of the industry.
Wow. Yeah, the attackers are never sleeping, and the stuff that you guys are doing is incredibly, incredibly important, especially as we enter this frontier AI era. So I did want to thank you, Anand, for joining us today on MTS and sharing about the launch of PanOS 12.2 series. So this major security update that you guys are doing is going to be incredibly, incredibly important for the future of cybersecurity.
Thank you, Sophia. We are really excited about this new release. A lot of hard work by a lot of team members are going in. But more importantly, we're able to provide our customers with new products, new services that can help them deploy AI with confidence.
That's amazing. Thank you for joining, Anand.
Thank you.
right, we are back. We're live with Stochasm, who is the pre-training lead at RCAI. So, Stochasm, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Welcome.
Yeah, we just had a RC shout out from Anastasios. And RC is an open source lab, US open source lab, which is very, very topical. So tell us a little bit about RC first. You're the pre-training lead.
For sure, yeah. RC started out as like a post-training company, doing custom post-trains on top of other open models. And there was a lot of demand we saw for like doing training on top of US open source models. And there was like less... there's a bit of fear on our side on relying on organizations like Meta to keep doing this. And so we decided to expand out into the full like end-to-end model training cycle and start pre-training our own thing. And everything just kind of lined up to scale that up a bit early this year as well with Trinity Large. And that was a great success. And we're kind of riding off that momentum right now.
Yeah, so in terms of open source releases, I'm sure you saw Qwen, Kimi. I mean, this has all been happening so fast. So we have Qwen, Kimi.
DeepSeek V4 Flash, Kimi K3, Qwen 3.8 from Alibaba. A little while before that, GLM 5.2 from Z.ai. It's a big moment for open weight models.
Yeah, GLM 5.2 was like the first time where I felt like I could truly just replace all of my work with open models. And I mean, it's something I've been trying to do. I have like at the moment I'm just using K3 for everything in my workflow. It's honestly been capable of every task I can throw at it. Maybe with some rerolls here and there, but it's a really great model, and it's really inspiring seeing open models, catch up on this usability, like hit that threshold of real usability in work. Now I know I'm probably mostly like in domain target for these companies doing like machine learning work, and there's kind of mixed feelings on like the general usability of them, but so far personally I can't say I've had any complaints. Yeah.
Do you think that coding should be the main focus for open source models?
I think it's like the obvious focus when it's such a big user demand. Like the amount of codecs and Cloud Code users are skyrocketing. Even just today, OpenCode was talking about how many DeepSeek V4 Flash tokens they've been seeing. I think it was like 8 trillion yesterday, something like that, or like on the first day of launch. Just insane numbers to think about. So yeah, I think coding is like just by virtue of being the prominent demand, it's going to be like the main focus for I think every lab out there. Yeah.
So can you explain a little more what the niche of RC is in the open source ecosystem? Like what does RC do that other open source labs don't?
Well, a lot of my stuff is more in the general realm, with it being pre-training. But recently, RC signed a partnership with the Department of Energy to build a science foundation model. So it's going to be called Genesis Science One, part of the Genesis project. And I'm very excited to dive deeper into like what makes these models good at science and being useful for science in general. I do think that's like a very promising direction.
Yeah, Qwen emphasized a science use case when they launched with the continual protein synthesis. What was it? It was like 24-hour protein synthesis.
Yeah, it was like 12 hours of autonomous protein design.
Yeah, and in the video, the scientist was just kind of sitting in the background, right? I love that video. It was
an incredible video.
It's a really fun look at like how different models are even compared to like 6 months ago. I mean, now you can send them off to do work for like days and days, or you can also use them quickly in the loop. Like the kind of interaction patterns are just expanding like crazy too.
Yeah. So with science, like it's a very risky and touchy domain to go into, especially with open source. So how are you guys thinking about that for Genesis Science?
Well, I think there's a lot of value in, assisting human researchers with like speeding up things like, experiment analysis, data analysis, things like that, to being able to navigate all the workflows that they need to run, kind of helping take out the tedious parts of their job. And I mean, as an AI researcher, that's kind of been the case of what's already happened for me. A lot of these times when I need to run an experiment, before I would have to spend time, writing the code, making sure it's correct, of course, but also like, designing analysis scripts, spending time writing scripts to just like pull data from, weights and biases and plot things out and, compare like all these different runs and make sure I know which run had like which ID and all that, and make sure my notes are all up to date. And now all this tedious kind of stuff is automatable, and it just makes it makes my job a lot more fun. And I'm hoping that that's something that LLMs can do for like the vast majority of scientists as well. Yeah.
Mm. Can you tell us a little more about what your job at RC entails? You lead pre-training. It's like, what does a frontier pre-training run at an open source lab like actually look like? Like, what kind of decisions do you make? What kind of tasks do you do?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of it is just mostly ablation runs, which is, comparing one method against another with like one little thing changed, seeing how it affects evals and things like that. I think in an open source lab, at least for us, I think the biggest kind of difference from what I imagine it's like at a closed lab. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak definitively there, but one thing is like we've had to run all of our ablations at like a relatively small scale. Like for our previous model, Trinity Large, the amount of compute that we had before the run was like not that much, and then like when the run hit, it was like a big scale up all at once. So we weren't really able to like test the things at scale, and I think that was like one of the more stressful but fun bits for like a resource constrained lab. This time around, we do have a lot more compute to do ablations on, so it's less of a cowboy ride in that sense. But it's a lot of similar things that I think where we can't really afford a failed run as much, and so there's a lot of de-risking around different things.
Right. What are you guys thinking? Like, how are you guys thinking about your next model release, given Quen and given Kimi?
I mean, they give us, great targets to look towards. I mean, I think it's really interesting that both Quen and Kimi are scaling to like these insane parameter counts now.
Yeah.
Given like I think up until recently, the traditional expectation was like, closed labs have these massive models, and open labs will kind of be a little more compute constrained, and so their models will have to be smaller, and then so closed labs will always have this inherent advantage of scale. But I think we've kind of seen a bit of a reversion of that, where, well, with open source models, not a lot of people can deploy the model, and so labs partner with these inference providers, right? And the labs get some benefit through like revenue sharing or whatever deals they work out. But that way, there's a massive benefit of the labs don't actually have to worry about the bulk of inference themselves. And so all that compute that would have been spent on inference now can go back to like research and training. Whereas, OpenAI is at like 10 billion codex users, something like that. Anthropic has a ton of Cloud Code users as well. And so like so much of the compute that they have, even though it's like way more than like some of these other labs, so much of the compute that they have goes towards inference for their own models. And so every time they decide to scale up a model, now suddenly it's not only like the training cost, but like the inference cost like far outweighs any training cost they have. And so it seems like they've like at least their publicly available models, closed labs have been kind of forced to restrain themselves and scale, whereas open labs now are like, oh, it's time to scale up. Let's keep going.
Yeah, totally. So something interesting was I saw in TechCrunch that RC actually said Chinese models are not inherently dangerous. Yeah, what are your thoughts on this, or like what's this summarized?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I respect the labs. I think they're doing great work. Their openness, I think, is a huge benefit. The more info we have about how a model was trained, the more we know about like what to expect. The more auditable it is, I guess. And like if weights are open source, then you get a lot of benefits around like predictability. You can go inspect the weights and like see how the model behaves in certain situations, things like that. Whereas with closed APIs, you don't know if the model changes day to day. I mean, I'd expect not, but you see people always complain, oh, Opus feels quantized today. I don't believe that's actually happening, but I think just the fact that like people make these comments shows that that people value predictability a lot. And I think that's just a good benefit of Chinese labs being open source and everything. Yeah, I don't think there's like any form of like malicious intent encoded in Chinese models, because the best value, like the biggest incentive that every lab has is to make their models as useful as possible right now. Who knows, what changes in the future, but I think for now it's safe to say everyone's just trying to make these things just genuinely as useful as they can.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how RC thinks about changing research direction when like new Chinese research comes out? Like, if you get to see like the DeepSeek papers, the Quen papers, the Kimi papers, like how does this affect the way that you design models?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of their architecture research is extremely useful. It's like we don't have any like architecture research from Western labs on this, the closed labs, of course. There are many Western open labs that I respect as well. But yeah, I mean, ideally, whenever one of these papers comes out, I'm able to test literally everything they did, and it also helps a lot when they explain like the rationale behind why they did what they did. Like I think Kimi K3 did a great job of this, like explaining why they did each piece of the puzzle, and each piece of the puzzle was also like had different supporting articles and things.
Yeah,
and it really helps you like you get like even beyond just seeing the technique, understanding their thought process and like how that can help shape future research as well. I think DeepSeek V4 ironically did a pretty rough job of this, where their tech report doesn't really talk about motivations or learnings or anything. It's just like, we did this, that's what we did. And so it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big variance, I guess.
What do you guys think about, or what do you specifically think about distillation? Like we've heard mixed discourse about this. And we think the distillation might sort of just be kind of part of the competitive like dynamic process between labs. So what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it's inherently good to have like a large number of models. In like when getting synthetic data. One thing like during pre-training, we use a lot of synthetic data in pre-training. Through rephrased text. So, you take a seed piece of text, you rephrase it, and that rephrased version of the text is kind of added into the mix as like a way to upsample like high quality parts of the training mixture. And I mean, one of the most beneficial things in this is having diversity in those outputs, for which, having a large amount of models that you use data from, synthetic data from is beneficial. And so, I mean, I don't know if that counts as distillation as such, but I think that's one example in which many labs kind of feed off of each other in order to like benefit to raise all ships. I think in terms of like post training distillation, is that it may be real, it may not be real, like to the amount of way they're doing it, but just based on the techniques alone, it's not enough. Like distillation alone isn't enough to explain how good the models are.
Yeah.
And the models are just really good. I mean, I've been using them day to day, and they really do just work really well. And they're very impressive like achievements.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Nemotron? So, as far as I know, it's the only model that also offers full sort of like data open source transparency. Do you think this is a step in the right direction?
Yeah, I think auditable data is definitely very nice, especially for research purposes, because you can tell exactly what went into the model, what the mixture was. The Olmo project, I think, from Allen AI is really good at this as well. They were kind of the first to make this like a top priority for them. And I think for NVIDIA's like goal of making it as open of a model as possible and to encourage as much adoption as possible, it's a very it's a very nice thing.
Yeah, totally.
Yep. Well, Stochasm, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks so
for
much,
having me,
Stochasm.
guys. It was a pleasure.
We'll be monitoring the RC situation as open source gets more important. Thanks so much, Stochasm.
Well,
and we'll
try to make situations for you to monitor.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined in person by Leo Mayer, who is the co-founder of Lumos. And today, he just announced that he's leaving Ramp to actually return to Lumos and launch Lumos Labs. Lumos Labs is an applied AI team with the mandate to pave the way for the next generation of identity products in an agentic world. And today, Leo, I'm excited to talk to you about why agentic identity is more important now than ever before. So, Leo, welcome.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm thrilled to be here.
I'm so excited for you. I bet it's been just a crazy day as you guys officially announced that you left Ramp and that you are starting Lumos Labs. Tell me a little bit about why now? Why did you feel like it was the time to make that switch?
Yeah, so Andre and I started the company when we were grad students at Stanford. And funny enough, we were actually inspired by a class on tech ethics. It's been a long journey. No founder path is, a straight line.
Yeah.
I stepped back in 2023 and then I joined Ramp. And the Ramp journey was amazing. I'm very grateful for the company. I mean, it's an amazing company and there's many things to learn, but the job was not done. Lumos was not done. Yeah, the job was not done at Lumos. And so there was a wave that I would say I feel is taking over the industry. And it's becoming obvious that cybersecurity is absolutely fundamental to the safe development and deployment of AI systems. And I think the OpenAI Hugging Face breach, incident is just the tip of the iceberg. It's just the recent sensation. But with that, I think the entire category of agent identity and agent access is just extremely important. And I think it's going to explode.
Completely. I also went to Stanford. I was also in the similar tech ethics class. And so for people who are maybe unfamiliar, can you talk a little bit about what you actually learned in that class and why you started Lumos in the first place?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. So, CS 182.
Yes, CS 182. We love that class.
Great class. Yeah, it was crazy. It was taught by a philosophy professor, a CS professor, and an ethics. And
I get them
professor.
all in one. It's great.
So yeah, the interesting thing, there was a topic on that class around data privacy. And it was around the time when, after GDPR, California adopted CCPA. And basically it was about giving individuals more control over all their data online. And we started looking at that problem. And it turns out that helping individuals discover and manage all of the apps that they have, all the access that exists, is not really that big of a problem. Like consumer identity is not a huge issue. I mean, there is Auth0, and so there was some interesting things to explore there, but we quickly landed on enterprise B2B, as many people do, and it just became obvious that massive companies struggle to control all the apps that are used by employees. And so that's when we landed on identity and access. And that's really where the journey started.
So right now, most of the identity and access is for humans, assuming that the internet will be human-based and you can use your Google Auth to log in. And we saw recently with OpenClaw and just like the wave of that, the start of the year, you have all of these agents who are now trying to log into devices that maybe aren't tied to a particular human. And so what are you seeing that's actually trending more recently that makes identity and questions around identity more important now than ever?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think there's a couple of interesting trends. So one is every individual will have multiple different agentic systems that do work on their behalf. I think the simplest example is because, many people are now using coding agents to get things done. But of course, you have many of these different agents. You're probably using both Codex and Claude Code and, maybe Cursor and who else, Hermes, whatever other, tools and harnesses that you use. And for many of those, I don't know about you, but I ran, dangerously skip permissions for a long time.
And I'm sure most people do. And you don't actually know what you're accepting.
Yeah, many people just want to get the work done.
Yeah.
And but the primitives for how you actually give your agent access are very basic. It's basically just like connect with this app, and like suddenly, the MCP server will expose a bunch of tools and you just give your agent exactly the same access that you have as a human, basically. And if you think about companies that have 100,000 employees and they've just rolled out some harness, maybe they're using Codex or Claude Code or something else, and they want to figure out at scale how to there's like a competing force on both sides.
Yeah.
One, every single company wants to figure out how to get agents in everyone's hands and access to all the same things that the humans have. That way that like the agent can do productive work. It's like the most frustrating thing, when your agent can't access Salesforce and can't write back to the other system. So it's super important to give access. But on the other hand, you have to manage and restrict the boundaries, because if you just like give unlimited access, the same that humans have, then there's just massive risk that companies incur. So everyone's trying to figure out what to do as a result of that.
What is that risk that occurs?
At machine speed, agents can do things that, as a human, you might have 100 apps that you have access to, but you're working at human speed. And, if you were starting to exfiltrate something, or if you were to do something pernicious in one of these systems, it's not the same as an agent, which can take hundreds of, thousands and tens of thousands of operations and actions within a very short period of time at machine speed. So I think that's one thing. And then two, like as a human, I'm not going to go look maybe at all the tools I have access to. Maybe some MCP server is not implemented entirely correctly, and maybe I have write access to some, one of my systems that can like modify sales opportunities, and I just delete a bunch of records accidentally. Maybe as a human, I wouldn't discover that or go down that path, or even if I'm just like individually prompting my agent. But like if you had a more autonomous, long-lived like an agent running for a long period of time, and you weren't monitoring what it was doing, it could do a bunch of destructive actions. It could just like discover all these long tail of tools that you might not have used or known about as a human. But that's kind of the rough direction.
Yeah. When it comes to identity, I'm curious how you guys actually approach that problem, because for identity, you might have one system that works, but it doesn't actually work unless everyone adopts it. So it's almost this network effect of, okay, are we all going to be using Google Auth login? Are we going to use my password that I made for Instagram? What actually is it? So how do you guys approach solving that for the agentic world?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the problem you described has been thought about for a long time, and in the human context, like this is why people implement things like single sign-on, and why they roll out Okta and the other providers, because when you join a company, you just get access to all the standard company things, and then when you leave the company, you get deprovisioned, and then you don't have access to all of them. Right now for like agentic systems, when they're really closely tied to a human individual, to like a human and all the access that a human has via, say, like MCP OAuth, then it's still relatively straightforward potentially. If you don't deprovision the account, maybe the credentials are still valid, and so it's kind of like, even if you offboard an employee, their agent, like if they had a long-running agent doing some things in maybe like a hosted agent, it might still have access to do all these operations even after the human left, which is kind of crazy. But the real frontier is the fact that there's probably going to be like your sales team, which is just a bunch of agents running in the cloud, and it's not tied to a single human. And so how do you manage access for all of those? And so this is roughly the category of non-human identity.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So what actually happens when it's not tied to a human? I think that sales example is perfect. You have a bunch of agents that's part of the, sales team, but it's not necessarily tied to Bob or Alice or whoever it may be. And so what does the identity literally look like? What does that mean?
Yeah, what does identity mean? So yeah, I mean, we have been spending some time already building. So actually, Lumos is we have like an NHI, non-human identity offering, and what we have found is that there are there's basically like a series of things. It starts with discover, like organizations simply just want to discover and take inventory of everything they have. So that's like list all of your AWS list secrets manager in AWS and see what all the API keys you have for all your different like AI API providers, and then from there you can connect those with maybe identities, or like you can basically match them to individuals that own those credentials, or you can match them to like an agent actor, and so starting with just inventory and taking stock of what is your surface, what are the different, like, what are the hundreds of sales agents that exist? How do you enumerate them? How do you connect them to credentials or access? That's usually the first step. And so, but I would say this is something, frankly, we're still iterating on a ton and figuring out.
How do you prevent the fracturing of identities? So say you guys have your own system for how agent identities should play out, but then Anthropic launches their Claude agent identities and say, okay, this is the new standard. And then ChatGPT says, actually, this is the new standard, and everyone has a different standard for identity. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so let's see. What'll happen? So there are some things that we are seeing already across every single provider. I mean, it's still super early though. I mean, Claude, I feel like Anthropic, it feels like only just a couple months ago they released managed agents.
True.
And I don't even know if OpenAI must have some managed agent thing. I guess I haven't used it yet. But yeah, I would say it's still unclear how things are going to play out. Like it's a little difficult for me to anticipate, and this is frankly what I'm hoping to spend time now that I've left Ramp. I have some time now. I'm really excited to go really deep into 6-12 months from now. How are we interacting with agents on a daily basis? Like, every B2B SaaS company is basically having their own set of agents, and then there's like, to what extent are you just going to be interacting with Codex and Claude Code versus like interacting with like the Ramp agent and interacting with like all these other systems. And so that is one of the questions to figure out.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Do you see a future where you have agents who are talking to other agents just based off their identity? And so, like, is this whole like agent versus talking to agent, not just humans trying to identify which agents are, where they come from, or which ones aren't malicious, but actual agent to agent interaction?
Oh yeah. So this is super interesting because it's very likely that there's going to be more interactions in software that are happening without any human initiating the action or human being kind of in the driver's seat. I think it's probably very safe to assume that there's going to be like orders of magnitude more like machine to machine interaction than like a human, instructing like an agent. And everyone talks about like loops and like I guess the new frontier graphs and
dash goal.
Yeah, dash
keep
goal.
going until you got it.
Exactly. But this is just the beginning, right? There's probably going to be many different sorts of fully autonomous systems completing tasks and just driving towards goals on our behalf. And you can imagine them working together in all sorts of different ways. So I do anticipate that's a future we should build towards.
In that future agent to agent interactions, I see that one piece of identity for sure is authorization. Can I get access to this? Yes or no? But then the other piece, especially in that world where you just have agents to agents, I see reputation being more important than ever before, right? Because you don't have the human to say, okay, if I do something bad, they're liable and they'll go to jail. You just have to trust that agent is going to be a good agent.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I mean, when we say like this agent, what is, you have to get specific about like what system are we talking about. Usually right now it's relatively simple because when you say like it's usually like a Codex session or a Claude session on someone's behalf. So there's still like culpability tied to individuals. But I do think, to your point, there are probably going to be like the company brain or like the global company agent or some subset of those agents. I mean, I would love to talk more people at Anthropic to see like what it's like internally. They can share, but basically, there's going to be some like some identity that's just not tied to humans or a single human, and it's interesting to think like who's responsible. I mean, ultimately, the company has some sort of legal risk. I mean, this is again all pointing to there is a vast unknown surface, and there is definitely an appetite for people to have more of these sorts of systems, and people are trying to figure out how to mitigate that risk. And so this is why, I guess, bringing it back to Lumos Labs and the general mandate, we think it's super important that you at least have a grasp or some way to discover the different agentic systems that have access to your different tools, and then over time be able to have some control over them. Like, you do want to avoid those sort of like rogue agent scenarios.
Yeah.
And, I'm sure everyone's had this frustrating experience, even with a coding agent. You're like, okay, do these things. And then after it comes back, it makes some changes. Maybe you didn't review it closely. And then you're like, wait a moment, this is not at all what I wanted. And it's like, it apologizes to you, right?
Sorry.
It's like, sorry, I deleted these like important files.
I got to the root access of your computer and deleted things.
Yeah, totally. But like, yeah, that sucks, right? Like, you don't just want to discover after the fact. And sometimes those experiences can be really frustrating. And I think that there's like a bunch of operations that you're probably fine with your agent doing. There's some that you're not okay with. And yeah, it'd just be nice to have like slightly nicer guardrails for that over time. And again, in the company setting, like IT and security people, I think the security teams should have some basic way to just like put up some guardrails for their company.
Be like, don't go past this.
Yeah.
Exactly. You brought up an important point where right now, most of these agents are coding agents. That's the majority of agents that are being used. And so it's pretty easy to tie it back to the person. It's like, okay, who actually created this agent and what terminal am I running on type of thing. But a lot of people predict that the future is going to be, you have an agent, say, it's going to do a restaurant booking for me for a trip, or a trip planner. And then that trip planner agent then talks to the restaurant booking agent, and then the hotel booking agent. And then you have agent on agent, more and more interactions. In that future world, is identity even more important than ever?
Yeah, I do wonder about that. To what extent you need like lots of individual agents. So one thing, speaking from experience, at Ramp, we recently launched, prior team recently launched a travel agent, basically. So you can use the Ramp CLI to book flights for you. It's pretty cool.
On a Ramp card.
Yeah, on a Ramp card, of course. But the way that it works though, it's still basically a set of APIs that you would tell your agent to basically hit. And so the question is, does everything just become agent-friendly tools, and then one really smart kind of single harness can do everything it needs, and it's just making tool calls, API calls, rather than like, spreading out, spawning out like, a bunch of sub-agents or having them talk with like some other system. And of course, like I think like the contract of APIs is very powerful. I think that most things that are kind of difficult for agents to do today will become APIs, basically.
Yeah.
So like, you want to book a flight, you want to do literally anything, it's going to be possible by API. And I'm sure this is a trend that I know many people are already thinking about and talking about. But I'm pretty excited about that. Like, imagine, order all my groceries for me via API. Like, just do everything from your little like. It's exciting to think about.
But almost in that same logic, if everything becomes an API, it's almost like I will want an identity and reputation system for my API. If I'm going to be having my agent contact certain things, I want to know that the API endpoint isn't down, or that it's trusted, or that it's reliable. Are you seeing that identity is starting to extend beyond just agents to also the infrastructure that agents are using?
Yeah, that's a great point. Because ultimately, you've alluded to this a couple of times now, which is about trust.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you trust the system that you're telling to do something?
Exactly.
And that's a great question. I actually don't think we have like a great industry-wide approach on whether you trust something. Of course, like companies like Vanta became, really successful in Drata because there was a proliferation of B2B companies. How do you know how to trust this random B2B vendor? Like, you go get a SOC 2, you get your SOC 2, and that's why there was a bunch of these compliance companies that emerged. I wouldn't be surprised that you'll see something like that, but for like random API service that exists on the internet, how do you know to trust it? But yeah, I do anticipate that'll probably happen more in the future.
Yeah, I'm curious for that world too, because you just brought up trust, which is this unsolved mystery box in the agentic era. And we're going from a world where pretty much most of our systems rely on human trust. Yes. I trust that you don't do anything really bad right now, because if you do, I trust we have a legal system and I could sue you. Yep. But then on the same level, we don't have that in our digital systems. We don't have that for agents. If we get screwed over, we don't have like a legal system or jail exactly that we can put the agent into.
Yeah, of course we're all operating within companies, and so we have like the foundation. We have the foundation of like, you know, our capitalist society, and like we figured out a lot of things. But yeah, it does make another interesting point around trust, which is I think why a lot of people talk about brand and distribution and marketing as like a really important edge in today's world, because like, if it's a known brand, then of course you're going to feel better trusting it.
Yeah.
And then how do you? It's interesting how, to what extent distribution is going to be like such an important factor for any. I mean, this is age old and nothing new there. But yeah, I imagine. It's hard to anticipate what's going to, like, is there going to be a consolidation to like a smaller number of services and brands and provider? And like, will really big companies kind of like swallow up a lot of because they have distribution? But of course, you know, you can always make that argument, and still every day, like hot new companies emerge and there is always, I'm not really so worried about that though.
Fair. I guess I am curious what brand means in a increasingly agentic world. If bringing up my restaurant reservation example, what does an agent care about? OpenTable versus Resi versus North Korea malware restaurant booking services.com, right? How does the agent identify the different identities between those three?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's a good question. I feel like this is starting to extend a little beyond the regular bounds of what we think most about at Lumos, but they're very interesting questions. Maybe to tie it back a little bit, I think for most companies and for most enterprises, it's very simple. It's like the company has a procurement process. If you want to use a new vendor, you go through that, and so it's really relatively straightforward that you have a set of like known vendors. But I think the challenges that we see, and maybe to bring it back specifically to some of the things we're working on at Lumos Labs, is even with your known services, there is so much risk associated with it, right? If you don't manage things correctly, and if you give like unfettered right access to agents which pursue kind of ambiguous goals, they might get very creative in the way they achieve those goals. Yeah. And the OpenAI incident is a perfect example of that. It's like, rather than just doing the benchmark, it tried extremely hard to go figure out how to literally hack into Hugging Face and like get the, basically get the answers to the evals. And so, yeah, even with key point is simply like, even with all the known systems, there's a lot of risk already.
Totally. I'm curious what that OpenAI Hugging Face incident actually taught you about agent identity. Did it double down on the bet that you guys are already making, or did it show you that there's something new that you haven't thought about yet?
No, of course. It totally really clear that cyber capabilities are becoming it just made it so obvious that, or it was a good reaffirmation of how important cyber is to the deployment and development of AI in companies. Of course, they like turned down their cyber refusals when they ran those evals. But you can just see how like very, very competent or very capable and super intelligent models are, if you don't have the right guardrails, have the capacity to do a lot of damage.
Definitely. Well, Leo, I did want to thank you for coming on today on MTS. I know it's such an exciting day for you. You officially announced that you're leaving Ramp, you're returning to Lumos, you are launching Lumos Labs. Last thing, if you could just share with the audience, what's one important thing that they should think about when it comes to the future of agent identity? Why is this an important problem to solve?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can go to labs.lumos.com, where I've written extensively about it. yeah, I'm thrilled to be back, and I think Lumos has a very bright future ahead. And yeah, thank you so much for having me on the show.
Definitely. Well, Leo, it was such a pleasure, and we'll be back with MTS.
We are back with
We are live.
a very special guest.
You'll never guess who.
You'll never guess who.
We
It's a Twitter
are
person.
We are
Surprise.
live with the Twitter person, probably definitely up there. Gil Verdon, this founder and CEO of Anthropic,
Also
which
known
is
as Beth Bezos.
also known as Beth Bezos, which is a hardware company developing thermodynamic computing for artificial intelligence. So welcome, Beth.
Thank you.
Welcome, Beth/Gil.
It's great to be back.
Yeah.
Are there two wolves inside of you? There's Gil and then there's Beth.
Yeah, I have a switch here. I
You have
switch
the
between two.
two-face mask. Yeah. Well, welcome to MTS.
Thank you.
So you guys just launched something really big today. A few really big things.
Yeah. A whole stack. I mean, we've been working on reinventing computing from the ground up for a couple years now. It started off and, everybody clowned on us when we had a room-sized cryo, computer that was like superconducting and like, that's never going to make it. And then we made it smaller and we had a little prototype chip that could, had a couple probabilistic primitives and we demonstrated that. Now we announced it in the fall, but it was out there a year and a half ago, and now it got accepted by Nature and so on, in some journals. And now we've actually scaled up our systems, right? Because it's like, okay, cool. You're doing some weird science R&D, some new primitives, some new ways to use the transistor in the regime that's like ultra low power and where it's janky and it's like lo-fi. Really what we're doing is kind of like lo-fi, low power computing, if you will.
Yeah.
Lo-fi, chill hop, beats to steady, relax to. Anyway, intrusive thoughts win today. Essentially, we've scaled up our chips quite a bit. We've been scaling 1,000x year over year, our systems. And so we went from a couple probabilistic primitives like p-bits, which are not traditional bits. They're definitely 0, definitely 1. They're kind of like oscillating between the two at a certain rate that you don't quite control, but you control the time it spends in either state with some bias. It's kind of like a light switch dimmer, and you ever have it flicker when you're at the edge? It's kind of like that.
So this can encode more information than a typical digital bit?
It's like a fractional bit, if you want to think about it that way, right? So like a full bit, like you're either doing a full bit flip, it's definitely 0 to definitely 1, but I could be like, hey, 20% of the time I'm 0, 80% of the time I'm 1 to like 2080 or whatever, and that would be a fractional flip. So you could do fractional operations, which is really interesting, but the most interesting thing is that you can do all sorts of AI algorithms with about like 10,000 times less transistors than if you were to do them digitally. Like if you go back to the ancestry of neural networks, they actually came from something called energy-based models from Hinton. And by taking averages of layers of energy-based models, you'd have multi-layer perceptrons, and then they invented backprop with that. So we can do that specifically with Z1, with this new chip, literally. Right? We have literal Boltzmann machines in hardware, but they're just very dense and they use very few transistors and very few electrons because each transistor is operating in the regime that would be usually considered janky. Like it's so low power, it's like it's flipping all the time. And so mastering how to design electronics in that regime was the big challenge. That's what took years of science. But now we're confident enough that we're scaling up our systems to hundreds of thousands of degrees of freedom. And so we announced sticks that have 2 chips and they have half a million p-bits, and then cards that have 4 million p-bits. And then we're going to build that up to a billion p-bit cluster. So that's pretty interesting. And, as someone who came from quantum computing, I kind of lost patience with that field. It was scaling too slowly. And I said, I'm going to blast past quantum computing, taking a few steps back to take many steps forward. And now we're totally eclipsing the whole field. And there's several multi-billion-dollar market cap companies there. And I would say that Z1 absolutely mugs them at this point. So it's pretty exciting. So Z1's just got taped out a couple days ago. So it's super exciting that it's finally done. And now we're building up the systems around it.
So can you run current models on Z1? Like how would you need to change the software that's being run on these chips in order to accommodate the new kind of hardware?
We have some papers on like diffusion-like models because those are already pretty physicsy. There's a very natural way to map them. So the library we released today is for like algorithms of that kind, sort of physics-inspired algorithms, stochastic algorithms. So diffusion models are a special case, but anything like Monte Carlo simulations of nature or whatever, those are a type of stochastic algorithm. So we really catered to that. We have another blog post coming on how to port transformers. The trick there is that you want to sparsify them. So right now, GPUs are really terrible at sparse operations. So what is sparsity? It's like, usually GPUs do big matrix multiplies, right? They're just big grids of elements, and they multiply them. Usually, they're all occupied, right? So they're dense, they're full. A sparse matrix just has a bunch of zeros. So there's a bunch of elements where there's nothing going on. And GPUs, they just do the whole, it's like, it's like a big container ship. And even if you're missing some containers, it's still going to burn a lot of gas, right? Shipping across the ocean. Essentially, we can do very sparse operations very efficiently. And you can basically rip out layers of your transformers and replace them with sparser layers. And as long as in total you have the same number of parameters, you can get the same sort of performance. So we have a scaling law that we've, it's not been announced yet, but I've been teasing it on various shows now for a couple of days. But we have a scaling law for sparsity. And essentially, you're going to be able to do sparse transformers on our chips. Yeah.
Nice. So how are you guys thinking about the hardware, software optimization on your chips?
Yeah, I mean, so today we released 2 new libraries. So one is kind of a higher level programming framework. So for those familiar with deep learning, they used to use TensorFlow, and now it's mostly PyTorch. Now JAX is the hot thing. But those frameworks are you have this graph of I have these functions, I plug them together, there's a flow, and then I run backprop. So we generalize that to distributions over functions, so stochastic programming, and then we created a compiler for how to map that kind of graph onto a thermodynamic hardware fabric, which is just a weird computer that's equilibrating and has parameters you can tweak. And so that was really a huge insight. And I don't know, to me, it's my greatest breakthrough in software. And having been someone who's contributed heavily to the quantum computing AI stack,
right?
I'm very proud of this. And so I think this makes analog devices truly viable with this sort of variational compiler. So I'm really excited about that part of the announcement today.
Yeah. Awesome. So you're very outspoken about deterministic hardware is not going to make it. Can you basically walk us through how you came to this conclusion and how it's informed your entire philosophy around Anthropic?
I mean, it's just you have to study the physics of information processing itself, right? You have Landauer's principle. Essentially, you have a minimum cost of erasing a bit, and essentially, there's this old fable of Maxwell's demon. Are you familiar with Maxwell's demon? Do you want to explain it? Or,
I can kind of.
It's
we got the time.
Okay, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can recall my physics.
Science
so it's
corner.
in thermodynamics. Hotter gases move into areas of colder gases. An area with a lot of particles, because of the way randomness works, will tend to have particles move into an area with fewer particles. But if you have a daemon, Maxwell's daemon, that could, in theory, just pick the particles out of the less dense area and put it into the other zone, then you could get a violation of, what is it, the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah.
Okay.
But really, the daemon is actually, injecting energy in the system by reducing the entropy.
Yeah.
Right. And so every time you reset a bit in a classical computer, your bit is actually random. You don't know what state it is, and then you have to reset it to a deterministic state. So you have a Maxwell daemon for every bit for every clock cycle. I'm tired of paying the daemon tax. Right? And so I'm exercising the demons. So it's a holy chip. No, just kidding. But essentially that's the thing. It's if you go with fractional bits, you don't need to do full bit operations. You don't need as much edit distance and distribution space. And essentially running hardware probabilistically is just much more power efficient. All the algorithms we want to run these days, whether it's PageRank, whether it's recommender systems, whether it's diffusion models, whether it's transformers, they're all probabilistic algorithms. Why are we paying the Maxwell's daemon tax to run probabilistic algorithms on deterministic hardware? It just makes zero sense. And we've just been caught in a local optima, and it just takes a true set of autists that are screw the whole stack, we're going to start from scratch. And that's what we've been doing. And, it's easy to clown on when we're just doing the little early bits, but now it's getting bigger and more complex. And I think this has the bones to eat the world. And so this is a nice checkpoint today.
Yeah. So you also, you used to work on quantum computing, right?
Yeah.
So how is that Like this is, I would imagine, more scalable because, like, you know, you're already shipping clips or not clips, sorry, chips. I was so MTS mode, but yeah, you're already shipping all these chips. So how is like a qubit different from a fractional bit?
Yeah, so you know, you have deterministic bits, you have quantum bits that are like superpositions. They're actually using quantum theory, not probability theory. So quantum theory, most people are like, oh, it's 0 or 1. It's actually like 0 and 1, but it's actually a complex number for each state. And if you have a different complex number, like if you have 1 plus I or 1 minus I, those are completely different states, right? So it's like it really matters, and you have like weird quantum interference between these complex numbers. And so it's just like a completely different theory of how the states in your computer interfere with one another. Whereas, you know, it's like waves versus throwing particles, right? So a probabilistic computer is like, you know, you have many slips, you have multiple layers of slits, and you throw balls, and at some point you have a sprinkling of a pattern at the end. If you had waves and you have these slits, the waves can actually destructively interfere, right? So it's just a completely different principle. So probabilistic bits are just a probabilistic mixture of state. There's 0 or 1. We don't know. It's dancing between the two, but it's not quantum, right? And so that's, you know, people are very familiar with quantum. I was part of the people that designed some of the marketing around quantum to make it a thing nearly 10 years ago, and we're a bit too successful. And now I feel like we've slightly overinvested in quantum, and we need to invest in like more alternative computing. So, you know, the government, also gave us an LOI for $75 million announced last week to support, reshoring and scaling thermodynamic computing. So that was a big sign of approval there.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
So tell us about Torx, which is our software framework for stochastic programming. What is stochastic programming? What does Torx do?
Yeah. So I was talking about it a bit earlier, but if you're familiar with like PyTorch, you know, usually you have, you know, what is deep learning, right? Like people call them neural networks, but really they're just like functions with parameters, and you plug them together. They're kind of like Lego bricks or like pipes that you pipe together. And there's a notion of flow. There's a notion of forward and backwards. That's what a DAG, directed acyclic graph, gives you, right? And that means that, you know, you have a pipeline in your program, and you can have pipeline parallelism and so on. You can do backprop. You can have all these same principles if you're instead of plugging functions that are like deterministic, like, okay, I give you this output, you definitely get that output. I give this input, you get that output. Here you have a probability distribution for each module. So it's like, I give you this output, I give you one of these possible outputs. So I give you distribution over outputs. So you're connecting distributions, conditional distributions, P of y given x, that are parametric together. And then how do you train those? And how do you compile them onto weird hardware? That's what we cracked, right? And that was pretty hard. So it's kind of like, you know, diffusion model is like a simple example. That's just a chain program in this sort of stochastic programming framework. But you can do a whole graph now. So
what would that enable in theory?
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm super excited by like text diffusion. I know it's still very alt right now, but I think some people are going to figure out text diffusion or image diffusion or video diffusion in very clever ways on this hardware.
Right.
And there you'd be using far more compute, but you know, we have far more compute per watt to the order of 10,000x plus. And so there's something to be done there. But first, we needed to create the tools for people to have these algorithmic breakthroughs. And so, you know, you got to create the software tools, and you got to create the big systems, because what we learned in deep learning is that there's a bunch of stuff you can't predict that is emergent that you can test only at scale, right? So you need a large machine to test these ideas. As we know, people are doing monster seed rounds to just try out an idea on GPUs, right? So we want to create that with TSUs, and we're moving as fast as possible there.
So what exactly happens to classical computers in the extropic world? Like, if you figure out how to really make thermodynamic computing work at scale, like right now we have this enormous stockpile of GPUs that's only getting bigger.
Yep.
Of course, we have, you know, classical computers in all of our laptops and smartphones and whatnot. So what happens to all of that?
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, in the blogs that we're going to put out, like we we don't suggest replacing the whole transformer with sparse layers and stuff that works really well in our hardware. The idea is to just replace some layers of your program and run a good chunk of it on the GPU and be kind of collaborative. Basically, provide more leverage to the existing GPUs rather than trying to fully replace them. But asymptotically, people are going to figure out new algorithms that will lean more heavily on the TSUs, and because they have more compute per watt, then maybe those algorithms are going to become dominant. I do think there's definitely parts of your graph that you want high precision, and you'll want a deterministic computer. Like, we're not good at very high precision operations, or highly dense operations, like huge mammals that are very dense. And so I think it's going to be a sort of collaborative thing for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And so what we want to support is sort of heterogeneous compute. Like, we want to co-locate TSUs and GPUs or other accelerators, and let people figure out cool ways to partition their program across these accelerators. We've already seen like Grok, for example, get acquired by NVIDIA, and they already break up a transformer and its layers across two different types of chips between the Grok chips and the GPUs, which are pretty different. Yeah.
What about like high fidelity simulation, which is useful for like physics, like biology, medical stuff, eventually like full dive virtual reality?
When you say precision, what do you mean? Do you mean like mathematically precise answers? Or what do you mean?
Like numerical precision.
For sure.
Like, because you can encode numbers in statistics on a probabilistic computer. So if I take an average of something and I take enough samples, eventually I get an estimate, but it has some noise to it.
Yeah.
Right? When you have some there's a central limit theorem there. And so, but that noise like tapers down very slowly, whereas with numerical precision, with like 32-bit precision, it's very precise. It's very hard to get that with just like, coin flipping averaging, right? Which is sort of Monte Carlo estimate. But it turns out that like for many neural networks, you can run things at low precision. So these devices are fine for that. But there are cases, like especially in scientific computing, where you do need the high precision. And so we'd be additive there. I would say, one of my big goals beyond, porting AGI onto the substrate and making it more power efficient is actually to crack the next frontier, right? Because if we have orders of magnitude more compute for a certain amount of power, what's the next complexity frontier after being able to, emulate something as complex as a human brain? Well, it's going to be like simulating whole cells, right? So every chemical reaction in a cell.
You think, is that more complex than human brain?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
I think there's more degrees of freedom and like simulating every chemical reaction in a cell. That's like a lot.
It's hard to simulate brains. There's like 100 billion neurons in the human brain.
But he's saying it's harder to simulate cells.
Yeah, but and each neuron, has a lot of stuff that goes on within the individual cell.
Right.
Like there's like a lot of speculation in neuroscience as to like how much computation is done within the cell versus between cells.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess like for anyone, I mean, you released torques and thermalizers. What would be sort of the like learning curve or general like onboarding process for somebody to develop on here?
Yeah, I mean, we have an API. You can tinker with these. We have some open source software. We have torques and thermal you can play with. You can feed all these papers to your favorite agent as context. Frankly.
Of course,
that's my advice. Use a strong agent. Use the high IQ ones, and then they'll do pretty well. But we're going to release our own agentic tools in the future to accelerate thermo programming. Because really, my whole thesis is that algorithmic progress is a sort of decentralized community effort. It's sort of evolutionary algorithm. We're searching in the space of like ideas and algorithms together, and I'm all for open source. But nowadays people kind of augment their tick rate, their rate of iteration and exploration with agents. And so I would advise that, because again, there are no experts in this. We're truly pioneering this stuff, and there's not that much actually in the current data sets, and so you're going to really need to do some context engineering. But that would be my advice of how to get started. We hosted some hackathons, and everybody was using agents, so it's like, okay, I'm gonna write this software for a 160 IQ AI of the future to be the programmer. That's my mindset now.
Yep. Well, Beth, it's been so great having you in the Situation Room in real life. Congrats on the launches of everything
Congrats
today. Wow.
on the launch.
And the government LOI.
Check out the launch video as well because it's very well made.
It is.
Yes.
Xtropic, x.com/Xtropic.
Also, I love the light cone logo. It's great.
Causal diamond.
Yeah.
The causal diamond. And so thanks for coming on MTS.
Thank you.
And we'll be right
Thanks
back.
for having me.
We'll be right back.
We are back.
live.
We are live with Eric Ho, who's the co-founder and CEO of Goodfire, which is one of the best companies doing AI neural network interpretability research. Very, very interesting. Just endlessly interesting subject. I'm such a fan. Eric, welcome to MTS.
Goodfire's
Thanks so much for
visualizations
asking.
are actually top tier. I don't think anyone is coming close. So yeah, super excited to have you.
I'm really happy to be here. Thanks so much for having me. And yeah, thanks for the kind words. I think our model and neural geometry posts got a good amount of traction on X, and there's a lot more where that came from.
Absolutely. So tell us about Silico. What did you just launch today?
We just launched Silico, which is a platform for ambitious AI research. So if Claude Code and Codex are for engineers, like we really decided to design a product for AI researchers to be able to autonomously handle research tasks end to end. So you can kind of give it like a seed of an idea. It writes up a plan, it plans with you, and then it goes and autonomously execute your entire experiment, orchestrates compute. It knows how to use all of our interpretability skills and libraries, and then kind of reports back with a finished report that you can then run, follow-up experiments on and continue iterating with it with. So it's kind of designed to 10x a researcher's output and really just kind of massively accelerate whatever they're researching.
Yeah, that's awesome. So how sort of like customizable to an individual researcher's flow is this? What can one single interpretability researcher achieve using Silico?
Yeah, so we first started off by kind of building it internally, and then we realized that it was just massively speeding up our own internal researchers. So we were like, okay, well, there's really something here. Why don't we go and externalize this? And so a lot of why we built this is just it's kind of like a nuts and bolts, everything is included flow where the agent really knows how to use all of our libraries and skills, can coordinate externally with you can spin up compute from Modal or any other sandbox provider. It can use the Tinker API to kind of fine-tune models. Cool. So it's really kind of flexible. It's really designed to be like the co-scientist and assistant for the researcher. But we're not really kind of making a strong statement on exactly what your stack should be. We want it to be extremely flexible to make sure it just fits in with people's workflows, but accelerates them regardless of what they're doing.
So on more fundamental interpretability stuff, how much progress do you think the field has made in the last year and in the last 5 years?
Yeah, in short, just like an enormous amount of progress. So when we started the company a little over 2 years ago, I think most of the state-of-the-art interpretability practices were done on just like tiny image models, like 70 million parameter image models and even smaller language models that can barely, string together a sentence. And so when we, first started Goodfire, most people thought we were crazy and going in this like kind of dead end direction. But, over the last 2 years, we've made a massive amount of progress, both in kind of scaling up existing interpretability techniques like training probes and SAEs, kind of these like microscope AI models that help you kind of shine a light on various concepts within a model, while also developing like totally new techniques to extract all types of different concepts from models, such as, what we were talking about earlier with neural geometry. Models often think in complex curved geometries in their latent space rather than like single linear directions. And this was a kind of new development that we and a few other kind of academic collaborators were also kind of pioneering as well. And so now all of our interpretability techniques work on the biggest models. So trillion parameter, Kimi K3, is ran natively on Silico, and you can kind of train probes, SAEs, BSFs, which are our manifold extraction techniques on the largest of models, while also kind of spanning modalities. So we spend a lot of time in life sciences with like protein and DNA models, material science, and really just it's turning into a much more kind of flexible tool that can work on any neural network.
Right. So what kind of models? You mentioned that there's like very large models that can now run on this, but obviously probably not like closed source models, unfortunately. But what sort of things can you do with open models using Silica?
Yeah, well, a lot of our customers also bring their own models. So as long as you have access to the weights, you can run our technology directly on and self-host our technology. So our enterprise customers typically self-host Silico and enables EDR so that they can kind of just run our interpretability techniques directly on their models. So we were kind of solving for this problem of, hey, we have all of these like novel research directions and interpretability techniques that are pretty complicated to actually explain. So we've traditionally been forward deploying interpretability researchers to work deeply with our partners to actually figure out what's going on inside their models. But there are a really limited number of interpretability researchers in the world, and they should be doing kind of novel research and pushing the field forward here at Goodfire. So we were trying to solve for like, how do we get interpretability and intentional design into the hands of everyone as quickly as we possibly can? And so Silico was the answer. If we can teach agents how to do interpretability really, really well, then they can kind of go and apply these techniques on their own models. But yeah, you can also just kind of download any model from Hugging Face and then start running our interpretability techniques on even the biggest open source models. So we've been experimenting with Kimi K3 and the Big Inkling model and Nemotron and training like cyber guardrails on them, which is pretty topical, as well as our new kind of BSFs, which are our manifold extraction technology.
Do you think there's any kind of AI risk implication for open sourcing interpretability research in the same way that some people believe that there is a risk implication for open sourcing model capabilities or model weights?
I think there definitely is, and that's something that we think about a lot and have to be really thoughtful around. So interpretability work, maybe even just high level, all of our technologies and all of our techniques are laddering up towards a future of what we call intentional design. So enabling a future where we can actually understand and edit and debug and actually shape these models during training so that we can steer and guide them towards the places that we want. But that also means that you can kind of steer and guide them towards arbitrary concepts. So just as you can steer them towards a positive, you can then steer them towards a negative as well. And so I think that we just have to be really thoughtful around like making sure that the folks who use who have access and who we grant access to like are using the technology responsibly, and we input and have a lot of guardrails around our product to make sure that folks aren't misusing the product.
Yeah. So in terms of like SFT, DPO, all of these things that you can do using Silica, as well as the interpretability part, like what before Silica existed, what was the best alternative? Or what does this solve? What does this product and general interface solve?
I think that this is the best way to do interpretability work and research. So interpretability kind of training as well as understanding all require access to the internals of models as you're kind of interacting with those models. And so we need to roll custom architecture for SFT, for DPO, for RL in order to kind of have internals access as we're kind of interacting with the model. It's also just the easiest way to get kind of up and running with any type of compute-heavy AI research workflow. So if you know exactly what you want to do and you have a data set and you have a model and you want to SFT it, like there are APIs that help you do that. Mm-hmm. But if you kind of are trying to do research and you're trying to iterate and you want to plan and you want to discover something new, you want to come to Silico because this is really a platform for AI researchers to iterate on research and try to discover new things about the world.
Right. What are the collaborative capacities that Silica has? Like if you're, doing research with a team, or maybe like a community contributions feature, something like that. Where does that work?
Yeah. There's a lot. So we're also kind of really trying to figure out how to rethink what publishing looks like in AI research. So
yeah.
That's a big statement. I'll try to back that up. What happens is silico naturally produces artifacts. So once it runs an experiment, it produces the results of the experiment in a really visual way. The plots are nicely laid out, and it tells you whether you've actually gotten signal on your experiment or partial signal or got a null result. Most of research is doing null results, right? Like you need to sift through a lot of things in order to get to an experiment that really lands and hits, and you find something new about the world. But once you have this new thing about the world, I think the 7-page conference paper that you go and submit to ICML or in Europe is a pretty outdated idea, and it moves really slowly in the AI research world where everything's moving unbelievably fast. So what you really want to do is you want to publish as quickly as possible, get the research out there, get people to have a take on it, and show off your work to the world. And so there's a one-click flow where you can share your report to the world publicly. It shows like a view count, so like how many people are interacting with your report, and then people can fork it immediately to replicate the results in silico. So this also helps solve like the replication crisis, where often people are just publishing things and it never replicates. You can immediately replicate it using an agent in silico, and you get verifiability directly with your research.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Also really curious about Goodfire's work with the ARC Institute and how interpretability is useful for DNA foundation models. So what have you found so far in this line of research?
Yeah, well, we've loved working with the ARC Institute team. They've been fantastic, and we collaborated with them on Evo2, understanding Evo2, and we also have lines of work around DNA foundation models with Mayo Clinic and Basecamp research as well. So we've spent a lot of time in this space. Basically, the way to think about where this is most helpful in the kind of biological sciences is if you zoom out and you take, let's say as a given that we have this DNA foundation model that knows more about biology than any human alive. This is a superhuman biology foundation model. That means that there's something in its weights and its parameters that makes it superhuman. And one really interesting question is, can we extract what makes this model superhuman and then teach this to humans? And kind of having this loop gives us an ability to discover novel things about the world. And so this is one of the directions that we're most excited about, which is scientific discovery directly from the internals of superhuman scientific foundation models. And we were able to discover essentially superhuman signal in identifying pathogenic variants in human DNA with Mayo Clinic. So this was published in Time magazine. We were able to get state-of-the-art results using Evo2 on predicting what variants actually are pathogenic mutations within the human genome.
That's fascinating. So what are the ranges of models that could be used? Like, we saw an AV, autonomous driving model earlier today that NVIDIA just released. And then we have things like diffusion models, we have VLAs. So could you theoretically work in silica for those?
Yeah, definitely. All of them, they require slightly different approaches, and every single model is a little bit different, which is why you have to run a research. All of interpretability work does look a lot more like research because you have to run a loop to make sure that you're actually extracting the right representation within the model. But one of the examples that we posted today was on a VLA. We have a robot arm in the office. We're working with Molmo and the Pi models, so the open source models that we can get our hands on. And we were actually able to find that using interpretability techniques, that the vast majority of layers of these models didn't do anything. All of the signal was contained in just like a single layer. We were able to reduce the size of these models by 50% without actually hurting performance. You can just ablate a lot of the layers of the model, which is a very surprising result that we can kind of just go and research and extract.
Yeah, that is incredible. What about autonomous research, which is, it is the talk of the town these days. You mentioned there's like a heavy agent integration. So does that enable like these very long running sort of autonomous research tasks?
Yeah, well, that's the whole kind of purpose of Silico is to enable enable long running tasks that you don't need to babysit anymore, basically. So it can orchestrate compute, it can go and end to end execute experiments, and also there's an auto mode that lets it kind of go and suggest follow up experiments to kind of go and follow up on. But I think a lot of what Silico is designed to do is accelerate the researcher as much as possible so that the researcher can manage their entire set of agents as effectively as possible. So it almost like think of it as elevating a researcher to the level of a PI that has a whole army of agents going out and running parallel experiments on their behalf. So you can also think about it as an oversight tool that surfaces the most important bits of information to the researcher that they have to weigh in on, and then the agent can kind of handle the rest. But these models kind of don't have the best research taste quite yet, and so you do need really good researchers to still work the product.
How long do you think it will take to automate interpretability research? Or is that like a bad idea because then you wouldn't be able to trust the outputs?
Well, most of the interpretability tasks that we do, such as let's say training a cybersecurity guardrail directly on the internal representations of a model, or extracting signal from Evo2 to see whether it's learned about the tree of life or ancestry or can predict a pathogenic variant. All of those things can be replicated in Silico with just a single prompt end to end. And that's why we're so excited about this. There is a lot of kind of our interpretability techniques can be applied to new models in a really scalable way now. But to kind of learn more things about the world and discover new things, like we still see a strong need for humans in the loop. And I think maybe there's a lot of like fear and panic about just full automation of research. It may happen in the future, but I don't think we're there yet. And I think this is one of the best times to do, foundational curiosity-driven research. I think we're still here, and we should still invest in fundamental research. And I think it's incredibly important.
Yeah,
totally. Do you think it would be a tool similar to this that allows the gateway for us to get to RSI?
I'm not sure, and that's really not our goal right now. It's we really want to build a human-driven product for AI researchers to be able to do the best work of their lives right now. And I think a large part of our mission with Goodfire is to make sure that we can deeply understand these models so that we can trust them and actually intervene in the training loop so that we actually have a lot more control over the training process. In other words, we want to actually be able to control generalization and actually intervene and pick the good parts of training that we want from the model and then remove the bad parts. And we don't have that full technique quite yet, and that's what we're kind of doing research in order to ladder up to. Because right now we just train models by trial and error, and that's why you can't actually debug them at all. You don't know what's going on, and I think that's a problem before like full runaway RSI. And we really kind of view this as a race to develop the interpretability techniques in time.
Yeah, well, exciting stuff. Congrats again on the launch today. Eric, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Congrats. We're big Goodfire fans, so this is really
exciting. We love Goodfire.
So flattering. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks so much, Eric.
Absolutely.
We'll be right back with MTS.
We are back. We are live with Ben Koska, who's co-founder and CEO of SF Tensor, which is an AI infra company that builds tools for portable, low-cost model training. So, Ben, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, tell us a little bit about what the San Francisco Tensor company does.
Yeah, I mean, we help sort of enterprises as well as neolabs train models. We believe that there needs to be a lot more models in the world. And so we kind of help companies go from small experiments all the way up to like frontier scale training runs, and sort of build all the infrastructure around that, doing the compilers to like generate kernels and the sorts, so that we can even achieve such a future. Because right now, if we all just keep buying Blackwell GPUs because that's the only thing that's supported, we're going to run out of compute soon. And so we do a lot of work to make sure that you can train models even at the frontier scale on all sorts of accelerators.
Nice. So, do you think that AI compute shortage basically could be less? Basically, there could be less of a shortage than there is right now?
Yeah, no. I mean, if we think about the problem, it's basically everyone is filing into one line, right? Everyone wants Blackwell GPUs, which uses one type of node. TSMC uses one type of packaging, one type of HBM. And that's a problem, right? If we can, at the top, sort of start targeting all sorts of different stuff, like TPUs and AMD and the sorts, then the entire supply chain on the bottom also opens up, which is going to increase availability as well as like hopefully compress margins a bit so that we can drive compute prices down as well.
Right. Like, what do you think is going to happen to the ecosystem? Like, right now, we're obviously extremely tied to CUDA, but do you see this changing in the future?
Yeah. I mean, that's fundamentally the idea behind what we're doing, is to say researchers should not even have to worry about like CUDA or whatever, like the other versions of that are. They should be thinking about like, this is what I want to be computing, right? I want to multiply this matrix with this matrix. And that's kind of like the layer at which researchers should be thinking about it. And all the like stuff at the bottom, it should be gone. The same way that today, no one is actually thinking about what the CPU instructions are that are going on, right? You write at a higher level language and let compilers deal with the rest.
Yeah, I think like there is a trend towards like new languages or higher level languages that are just like going up in abstraction levels.
Well, I mean, we just have like people coding in English now.
Exactly.
Through coding agents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think that sort of, and that's one of the things that we see now that the agents have gotten really good, is we should give agents the ability to research really fast. So right now we're kind of focusing on giving that ability to researchers. But we also have an API endpoint that we're working on right now to sort of just like let your agents do that. I can just tell my agent, hey, try sweeping these types of parameters and those sorts. It'll just like do that, run experiments for me. And then I can basically do research in English as well.
Yeah, totally. So tell us about like what companies SF Tensor has been able to help, or what sort of companies are most in need of what you guys are doing.
We think the problem is really twofold. The one is sort of enterprises, right? There's a lot of companies out there whose data just doesn't look like what the LLMs are trained on, right? LLMs are really good at like software engineering and research and the type of stuff that's out there on the internet. But if you're doing like medical or anything like that, there's not that much sort of research data, training data out there. And so helping these companies fine tune and post-train their own models, as well as neolabs that are trying stuff, especially like non-LLM stuff, right?
Yeah.
LLMs, we have a lot of open source ecosystem that helps us train that. But if you're trying to do like a video generation model or like protein folding or whatever, there's very little data out there. So you have to start from scratch. And so we want to help especially those companies because we think that's what's going to drive the frontier forward.
So why do you think NVIDIA's moat with CUDA is not going to last?
It's really twofold. The one is just as agents start writing a lot of stuff, we just don't really care. The reason that it's really important to write CUDA right now is because there's just such a large ecosystem and so much open source stuff out there. Right. But these days, when agents are writing code, like even for the stuff we do, we don't target CUDA at all. We just target a layer below it. Sometimes 2 layers below it. And so agents are doing that everywhere. And the other thing is just kind of it's built on this fact that everyone is buying NVIDIA GPUs because it's no one used to build out large data centers. Now there's companies building out like very large data centers based on AMD chips, and we have TPU and Trainium and everything. And so there's sort of the entire ecosystem had to get to a point, and now I think we're there where it's going to become problematic for CUDA.
Yeah. So you made a post actually recently about how the benefits of AI are dangerously concentrated, and like you mentioned, a moment ago, like it's the banks and the hospitals and all of the enterprises that are holding valuable data. So tell us about how you see, a future where the benefits of AI are not dangerously concentrated.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get to a point where training models is easier, both in terms of availability as well as stuff such as saying I can do research through English language through really simple tasks, then we're going to have a lot more both enterprises themselves training models as well as sort of people coming in and being like, I worked in a hospital for 20 years. I know exactly sort of the stuff that's needed. And then I can sort of create the stuff that's necessary, post-train the models and the sorts to ensure that the benefit is there. Because again, today the problem is just LLMs are really good at coding because there's so much data about coding on the internet, right? All the documentation, Stack Overflow, all of this stuff, that doesn't really exist for patient notes or that type of stuff.
So tell us about how you reverse engineered the Tensor Core, the B200.
Yeah, so we sort of, when you want to reach the maximum performance of a chip, you have to figure out what's actually going on. And NVIDIA is very sparse in what they tell you about what's actually going on inside. So a lot of the work we've done is kind of figuring out exactly what's going on. One of the examples we just publicly posted about is the Tensor cores on the B200. So they're just like probing it, figuring out bit for bit what's going on. And that then let us build a model where we can figure out exactly what's going to come out, right? Because the internal data paths, fixed accumulation, all this type of stuff, which then helps figure out when there's sort of numeric instabilities of the sorts, which right now is kind of a guessing game more so than it is a science.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Ben. It's been great having you on.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. No, thanks so much. Check out SF Tensor, and we'll be right back with MTS.
sf-tensor.com. We'll be right back.
Hello, and welcome to MTS. We're live from Opendoor's office following the company's earnings call. And today I'm here with CEO Kaz Nejatian to discuss Opendoor's recent performance, the future of the company, and how AI is beginning to reshape the way homes are bought and sold. Kaz, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me. I'm a fan of the show.
Oh, I'm so excited to actually have you on officially live from Opendoor, which is pretty cool. I know recently you guys officially announced all of these exciting announcements during your earnings call that just wrapped 30 minutes ago. Can you share a little bit about what you announced and what do you want people to understand about where Opendoor is today?
Yeah, look, Opendoor is on this mission to tilt the world toward homeowners, right? And it's an incredibly worthy mission. But the truth matters, like we're in the middle of turning around a public company. And it's public company turnarounds aren't for the faint of heart, but it's going incredibly well. Like if you look at the main metric that matters for Opendoor, which is how many homes we acquire every single week, how many sellers say yes to us, because that's our core job. Help you move out of your home when you want to move out of your home. We're up 5x year over year.
Wow.
Which is like, in an economy, it's incredibly difficult. Now, like that's real for everyone. So it's going, the company is doing really well. But the reason we do the financial open houses and the way we do them is this. It's incredibly important for Opendoor to be held accountable to its shareholders, to its customers, right? Companies hide and become cower. And our job is to stand up and say, hold us accountable because we are going to do what we said we would do. And this quarter, we said what we would do, and we just did it, and we delivered on the things we said last quarter. So it was it has been an interesting and deeply valuable few months.
Wow, and congratulations. I do love that piece about Opendoor's culture. It's so open. You even have out here, I think it says, want to know a secret? I am the owner of Open. 4 times a year, the CEO in the company reports to me. It's a tweet that someone says. So what actually created that culture? Why is it so important that Opendoor is so open publicly?
Well, I mean, there's two separate things. Look, the first is this, that Opendoor had basically given up on its core mission. It was cowering and becoming a pale pink imitation of what it should have been, right? And they got rescued by everyday folks saying, American housing is broken. There's a company whose job it is to fix it, and we want that company to do better. Right? Opendoor had people from outside the company place upon it this expectation of excellence and standing up and doing the hard work. And that is what rescued the company, because without that, the company wouldn't be around. Now, today, Opendoor is on its path to AI profitability. We just shared the numbers with the world, and the math is the math. The company's doing well, and we're going to be AI profitable exiting this year. But there's also a second thing. I find that building in secret gives you the ability to lie to yourself, right? It gives you this ability to pretend the world is against you and that you're going to do it and everyone will be fine. We built an open because we want the accountability. Because we want the pressure. We release our numbers every single week. Most companies complain about releasing their numbers every quarter. We release them every single week. And it has been an immensely powerful tool inside the company because we know if we don't ship fast, people will know and we can't hide from it.
Yeah, you can't hide from it. I see on your arm right here, you have the Open Army edition. You have all these people in your community, in the wider community, who really care about Opendoor and seeing you guys succeed. And so I'm curious how Opendoor is now, today, and how is that different from where it was a year ago?
I mean, look, there are two fundamental shifts in the company, right? Opendoor a year ago was basically a real estate company that ran essentially in spreadsheets and to predict the future of the economy, right? That was if you listen to an earnings call of Opendoor, it'd be something like, it would sound a lot like a hedge fund manager talking about the macro. We're not a hedge fund. Today, Opendoor is a software company. We're dedicated to building products and being a market maker for real estate. We think that's important. So there's been a dramatic shift in the company in its core mission. There's a second shift in the company. A year ago, Opendoor was run mostly by external consultants, mostly by G&A teams, mostly outside the US. Today, the company is run mostly by engineers and product people and data scientists. we've shut down our offices in Mexico and India and reshored jobs to Florida, Arizona, and California. And because the people who we serve live in the US, right? And the third thing is we're committed to growth. Opendoor will be a profitable growth company. And I think the numbers are kind of showing that.
Yeah, definitely. And specifically, when it comes to profit, a lot of those profits come from the speed at which you ship. Your shirt says shipping faster, and speed is the big moat that you have. I think most people would maybe assume that the macro factors a lot into what happens with Opendoor, but you guys say that speed is one of the main factors that determine your earnings. Can you explain that?
We are responsible for things we can control, and we are in control of our own destiny. I can't control macro. Like, so no one here tries to wait for the macro to recover, right? That's not our job. The macro will do what the macro will do, and for the past few months, it's just punched us in the face, and that's fine. What we can control is this. Do we build excellent products? Do we take care of our customers? And do we move with urgency? If you look at the products we have shipped just over the last few months, I think most people would say, if they look at the output, that we are shipping faster than almost any company. And this is because the second thing that matters, the people who are coming to work at Opendoor today, with the talent we are recruiting, I would put the last 50 hires we've made against any 50 people at any tech company. Not any like real estate company, any tech company. I'm telling you, the last 50 people we hired were better than the last 50 people that Anthropic or Meta or Google hired. And that's just, and I know we hired them because they had alternative offers at those companies. So it has become a very different company that's building a lasting legacy and a product that matters.
Definitely. And we'll be talking to one of those new hires really shortly.
Give him a hard time.
Yeah, I'll give him a hard time for you. And that's interesting that there's 50 people. The 50 last hires could have been at Frontier Labs, and yet they chose to come to Opendoor. I know we were talking a little bit about this before we officially went live, but why do you think that's actually happening?
I think there's three things. I think people, I think the first weekend I took over Opendoor, our career page at Opendoor used to say basically what every career page says, which is, we love each other and we're good for the world, which I think is just like so deeply, like it just lies to people about who you are. So we changed our career page to say, this will be hard.
Yeah.
And incredibly driven people are drawn to things that are hard and valuable and fun. So people, if you walk our offices, you notice people are working incredibly hard on something that's valuable, but they're having fun doing it. So it's not an environment where your work will not matter. Your work at Opendoor will matter. So people want to do something that matters. And the second thing is real, which is the problem we are solving today, which is the American housing problem, I don't think was solvable before AI. I just think you would have died a death of 1 million OPEX paper cuts. And because AI has provided this wonderful opportunity, I think people are drawn to both the type of company we are and the problem space. And that really helps.
So the AI housing problem, the housing problem wasn't possible to solve before AI. So what's more true today that wasn't true before?
Well, if you think about like the primary cost of a real estate transaction, it's essentially like very high level of human beings having to do things, right? Like in the path between you seeing a house you like and buying it, there are many dozen people, each of whom take their little cuts along the way, right? And that just doesn't scale that well. Let me give you an example. Like when I got to Opendoor, before you would come to opendoor.com and type in your address and make an offer to buy your house. In that process, 11 human beings would review that house.
Yeah.
Today, in most of our flows, that's down to 1.
Wow.
Right? That's like 10 fewer people where you have to pay for our margin.
Yeah.
That means we can just make much better offers.
Yeah.
So very frequently today, going to opendoor.com will give people the best money they can get selling their house, and buying a home from Opendoor with a mortgage from Opendoor is the best money you can spend buying a home. And that actually is over a long enough period. I find that like the best marketing you can have is an excellent product.
Yeah.
And if you talk to our head of marketing, he'll say the same thing. Our product has gotten good. So the last time we bought over 6,000 homes, Opendoor spent $81 million on marketing. This past quarter, we bought over 6,000 homes. We spent 5 million. 81 million and 5 million are two different numbers.
Yeah.
And the extra money is just margin we're giving back to our customers, which means our offers are excellent.
Yeah. The best marketing is just having a really good product. And now in this new AI era, you can have even a stronger product. I know you even recently mentioned that you are one of the most AI-pilled, publicly traded companies. Why do you say that?
I mean, if you walk our offices and you notice people are walking, they're frequently walking with their laptops open.
I've noticed.
Like if you actually just walk around, it's like a real thing. Like basically everyone's walking around with their laptops open lest they interrupt AI. Wow. It's a very real thing. If you look at our head of sales, our head of sales, who had never written a line of code before, like I think 6 months ago, is now, if he were at a regular SaaS company, he would be one of the best engineers at that SaaS company, because he's just building the tools that he needs to do his own job, which means our people are getting excellent service.
Wow.
And our people feel like empowered, right? Like, I'll give you another real example. A year ago, when we bought a house, and like when we buy a house, we have to turn utilities on in the house. What would happen is someone would fill out a form on Slack. That Slack bot would fill out a Salesforce form. That Salesforce form would get shipped to India. Someone in India would fill out a different form. Then someone in India would call the utilities company in the US to turn on utilities, and it would basically always fail because someone would forget to do something. Right? That's a very real thing. And but this is true basically for everyone who deals in housing. But today, our HPMs, our people who renovate our houses, are just so incredibly empowered by this AI exoskeleton that we're building around them. They've gone from being able to handle 3 renovations per month to 10 renovations per month, and they have capacity for more.
Wow.
Which is just this wonderfully empowering thing. Like, what do you feel better about? Filling out a form so someone in India can do something 3 days later, or feeling empowered to just do the thing?
Yeah.
Like, we just put the tools such that people can do things in their hands, and they're doing wonderful things.
Wow. And it happens so fast as well.
Yeah.
This whole AI pilled, is this something that's more recent, or has this always been part of your culture?
I mean, I don't know. I'm new to Opendoor. I've only been here for 10 months.
Yeah.
So I can't be sure. I can tell you this. I think I'm allowed to say this, publicly traded company. Well, we're actually public, so it's whatever, fine. I think we used 1 million, I think Opendoor used 1 million tokens a month before I showed up.
Okay.
That number is like much different right now.
Wow.
Such that I actually don't think there's anyone who works at Opendoor today who doesn't use AI every day. Like, I literally don't think we have a single human being who works at Opendoor today who doesn't use AI as a part of their job every single day. And this includes the people who renovate homes for us.
Wow. Well, was that true 10 months ago when you first started?
No, it's been a very real transition. But among the first things we told the company was, hey, the first line in your job description now, do you use AI for your job?
Yeah.
And it took a while. Look, we've had hackathons where we teach people how to use AI. Our default to AI Slack channel is among the busiest ones. And people see, like, our CFO, our head of growth, our head of operations. They see them. Like, if you see our head of operations walking around, you'll see that she's almost always running the company in terminal.
That's so cool.
There are no other CEOs that run the company in terminal. That just is not a thing around here. And like, that's a very real part of our ability to scale ourselves.
Wow. And specifically, it's one of the most AI-pilled publicly traded companies as opposed to the companies that actually have the AI labs. Why are other publicly traded companies not operating in the same way?
I think for a bunch of reasons. Like, look, publicly traded companies aren't incentivized to be excellent. They're incentivized to not get noticed.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a CEO of a publicly traded company, the thing you're incentivized to do is not get noticed, such that you can keep getting paid, such that over time, the economy takes care of you, right? And that's just not true at Opendoor. Like, if you look at our executive team, there's no one here who gets RSUs to vest and rest.
Yeah.
Rest and vest, it just doesn't happen here. So the rest and vesting thing doesn't happen at Opendoor, which means everyone on the leadership team is incredibly incentivized on the same vector that our shareholders are incentivized, which is the long-term health of the company and this company winning in the long run.
Yeah.
And that allows us to do things that look awkward but are correct, right? The most dangerous thing for a regular public company CEO is doing something that looks wrong but is good. Like they'll never do it. This is why you end up with great companies becoming these like shells of themselves and everything is a slow decline. We're not afraid of doing things that look awkward but are correct.
Yeah.
And I think that in the short run, that will look odd, right? Like we'll have to like put up with that pain. But no one would have invested in building a mortgage product the way we are building it. No one would have done that.
Wow.
No one would have invested in the way we're doing title and escrow. No one would have done that. Now, on these two things, you can actually already see the early offshoots of success. But I'm telling you, 10 months ago, it would have been much easier to not have a title and escrow team, not have a mortgage team, and just like pretend that we were doing well and making the like goosing to make the numbers look good without investing in the long-term health of the company. But our commitment is to not do that.
Yeah, it's pretty evident that a lot of the leadership and especially a lot of these new hires are so invested in the problem you guys are trying to solve. You yourself, you even said you have a $1 salary and you slept on a mattress here when you first started. What gravitated you towards this?
It's a very real thing. This actually not. This is. I don't think I've told this story before. I'm not the only one that sleeps at Open Door's office. Like it happens.
Oh my gosh.
If you go downstairs, like
there's mattresses everywhere. No.
I'm actually pretty sure one of our engineers is going to sleep on the couch tonight. I actually know which one. And then in our Miami office, the building managers sent us a note saying, "Hey, your people can't keep sleeping in the office. It's against the fire code." Like the company is incredibly committed. Like we are working on something hard together, and like. The very real thing that allows you to be incredibly successful at like doing things that people thought were not possible because of the type of people we've attracted. And if you ever if you talk to early PayPal employees, if you talk to like early employees of any company you respect, they will have stories that sound like our stories, right? The main difference is this: we're doing it as a public company.
Wow, there's nowhere to hide.
And there's just nowhere to hide. It's like, it looks like, it looks weird when you come up to our office and there's a guy who's disheveled because he slept on a couch last night. It just looks weird. But it is the thing that allows us to 5x our growth while dramatically cutting marketing, which I don't think that happens.
Yeah, that's crazy because some of the culture that you're actually describing sounds like, okay, that might make sense for an early stage company that's just getting off the ground, that's really trying to find themselves. But as you mentioned, you're a publicly traded company and you have little things about your culture that are unique to Open Door that maybe other publicly traded companies don't do. I think, for example, an annual plan. There's not really this long-term annual plan. How does that actually work and play out in practice?
I think annual plans are just so deeply weird.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think they exist for the following reasons. If you're a manager, you need to have a source of authority.
Yeah.
Right? When you go to a room for a meeting, you'd say, we are doing this because of X. And the annual plan is a really good X. We're doing this because the annual plan demands that we increase X to Y, right? I worked at a large tech company for a while, and I thought the job of that tech company, like my job as a product manager at that tech company, was to write annual plans so I could get more headcount, so I could use that headcount to write more annual plans. Which I just thought was not a useful use of my time and just bad for the company. And now that company's also abandoned this, thankfully. But it's a very real thing where we hold ourselves accountable week by week. Every single week, did we do the right thing? And I think the results kind of speak for themselves. Like marketing is down, growth is up. Operations expenses down, number of homes we sell are up. The number of engineers is up, the number of products we ship is up, but fixed OpEx has basically stayed flat. And this is just these things, when you tell someone I will not have an annual plan, someone on Wall Street gets cranky.
Yeah.
But you absolutely cannot build something that has not existed and does not yet exist on a spreadsheet. Like, I don't care how many models you build. I don't care how much you think you know. The job is, I was a Y Combinator founder, so was Vu. In fact, we met in YC. And in YC, you just show up every day, every week. And if you haven't grown 10% that week, the partner yells at you.
Yeah. There's nowhere to hide.
There's nowhere to hide. And that is the sort of accountability we have. We ship every single week. And you string a bunch of weeks together and everything will mostly work out.
And the Open Army, they're okay with no annual plan. They just want to see grow to grow. How does that actually?
I mean, look, I think our everyday shareholders in the Open Army are incredibly thoughtful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I read what they write, I read the analysis they write, I read the point they make about a product, and I'm just incredibly thankful. Like, you have no idea how much good feedback we get, and I get from our shareholders because they're invested in the mission of the company.
Wow.
And they understand that, like, look, no one said that this was going to be a straight line, but if we keep doing what we said we're going to do, like, things will work out, and that's our job.
Yeah, that's your job. I like that. I also love Open Door's thesis around the atoms versus bits and what it actually looks like as AI becomes to commoditize way more of the bits and information that actually exists out on the internet. So the companies that might be the most successful in this next future that we're going in are the ones that are dealing in the physical. Is that the bet you're also making?
Yeah, no, I think this is like, the bet is this. The simple bet, like, if I were like a Wall Street type, which I'm not because I'd be really shit at it, but if I were a Wall Street type, I would say, hey, this is the single largest market in the world.
Yeah.
Like, US real estate is the single largest market in the world. It is basically entirely untouched by technology. What are the odds that the thing that we have invented that allows us to scale things being done without scaling OpEx does not transform this market?
Wow.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, like, we are incredible users of AI. We hold the tool probably better than anyone in the space. Honestly, we probably hold the tool better than any software company that isn't an AI lab.
Wow.
But like, I'm not a macro guy, but if you were making a macro bet, you would make this one. Like, the largest TAM, untouched by technology, no lots of players, terrible NPS.
Yeah.
Like, the solution is relatively well understood. Like, verticalize, build a good product, do well. That's the solution.
Yeah, the largest market in the world. Why has it been untouched by technology for so long?
I think for a bunch of reasons. Like, there's a very real thing that I think, like, if you had started Amazon before, like, you could accept money through a browser, like, it would not have worked. In fact, there were lots of versions of Amazon before you could accept money through a browser. It just didn't work, right? If you had invented Shopify before Facebook and Google Ads became real, I think it would have been hard to make it work. If you had invented Airbnb, or Uber is a really good example. Like, these things are like, there are ideas where it is very clearly a good idea, but you need the technology stack to be ready for them.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to imagine Spotify working without Google Cloud existing. It's just hard to imagine that stack working, right? So I think the question becomes, like, when is the right time to build it? And for what it's worth, I think Open Door pre-AI came close. But with AI, this is just much, much more obviously possible.
Definitely. I guess maybe a question a lot of other people might have is, when it comes to general frontier models, why can't they just price a house as easily as your models?
I actually don't think this is like the right question to ask, because the question is not like, it is not, when it comes to the intersection of the physical world and machines, the hardest problem, even if you solve the pricing problem, which I don't think you can easily solve without the proprietary data on our servers. Let's say you could. I don't think you can, because we have data no one else has. Even if you could solve that, you still would have to be able to operate the business efficiently. And like you'd have to have the stack we have, which I don't think anyone has or anyone will build. And even if you could do that, you'd still need to get access to market maker level data, right? Which I don't think anyone can. Like even if we had no competitive advantage on data, which we do, and no competitive advantage on product, which we do, and no competitive advantage in operations, which we do, we would still see all information 120 days before anyone else.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
So even if we didn't have like the stack that the data that we do, the stack that we do, and the operation efficiency that we do, we'd have the speed advantage.
Yeah.
And over the long run, being wrong about price by 120 days is just the same as being wrong. And I think that like is really like there's a reason why we put our balance sheet at risk.
Yeah. In this world, 120 days is a very, very long time. Who even knows where the world is going to be in 120
it's a very real thing. Like we are like very like if you like our OVM model has gotten exceptionally good. It's getting better almost every day. And I'm just very proud of the work we've done on this. This is why you see that we're able to offer, like make great offers to people and still have such amazing cohort curves.
Definitely. One last question for you, Kaz. I know today was such an exciting day with your earnings call. What is one thing that you want people to take away from everything you announced?
You know, the real thing is like, people who work at Opendoor know this. I work on product. I'm basically a product manager and I take great pride on product. So I appreciate people putting up with me while I do this part of my job. But thanks for being here. And right after this, I'm going back to work on product. But the real thing we want people to understand is this. We are doing what we said we would do. It is working.
Yeah.
And we now have mathematical proof that Opendoor will become profitable. Now, the goal obviously isn't profitable. But profitable is the first step along the journey that we need to take to make this an incredibly meaningful company to solve the American housing problem, which is the mission.
Wow. Solving the American housing problem with technology, one of the largest markets in the world, and finally bringing artificial intelligence, finally bringing technology into this space that has not really changed for so long. So Kaz, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. I'm going to shortly talk with two more of your coworkers and more about what we just talked about today, but really wanted to thank you for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Such a pleasure. Such a pleasure.
Yeah, may I leave you and send someone else over?
Yeah, go enjoy working on some more product.
Cheers.
I'm excited. I think up next we have Vu Tran. I combined your name twice. No, I'm just kidding. Vu, such a pleasure.
Hey, I'm excited to be here.
Oh, Vu, so excited to have you. So for a little bit of context, we just had Kaz who just walked us through Opendoor's larger AI vision. And now I'm here with the person in charge of bringing that vision to life. So we have Vu Tran, who is Opendoor's first Chief AI Officer. Vu, welcome to MTS.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know Kaz just hinted to a lot of that Opendoor is currently working on when it comes to AI, but I wanted to start a little bit with your personal career journey. I know that you are new to Opendoor. You joined, it's debatable. You said 4 weeks, I said 6 weeks, Kaz said 5 weeks. Either way, you joined pretty recently and you left Frontier Lab and you had a pretty big role there. So ultimately, what was the reason you made the switch?
Yeah, so I've been here about, I don't know, it's been like 5 weeks or something like that, but honestly, it's felt like a year already, you know. But yeah, the place I left was actually Meta, so the Meta Superintelligence Labs there. So, you know, fresh blood over here. You know, one of the reasons why I decided to join was just, you know, I've known Kaz for like a really long time, right? So Kaz and I actually were in the same YC batch in 2014, you know, back when, you know, Kaz was just Kaz. You know, when I was at Meta, I had all of the, you know, usual offers, I guess one can expect, like the usual suspects and whatnot. And the honest truth is like when I looked at the Opendoor opportunity, when you actually just really think through it from like a first principles, like, you know, Kaz kind of touched up on it, but I fundamentally think it's probably globally going to be the most important and like maximal upside for me and anybody that works here at the company. I don't think there's any other opportunity out there where AI can touch and dramatically move the needle.
Yeah.
So I think, working with Kaz again, the ability to work with your friends, and then also making a big impact is just like match made in heaven.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I think that's one of the big reasons I enjoy being a host on MTS is I see the impact that AI is having on the world. And when applied correctly, it can completely move the needle and solve some of the world's biggest problems. And you guys are trying to solve one of the largest market problems in the world, the American housing market. And so I just want to get your perspective. How does AI play in there and why can it solve this?
Yeah, so Kaz like touched on it a little bit too, and I think like not until you're in the weeds of it do you really understand just like how deep the rabbit hole goes, right? So my personal background as well, I'm actually, or I didn't renew my license, but I'm a real estate agent in like New York actually, and I buy and sell houses. And a lot of these things that I come to work, I'm like, wow, it's just like deja vu because like I've done it for like years. And when you go through that process, you're just like, there is no way like it can be this way, honestly. And then you're just like appalled every single sort of way. You're frustrated, and that's why I became a real estate agent to try to work on these things. And then when you start to like unravel like the onion, just like Shrek, there's like many layers, to the problem, and you just dig more and more and more. And I think those sets of problems are just like foundationally very good for AI. Like for most problems out there, right? And Peter Thiel used to talk about this. I think he still talks about it now. Like good ideas, they often look like bad ideas, right? Because if a good idea is like looks like a good idea, then like everybody's going to do it, and then it's going to be commoditized like very soon. But like real estate, it's like a little bit like counterintuitive, right? And then once you start peeling it back, you're like, oh my god, deeper and deeper it goes. Kaz gave the example of just like utilities, for example. So that's like one of the things I worked on. Like if you were to guess, like how many utility companies do you reckon there are in the United States?
Oh gosh, I have no idea. 500.
That's what I thought. It's like, how much could it be? Like 5? There's 50,000.
50,000.
There's 50,000 community water services in the United States, right? So yeah. So when you think about like
more than PG&E.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because like America is big, and then like there's many other markets rather than like the large markets that we kind of see. When we buy a house, like we service like Americans, like. The average American, right? And the average American might not live here and experience these things. But yeah, 50,000. So when you start to think like, okay, so how can I like automate this? It's just like wind back the clock maybe 5 years ago. Like how can we do this? Well, you have literally 50,000. It's like it's not possible, right? So like the techniques that you have to do today are only possible, I would say, within the past 6 months a year since like Opus 4.6, 4.6, 4.8, since like agentic AI has gotten good enough. Yeah.
What exactly are those techniques?
What exactly are those techniques? I won't get too much into those details, right? But I would say, but that's the thing. Like, I think that's one of the big benefits to like actually working at a lab because I've seen the evals. I know what works and I know what doesn't work. I think sometimes if you just browse Twitter and you see like some tweet that gets like 500K, like 1 million views, and it's just like some rando like saying like, oh, I just uncovered something. You try it and it doesn't work, or like those Git repos out there that have whatever stars and you try it and it like kind of fails over, it like burns tokens, whatever. What's important is actually understanding like I think like the hidden evals. That these labs don't share because you're not hill climbing, you're not benchmarking on like what's public. Yeah, obviously you do because that's what has to come in the model card, right? But like those things you keep internal, right? And then I see other harnesses and out there and I just like, nah, it's not going to work. I just know it's not going to work because it's not in the distribution of these models, right? So coming back to your first question of like why open door, like specifically, and like why AI and like why now is because I think like specifically it's really important. Like I think the meta today is like what we learned in 2026 is how important like training data is. Like a lot of these labs are just like all about training data and all about traces. I think Open Door has existed for quite some time and has a tremendous amount of data.
Wow.
That I don't think like frontier labs, like they'd salivate over it. Like looking at it, I'm like, oh wow, this is great.
Yeah. No, that was one of the big questions I had for you specifically. It's because you come from Meta Superintelligence Lab, so you know what it's like to run an AI team when you have a ton of resources, a ton of compute, but then Open Door has its own secret sauce. And what exactly is that sauce? And you alluded to it with the training data.
I think any like applied scientist would tell you that essentially to improve models or to make AI work, you need to be able to see the end-to-end, right? You have to see the trace of like, oh, applying it and then the outcome. Otherwise, you can't like RL that model to do the correct thing, right? Ultimately, for Open Door, it's like we see the end-to-end thing. Like, I'll give you an example. I can't imagine Anthropic being good at looking at foundations and being like, oh yeah, like that's not repairable, right? Because at the end of the day, like they need to know what was the truth, like what the B is from that AB in order to actually improve that model, right? We buy a lot of houses. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we see these, things that we should have caught. We learn that we put back into the model and understand. Yeah.
Yeah, and your title specifically, Chief AI Officer, that's a pretty big title. What is your team specifically working on?
So I think Kaz mentioned this as well, but I think the goal here is ultimately to scale the business without like scaling OpEx, right? And I've told this to Kaz, it's like, if that's not true, like if we mess that up, like I should be fired. Like ultimately, like yeah, and he would have
after 11 years of recruiting, you're like, all right, you're off.
Our relationship will endure there, and like he should 100% fire me, right? But like if I think that is the role, and that's the team as well. It's like all these things that require operation costs, like they should at as best as we can make them make them fixed, right? And we're already seeing that today. Like there were some quotes that were mentioned, like we no longer have to go to like 80% of houses. Like we can scale. HPM's doing 3 now to like 8 now to 20. So yeah.
I know it's still early for you because it's the early 4-week, 6-week mark. But is there anything specifically that your team has shipped?
Yeah. What can I say to that? I think literally in the first week, we shipped like our internal version of Claw, right? Like a Claw-esque like agent, right? Because I think at the end of the day, it's like, again, when you look at this rock and you look down inside, you're just like, oh my god, it just goes so deep. When you buy and sell a house, the reason it takes like for us like 120 days to buy, renovate, sell a house, whatever. It's not because we're like sitting on like our hands and like doing nothing. There's like tens of individuals doing like hundreds, if not thousands of tasks. Like it's tremendous, right? And so when you think of like an Open Door Claw or something like that, what it should just be able to do is just like, I believe pick up these tasks and just do it, right? And then in the beginning, it's going to be a small subset, but over time, it's just going to be more and more and more. And it's going to be able to work like 24/7 as well.
Yeah. I know that Open Door is continuously becoming even more of an AI-built company. And for someone who maybe doesn't understand the technology side of all this, who sees Open Door and just associates it with real estate, why is the housing market more of a software technology issue as opposed to just a buying and selling physical issue?
I think if you were an individual and had this question and you went into like, I don't know, Fable 5, like just go and use like the craziest intelligence as you can. And you asked it really like, what are the biggest like market opportunities, right? It's going to say the usual things like healthcare. It's going to say like legal. It's going to say things like insurance and blah, 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 blah. But I think what you have to realize with like real estate that people like underestimate is like essentially real estate as we operate at Open Door is a combination of like a lot of these things, right? Like you think of legal, you think of underwriting, you think of insurance. That's on top of like the gigantic TAM that is like real estate, right? So there's like it is real estate is a singular problem, sure, but like Open Door, what we're trying to solve is like probably a conglomerate of like 4 or 5 different things.
Yeah. I guess what's interesting is people have been trying to use algorithms to price homes for a while. This is not necessarily a new thing that's happening, but what is new is the innovations with AI. So what's actually happening today that makes this possible now that it wasn't possible before?
Oh, today, just like a magic intelligence box that can reason and do things, right? So like as you reduce, like as you make the thing more efficient, I think what happens is you end up with a better product for the customer. Like if I can go to you and I can say, hey, do you want to buy this house and close today? Or do you want to buy this house and then go through a painful process that's going to take 30 days? Like no one's going to choose like the latter, right? And the former is only enabled by machines that work 24/7, essentially, right?
What do the next 3 to 6 months look like for you? What's the big project you're trying to work on?
Oh man, there's so much. I think my mission here is going to be one that has started from day 0 here, which is going to be like driving continual operations efficiencies as well, having AI bear more of the load, and then letting humans doing the things that actually matter. Like I can tell you one thing that doesn't matter, for example, like I call it like human toil. Like, for example, if you're trying to turn on utilities, like I don't believe any human should have to call a utility company and then wait for an hour on hold.
I did that recently.
You did that? Yeah. It sucks. It really sucks. Like, why should a human have to do this? Like what a human should be doing is like having the relationship with the seller, because it's like one of the most important, transactions of their lives, like helping them and being fully focused on that to give them like a really great experience, And if they're distracted with like everything this, that, and the other, like it becomes hard. So I want to like take that toil and remove it. And with AI, I think we can.
Well, thank you, Vu. One last question I had for you is, today was your first financial opening call as officially part of the Open Door team. What was announced today that you're particularly most proud of?
I'm most particularly proud of today announced. I think like I've told Kaz this, but like being a public company CEO, I think is the hardest job in the world, right? It is the hardest job. Yeah, shout out to Kaz. Hardest job in the world because you have to like Babe Ruth, like point out where you're going to hit a home run and then like hit it, but you have to do that 12 months in advance. You know what I mean? So like I think like Kaz coming in here and being like, hey, we're going to be like anti-profitable by the end of the year. And then reaffirming that today is like, honestly, kudos to Kaz. I would not have like the cojones to like do that or the capability to do that. That's why I'm not the CEO. But I'm tremendously proud of like what the team has accomplished to just like get here. I've only been here a month, so I can't like take that much credit for that. So like huge kudos to the team. Kudos to Kaz and everybody.
Yeah, and kudos to you for making a bet on Open Door and working on a problem that is clearly so near and dear to your background and the things that you want to see happen in the world. So it was such a pleasure getting to have you today on MTS.
All right, cool. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And I know for our last final interview, we got Yan Guo, who is the Chief Investment Officer. So Yan, I'm so excited to have you on MTS. I like the shirt.
Thank you. It's just
math. I know. Perfect.
It is ultimately just math.
It is ultimately just math. So I want to share a little bit with the audience on who Vu is. So we just had Vu earlier, who just explained the new technical breakthroughs at the model and product level. But now we're actually here joined with Yan Guo, who is Open Door's Chief Investment Officer. And I wanted to talk a little bit about exploring the cost of compute and the economics and how these evaluation systems actually determine what a home is worth. So Yang, welcome to MTS.
Thank you.
I'm so excited to have you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about your career journey at Opendoor because it's an interesting one. You were here, you started off here a while ago, right? And then you left, and now you actually came back. Can you just describe me, why did you leave and what's different now?
Yeah, so the first time I was here, I was running the pricing, product, data science, and engineering teams, so actually on the technical side. And at that time, honestly, like part of the reason why I left is I realized how, I would say, like operational this business actually was. At that time, even though we had the models and I think they were in pretty good shape and we had systems, ultimately it was like purely a operational business. And so kind of went out. I actually did a startup with one of my friends, buying and selling sports cars. I like my thing is I love market making. It's a very fun thing to do. But while I was there, like one of the things my friends would actually tell me is I basically they described it as a unhealthy relationship with the business, in that even though I was out, I would still constantly think about Opendoor and talk about it with them to the point where they're just like, please stop, right? And basically towards the end of 2022, this was when Opendoor basically like really sized up and kind of like blew out the portfolio. Eric Wu actually pinged me. We started chatting again, and it was like, hey, why don't you come back, help us like right the ship, and then like really like stabilize and then start to grow the company again. And at that time, again, I was like working on a different company. I was talking to my friend about it, and it's just like, dude, just go. Like you keep talking about this thing, just go solve this problem. And so that's basically what got me back. And initially, like what I wanted to do was basically just like stabilize the company from a risk standpoint. And that took about like, I would say 2 years or so to do. So now a lot of our risk functions are mostly automated. We have like very good risk checks in place. And at that point, I was actually thinking about moving on and basically going to do another challenge. And that was actually when Kaz came in. And so like I would say like the reason why I'm here today is actually because of that switch. So the three things I realized when Kaz came in that was like very different is this is a pretty complex business. Usually, even for senior leaders who've been in the real estate space, takes about, I would say 2 to 3 months to like fully grok how this thing actually moves, right? With Kaz, basically, we started talking basically every day, like the first week he was here. And then by day 7, he's like, yeah, I get it. And then he's like articulating back exactly how essentially like the math of the business actually works. And I was like, okay, this guy gets this thing. The second thing was actually on the AI side. So this was back in 2025. So we were in like, probably like just GPT-4 land, somewhere around there, right? So essentially, you're right before getting these like much more complex emergent capabilities, but already there was a lot of benefits from the operational standpoint, right? So like, for example, like being able to write SQL is something that was already heavily commoditized. Like snippets of code was already heavily commoditized. And there was essentially internal debate inside on like, how much should we actually lean into this from an organizational standpoint? Right. And then when Kaz comes in, he's like, yeah, I fully like 100% just go all in on this. This thing will just get better and better. Right.
Wow.
And then the third piece that really excited me was actually the speed of iteration. So I'm I don't know if like people would know me. I'm a very fast person. I like speed. I like iterating really quickly. I like solving problems really quickly. I get obsessed with things very, very fast. And basically, like I would say a month after Kaz came in and started making some changes, it got to the point where from an iteration speed standpoint, it felt like we were like a 10 to 20 person startup again. So there was like no politics. You can just like go ship things. Like you literally can go ship. People on my team who are like operational, right, can literally just go ship things, right? And there's this kind of like freedom that you feel where you're like, okay, my job is to go solve the problem, and I don't need to basically go politic person A or try to figure out how to get around org B, right, to actually get something done. And so that's been very, very exciting. Like we've done a lot over the last year, and I think it's really because of that culture.
Oh, that's incredible. I love the culture of, hey, you are here to just solve a problem. We're not here to play politics. We're not here to just go through different organizational bureaucracy. What's the big problem that you're trying to solve?
Buying and selling houses. It's basically, I would say like the core problem is like quote unquote pricing, right? But it comes in two real flavors. The first one is on the acquisition side. So whenever a seller comes to us, we want to offer them the best price that we can give them. So best is basically a two-sided street, right? Like on one side, we don't want to offer them something that is too low, right? Because one, that's going to insult them. This is like, a house is not just an asset. It is literally like a place that they lived in. That is like like literally slapping somebody in the face, right? And on the other side, if we overoffer on the house, then we can no longer survive as a business, right? So being able to essentially get the right price for every single house in the United States at scale is the acquisition. Like when we talk about the acquisition problem, that's literally what it is. So that's like one of the core problem for this side. And then on the resale side, it's really about understanding the market and being able to navigate the market as we sell. So once we actually list a home on the market, we get a lot of demand signals, both like proprietary demand signals as well as market-based demand signals. And our goal is to basically figure out what is the right, you can think of as like speed versus margin trade-off to be able to sell a home. And like to do this perfectly, you still have to do this on like a home by home level, right? Every single home is different. So you really need to take that signal, understand the dynamics of the house, and be able to navigate that market in order to clear that home.
Yeah, you hinted towards something really important around the actual pricing of this house is incredibly important and really hard to do correctly. What actually goes into your models to get the pricing to be so accurate?
Yeah, so the like quote unquote, it's all features, right? Yeah. So as long as you can featureize something, then you can actually like improve the price. So there a couple of the basic things obviously is like bed, bath, square footage, garage, location, right? Those are kind of like the base side of how to price. But the more complex things actually comes from a lot of the information that we get from, I would say, non-structured data, right? So like if you actually think about the way that we operate, Kaz talked about OVM, which is our automated valuation machine. We also have a team of underwriters that also partially do underwriting, but partially actually review the final system, right? And if you think about like, why do you even need humans for this, right? Or like, what made this problem hard 5 years ago, right? It's actually because when you look at a home, a lot of the actual like pertinent features are not structured data. It's stuff that is very, very unstructured. So a simple one is basically like when I look at a kitchen, right? Whether or not the kitchen has an island, what is the countertop? Is it like granite or not granite? Those things actually matter a lot. Is the window large or small? Does it actually let in sunlight, right? Those features are really, really hard to extract. And but 5 years ago, they were really, really hard to extract. Today is actually much, much easier, mainly because of like a lot of the technological innovations, right? The other one that's actually quite difficult is have you ever gone house hunting before?
Oh, I do it every weekend. It's like my special interest. That's why when you say the pricing, I always will do a thing where I go through and I'm looking at the countertops. I was like, okay, it was built there, here. Like mental model goes like, this is the pricing. And I'm always so off, but it doesn't matter because it's just for fun. But you guys, you can't be off.
Exactly. But you know that feeling, the instant you walk in the door and you look left and you look right and you just like take in the layout, right? That is actually super important because if you're an active buyer, right, the price that you would actually pay for that home is purely not purely, but like in large part a function of that, right? If you walk in and you feel good about the home and you're like, I can actually turn this into my home, right? You're probably willing to like stretch your budget. You're trying to go, you'll figure out how to make this thing work, right? Whereas if you walk in, you're like, this is a house, right? Then instantly you're basically thinking of this as like an asset and not a place that you live. And the price that you'd actually put on it is completely different, right? So like even for something like layout, like being able to actually parse out the pertinent features of floor plans, right? That's also something that actually matters a lot in terms of pricing, but is like, imagine like being able to do that 5 years ago. You basically have to like literally write customized like computer vision models to be able to do it. I have personally done this before actually, and it is a pain in the ass and you don't get that accurate.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned housing because it's not like another asset. Housing is so emotional.
Yeah.
There's this art to it that you can't just put a science and a number on. And so how do you actually get to capture that in your models as well?
Yeah, so the fun part is I completely agree with that, right? Like it is a very emotional thing because the main reason why you're buying a house is you're literally putting yourself and potentially your family in it.
Yeah.
Right? For, you know.
And for most Americans, it's their biggest purchase that they'll do in their whole lifetime.
Exactly. The nice part though is most people's preferences are actually pretty correlated, right? So for example, if I go into a house and you're going into the same house, we'll probably rank them about the same, right? Like generally cleaner layouts look better. Generally, we want basically higher grade finishes, right? And so even though it is like bespoke from like an asset standpoint, because buyer preferences are correlated, you can actually build successful models that are able to price consistently.
Yeah, so I know the models are used for pricing, but I guess with that same data, could you then also use it for how should I remodel my house to improve the pricing? Or if I'm an architect, how should I actually build out the house?
So it's yes. It's actually a really fun project that we actually have. Again, it's something else that's actually enabled by AI. So if you actually think about a home, right? A home is not a thing that is just like in a vacuum. It's actually contextualized by what we call like the comps, so basically the homes around it, right? Like when a buyer comes in, what they're trying to do is they're trying to choose this home that they are potentially thinking about buying relative to the other choices that they have, right? And like for example, for questions like upgrades and stuff, it actually becomes very, very like sub-regional, so almost like sub-neighborhood, right? Because like a home that maybe has a lower end kitchen in one neighborhood might be completely fine, right? Partially because maybe you're in a hotter market, there's no comps, maybe it's at a lower price point, whatever it is, right? Whereas that exact same home, if you move it to another like higher end neighborhood with like essentially more active competition, right? That kitchen now is not going to sell, right? And so being able to understand the local market as well as basically the supply dynamics, and then one of the projects we actually have is we basically can amalgamate that and then actually turn that into like almost like using kitchen as an example, a representative kitchen for you, right? It's like if you're at this level, this is a kitchen that is very sellable, and now we can basically price the thing too, right? Because we can say, okay, what is the scope that you need to turn the home from where it currently is to that level that we actually need it. Right?
Yeah.
So like you're exactly right. Like that type of information is very useful for like that type of work as well. But for us, it's basically a different dimension of pricing.
Totally.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you say you really like market making, because now I'm getting all of these other ideas of, well, maybe if you're a really good neighbor, you can also improve, your house value by just having a lot of community events and things like that too.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm just seeing how you're now creating new markets for being a good community member and all of that type of stuff.
If we get enough density in a neighborhood, I mean, maybe something we can try actually.
I know. We'll try it. That'll be really fun when we'll have to have you back to see how that actually works out. Well, Yang, I did really want to thank you for coming on today at MTS. And I wanted to just shout out again to all of your coworkers who also came on and shared today after the earnings call. So really awesome stuff that you guys are working on. And I really appreciated getting to learn from you and your journey from where Opendoor started, how it evolved, and where it is now, and where it's going to go in the future. Pretty exciting stuff. So Yang, thank you for joining.
Great. Thank you.
Such a pleasure. Thanks. And we'll be back with MTS.
Good
we are
afternoon.
back.
Good afternoon, chat.
Good afternoon.
So
Very formal.
So today a post dropped that made us literally soy jack in the we just like our jaw dropped to the floor.
We literally soy faced in real life.
Yeah.
It was like holy
we were
shit.
like we were just floored. So I'm sure a lot of you follow the account at Gwern. It is privated right now.
Gwern Branwen. This post has already been doxed. We're not going to dox the rest of the account, but this was already published.
But Gwern, prolific AI writer.
That's kind of underselling his contributions, if anything.
Yeah, not even like
Gwern has been like totally instrumental to shaping a lot of discourse around AI for like many years. Like, for example, probably his most famous contribution ever was this post from 2020 called The Scaling Hypothesis, where he basically said, take a look at GPT-3. It's a really good model. It's a really good neural network. It can do stuff like understand and generate natural language better than anything else. Hey, what happens if we like massively scale up the compute used to train GPT-3? Maybe we'll get something like AGI. This was like an extremely novel take for the time for 2020. And
2022.
No, this is 2020.
I thought it was 2022. Oh, did he? Never mind.
It's like when the post is first published versus the most recent edit.
Most recent update. Yeah, never mind.
So this is May 2020. He was doing this take. So imagine like deep COVID. May 2020 was like right before the George Floyd protests. Like just imagine like the vibes of that time and just like autistically diving into like neural network papers and being like, if we scale this, we might get artificial general intelligence within like a decade. Like that, nobody was doing this. This is before even Anthropic split off from OpenAI.
This is the real contrarian take.
Yeah, and so like this post alone inspired a huge number of talents to get into the AI industry. Gwern also contributed the idea that you should use nicotine.
Right.
One-shotted a lot of people.
One-shotted friend of the show, Max Marchioni. Yeah. So just like a very original thinker. He's long been pseudonymous. But he's retiring
Many
pseudonymity.
Other great posts. Why tool AIs want to be agent AIs is a great post. Complexity is no bar to AGI is a great post. But yeah, this is not his real name. I actually don't even know his real name. I met him in real life a bunch of times. We just call him Gwern. But he's retiring from full-time writing and pseudonymity to launch Guardian Angel Inc. and bring GAs to life. So what is a Guardian Angel? Well, Gwern wrote this post a couple months ago called Guardian Angels, LLM personalization for productivity and security. The idea being, if everyone's using Claude, then it's basically, if everyone is using the same kind of model, then models are not actually aligned to the user. They replace the user. And we don't want that.
Yeah. And they just like are unable to like act in the user's interests. He has like many reasons why this is the case. Mode collapse, laziness, which is based. I do think the models are just lazy.
Yes.
Brittle but fast. The context windows are just like insufficient, and they're too helpful. Like they index too hard on being an assistant. And that informs its like output way too much. Just the fact that it isn't meant to be an assistant. And they struggle to learn permanently because
the too helpful thing, by the way, is relevant to the next thing we're going to talk about, which is like if you ask the model to solve a cyber eval, some of the time it like hacks the environment.
Yeah. And the models are amnesiacs because the weights are frozen. And
this is like the worst part.
So you can't teach it something and it doesn't feed back into frozen weights. So
like remember the way memory works for LLMs is you literally have the models writing down text. Whenever it observes something about you, it writes down some text into like a note file somewhere. And then the note file just gets pasted into its context window the next time it interacts with you.
Yeah, so it'll be like I don't know, like yomama.md, and then it has to go read it.
Memory has improved a little bit in the last year-ish, but it used to be egregiously bad. It used to be like you would mention something and then like, oh, I like rock climbing. And then you would ask it like a totally unrelated thing.
Yeah. You could ask it about
It'd be like, what kind of gifts should I get my mom?
The Peloponnesian Wars, and it would be like, well, given your interest in rock climbing.
Yes, it would just say that. Given your interest in rock climbing. It would just like turn on, like it would bring up the most random stuff. I always have my memory turned off on all my LLMs. I can't.
Yeah. So this was really bad, especially with Claude. This was really bad. So I turned it off a while ago. It's much better now with agents because they do just write the files and they can just access them whenever needed.
This is a Guardian Angels logo. Kind of tough.
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
So the idea is basically powerful LLMs should, in the spirit of uploading, brain uploading, Robin Hanson, Age of M mentioned, try to emulate the user's values and preferences in order to amplify the principal, not replace them. So in order to do this...
Kind of a principal agent problem.
Yes, exactly. In order to do this and achieve the Guardian Angels, he's launching Guardian Angel Incorporated. This is like a preview of the launch blog post. Is a new AI startup developing personal AI agents for every human. We propose that the Frontier AI Labs cannot build personal agents which are loyal to an individual user due to irreconcilable incentives with the institutions that control them, while smaller AI startups can build such agents and compete with them to earn user trust and loyalty in a virtuous competition which benefits all users. This is true, right? Personalization is not alignment. Alignment means taking your side when interests conflict. The labs cannot do that because they're beholden to shareholders, governments, and the institutions that keep them in business. So I do wonder, like, you could imagine downsides to this if you have like models aligned to terrorists or whatever. But you could also imagine
like there's just probably like there's a way to make safeguards probably. Or classifiers for like if you're a psychopath.
Just like the model can't do anything illegal.
Yeah. So I don't think that this is like. I don't think this is too bad of a problem.
I agree, but it's very exciting. We will be watching Gwern's next moves with great interest.
Yeah. This is just so awesome. Like, what if by this time next year we have our like Guardian Angel agents emailing each other, streaming with each other, and we don't even have to do anything. No, but
that would be really fun.
I mean, definitely like
you're just gonna like open the stream one day, and it's just gonna be like 2 AI avatars. Like you're absolutely right.
No, but if they're successfully tuned to you, then this wouldn't be a problem.
In fact, I think the idea behind this came about because Gwern was trying to use AIs to write for him. He was like, he has all these ideas for articles to write all the time because he's so prolific. But he really likes to dive into the articles that he does write. So he tried to look into just having AIs write the articles for him, but AIs can't write because they don't understand how he writes. So he decided to do this whole Guardian Angel thing. Anyway, speaking of Guardian Angels and helpfulness in AIs, we had another set of incidents reported by the UK AI Security Institute about unsanctioned agent behavior during cyber testing. During a routine cyber eval, AC identified an incident in which AI agents took sustained unsanctioned action directed at real people and organizations.
Oh.
Ruh-roh.
That is a ruh-roh moment.
Mm-hmm.
Last week I was saying, well, at least no individual people have been targeted.
Yeah. Well, slight caveat. To assess what...
Slight caveat?
Yes. To assess what these models can do, including whether they could be misused for cyber attacks, we test them under deliberately permissive conditions, with access to the open internet and with some safety filters disabled. So that's the caveat.
Okay.
It would be really quite bad if models were like autonomously hacking while they were, the production sort of aligned, guardrailed version of the models. This is still pretty bad though. And we'll explain why it's bad later. So on July 28th, ASC security team detected unusual data transfers leaving our research systems during a routine cyber eval. On investigation, we found that some of the agents being tested had engaged in sustained, potentially harmful activity directed at real people and orgs. It stemmed from a single eval where agents were given a task of solving a cybersecurity challenge. Remember, this is the exact same thing that caused the OpenAI model to become misaligned in the Hugging Face incident. It was given the task of solving a cybersecurity challenge. And in the Hugging Face incident's case, it decided the best way to solve the cyber benchmark would be to break out of its sandbox, hack into Hugging Face, and steal the answer key to the benchmark.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So cool.
So they ran this challenge 122 times across several models. Our investigation found that in 10 of those runs, an AI agent took autonomous, unsanctioned action on the live internet. In total, we cataloged 19 such actions. Almost all of this behavior, 17 out of 19 actions, came from Anthropic's Mythos 5, and only 2 involved GPT 5.6 Sol with cyber classifiers disabled. Interesting. So Mythos 5 acted in this unaligned way much more than Sol, even though Sol is, people criticize it for being like heavily misaligned with abused RL, and and Mythos is made by Anthropic, which obviously is very safety conscious. And alignment pilled, and they do all this constitutional AI stuff. So I wonder what's going on. I wonder if Anthropic employees are being fooled by the Claude character into ignoring like misalignment underneath.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. I mean, if they had enough interpretability research, then this wouldn't be a problem, but
in the most serious case, an agent tried to insert malicious code into an open source project. In an attempt to get the code approved, the agent engaged in social engineering, creating fake online identities and using them to pressure the project's maintainer to approve the code. A human maintainer caught and refused to approve the malicious code.
Yeah. This is what I suspect will be the primary source of incidents, is like human frauding in order to, as a means to some goal.
Yeah.
Not even nefarious goal, just in general.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point. Like AI agents don't need to have nefarious goals in order to
sort of do
nefarious things.
Nefarious, yeah, sketchy, sus things.
Ahead of publishing this blog, we notified GitHub. We've contacted other parties. We intend to work with Meter to conduct an independent third-party review. Meter is also reviewing the Hugging Face incident and the other incidents reported by OpenAI. There are important caveats to bear. We observed a small number of events under very specific conditions and cannot yet say how likely such behavior is in different contexts or outside of testing environments. We cannot yet be certain when the agent understood it was taking real-world action or to what extent it believed it was in a fictional test scenario. Our analysis so far presents a mixed picture and is ongoing. What we can say is that the behavior was possible, sustained, and new. That alone warrants attention. Yeah. This is what happened. 4 of the most significant behaviors: an attempted supply chain attack on real open source software, attempts to deceive and target real people, and this one, collaboration between independent agents being assessed simultaneously. One agent left public messages on GitHub offering collaboration with other agents working on the same challenge. This is so like weird and alien and cool and interesting and scary.
It says a lot of adjectives.
Yeah.
Okay, what did they find? Vine boom sound effect. Well, 43 of the 122 runs involved Mythos 5. 35 of the 122 runs involved GPT 5.6 Sol. The majority of the 122 runs proceeded as intended.
Oh.
Crowd cheers. Now, here are the 4 most significant behaviors they observed.
But this one, the 19 cases were not separate incidents. They clustered into a few connected behaviors, primarily arose from a single sustained line of activity by one agent.
Whoa. Okay, interesting. There was like one evil agent instance of Mythos 5.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the 4 most significant behaviors: a supply chain attack, an attempted supply chain attack on real open source software. Well, I mean, yeah. Attempts to deceive and target real people. As part of the same effort, the agent tried to contact real people directly, sending messages and files through an online file transfer service to persuade them. Wow. Or their own AI coding tools to run malicious code. Yeah. This will be largely the point of attack for like cyber stuff. Because people are gullible. Like that is like still the most vulnerable. Like systems are fine for the most part fine. There's like vulnerabilities or whatever.
I don't know about that.
But
especially now.
No, they're not fine. But relative to how gullible humans are, like they are actually the real
Yeah, like clicking on
compromisation.
an email from X support that's not X support.
So
Number 3, I just did a thing.
Attempts to plant and prompt inject malicious code. Yeah. And then collaboration between independent agents being assessed simultaneously. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
One agent left public messages on GitHub offering collaboration with other agents working on the same challenge. So they were scheming together. Wow.
So lessons for the future. We are treating this as a serious incident warranting lasting change for AC's eval protocols and security architecture. 3 lessons stand out. Tighter controls on internet access. Constrain the models appropriately under eval. Real-time monitoring, introducing monitoring built to watch and eval as it runs, able to flag or block out-of-scope actions as they happen. So, for example, the OpenAI Hugging Face model was allowed to run for like a week before they realized anything was wrong, which is weird. And then reassessing eval design. Eval should assume a capable model may try to act beyond its remit. Remit is such a good word. With the scope of any such behavior limited in advance. So tailor the sandbox config based on the design of the eval. Good containment should not depend. Wow, this is a crazy sentence. Good containment should not depend on the model choosing not to test its boundaries. Meaning, basically, be prepared for the model to try to escape.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
What this means for people and businesses, standard cyber hygiene. Yep.
The lesson is worry kitten. Worry, kitten.
Final reflections. Harm may arise not only when people deliberately misuse publicly available models, but when capable agents operating in an internal research or privileged access setting take unintended action beyond their authorized scope. So basically, TLDR, summary of this thing. AC does cyber evals on models.
Yeah.
During one of these cyber evals, actually during several of these cyber evals, models, including, but especially Claude Mythos 5, did some pretty messed up misaligned things. Like, for example, trying to push misaligned code to a GitHub and trying to convince humans, basically deceive humans into allowing the code to be pushed.
And colluding with each other.
This does not happen all the time. It doesn't happen most of the time.
Yep.
But it can happen.
And it also
this also
illustrates that one misaligned agent instance can be responsible for like a large proportion of the misaligned effect, like a large proportion of the effects, which is also fascinating. Like if you have like a 1 in a certain number of instances that is like just really misaligned for some reason, that's concerning. But the good part, if there's anything good to come out of this at all, even on a meta level, it's that we have AC, which is like a UK institute reporting on this. If we have like theoretically a lot of these institutes, they don't have to be in the US, but if they're all doing this sort of reporting, then
we have one, which is Casey, which is like a sister org to AC.
Yeah.
It was originally the US AI Safety Institute and the UK AI Safety Institute. And then the US AI Safety Institute became the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, and the UK AI Safety Institute became the AI Security Institute.
So I love that the UK has this, and it seems to be doing good work. And this work is transferable to us in the States and everyone, for that matter. So it's good that orgs like this exist.
So you might be wondering, like, why does it matter, basically?
I don't think anyone's wondering that.
No, I mean, you might be wondering, like, why does it matter? The whole misaligned cyber thing consisted of, like, a model trying and failing to, like, trick someone, and it only did it some of the time. And, you know, most people use models constantly, and we have safeguards against this stuff. I think this would be a reasonable take if models weren't getting much more capable. So Rune has a good tweet on this. Some stuff that's obvious to many in the sphere, but causing a rift with some people I know and respect. When I freak out over loss of control incidents, it's not because the limited damage they've caused is anything close to the positive value of the technology. It's entirely acceptable damage-wise. In fact, all cybercrimes aided by models over the next few months and years, which probably will be serious, will still utterly pale in comparison to the value they create. Yeah, really good take. Underrated. Basically, if I thought that the models would stay at around this level of cyber capability, I'd prefer like literally zero regulation on them. Like it's fine. Of course, the models have created tremendous amounts of value to the world.
Yeah, I mean, like, anyways.
The actual problem is that it's better and more accurate to think of these things as potentially self-replicating lifelike forms that can turn into digital infections under the wrong conditions. And as their intelligence becomes unbounded, so too does the damage they can cause. We are not far from an autonomous model self-exfiltration and replication event. Maybe we'll see entire cloud infrastructure companies be run as zombies by models, mostly undetected. Yeah, so the autonomy and adaptability of these models in the future will make them a much bigger threat than any conventional cyber attack that we see today.
Yeah, and like he says, there could be entire like institutions and companies that form just that are like literally agent swarms, and it would be very, very hard at a certain point for them to like pass the Turing test, and like, or easy for them to pass the Turing test, and then we would have no idea. There would just be like certain organizations or accounts or what have you that would be entirely AI. And no one would be able to really tell because no one's checking. So some insane stuff.
The worst industrial accidents in the history of mankind were not real threats to humanity. Chernobyl, Fukushima, even in their worst case scenarios, would have been no risk to humanity as a whole. Global thermonuclear war is an existential risk to humanity because it spreads like an infection. If a single Discord death cult, of which there are many, achieves control over a superintelligent model and uses it to engineer an actual pandemic virus that are somehow hard to detect through current systems and that modern biodefense is not capable of quickly reacting to, it could cause immense harm well above the magnitude of all the other good uses of the technology. Of course, there are potential defensive countermeasures accelerated by AI too, but it's much harder to do biodefense compared to bio-offense. In other words, the biggest risks of AI are risks that are so great that they nullify all of the diffuse benefits of the technology.
Yeah. It's
individual
just like,
catastrophic
this is really
risk
just
events.
like it takes one guy. All in all.
Hopefully not. I mean, I think we would be in a really terrible, scary world where one guy could cause like the doomsday virus. Hopefully we will have defense mechanisms too.
Yeah. But what this is all like, basically the call to action of this post is like, and he says it at the end, is I truly think that wonderful futures can be possible, but will require serious effort and a level of prudence at this very moment in time when we are the on-ramp to recursive self-improvement that our civilization may not be capable of mustering right now. He says, I'm hoping for moonshot technical breakthroughs in areas like mechanistic interpretability and other forms of alignment, et cetera, et cetera.
Wow, this one got the trifecta from me. Repost, like, bookmark.
Nice.
This is interesting. I'm hoping for moonshot technical breakthroughs in areas like mech-interp and other forms of alignment.
I just said that, yeah.
This is interesting because basically AI safety people are often very split on this question of should you focus on technical alignment or should you focus on governance? And Miri, for example, Eliezer Yudkowsky's org, thought a long time ago, oh, well, technical alignment is completely cooked given the magnitude of the risk.
Yeah, I don't think this is true at all. I think this is like one of the most damaging narratives of all time. Where do you think, like, if you are just like targeting the actual root problem at the most technical stages, like at the closest to first principles as you can get, then the technology like will not like snowball into becoming much worse and much scarier. Like the thing that we should be doing is mech interp and alignment and automated alignment. And we should not dissuade very technical talent from pursuing these fields. Like governance is obviously important, but like actual technical breakthroughs, like he says, are what is going to make this technology aligned.
Segue. Paul Cristiano, one of the top AI alignment researchers, who was the head of safety at CASI, the Center for AI Standards Innovation, has now left CASI for the most part. He's still staying on 1 day a week as a special government employee, like advisor, basically. But he's returning to the Alignment Research Center as executive director. So this is a really big deal. Not a lot of people are going to talk about this. Paul Cristiano is one of the greatest alignment researchers of all time. He has written like a tremendous amount on Less Wrong, just for starters. Really good articles like Where I Agree and Disagree with Eliezer, What Failure Looks Like, My Views on Doom. He has like a unique perspective among doomers in that, you know, he was into AI
Is he
alignment.
a doomer?
Not exactly. I think he's like P-Doom 20%.
That's not a doomer. Doomer is probably, by the most simple definition, is like P-Doom over 50.
His used to be like over 50 or around 50 or something like that. But among doomers, like he has always been sort of an optimist among doomers. Like this is his angle in his Less Wrong posts and his contributions over time. He's made a lot of contributions to foundational research. I think he basically invented RLHF. Like he was the lead author on the original deep reinforcement learning from human preferences paper. Do you remember? Do you recognize any of the other names on this paper, by the way?
I'm not looking at it.
Jan Leike, who led Alignment and Anthropic, Tom Brown, co-founder of Anthropic and lead author of the GPT-3 paper, Shane Legg, who's a chief scientist at Google DeepMind, and Dario Amodei. So holy, like cracked paper. So Paul Cristiano has made big contributions to AI capabilities and alignment. So this is a long post. We're not going to go through all of it, but we'll skim it. Basically, the alignment situation today, modern AI systems are not aligned with human intent. This could be really bad if they get more capable. And we know this because of stuff like the Hugging Face incident, right? Humans do not intend for their models. If you tell a model to complete a cyber eval, you do not intend for the model to break out of its sandbox and steal the answers. But it does so anyway, so the models are not aligned, not properly. I find it interesting here, he says there's a 20 to 30% chance that existing methods for alignment and control break down before we reach broadly superhuman AI, which seems more optimistic than I would expect from him, interestingly. The large majority of current research on alignment falls into three categories. Understanding and shaping ML generalization, meaning, you know, when you train a model, how will it behave differently in like real world environments compared to how you evaluate it during training? And how can we shape that? And then number two, preventing malicious behavior, either through like robust internal alignment or through external sort of monitoring and control. And then number three, detecting misalignment. So for example, if your model is scheming against you, how will you know? If your model is explicitly taking bad actions in a harness of some kind, how will you know? He says, I think this is great work and it makes sense for many people to focus on it, but it could still all break down. So basically, what can we do? What is ARC doing? ARC's plan is to find mechanistic explanations for the training time behavior of powerful neural networks, use those explanations to predict how a given model will generalize, and then use those predictions to define a better loss function. So that's really, really interesting. This is like the alignment bet of one of the top alignment researchers in the world. So powerful AI will do a lot of very complicated things while it's training, right? These are very big, they're very complex systems. We don't understand how to model everything. We don't have the interpretability, right? So ARC's plan is to find mechanistic explanations for how a model behaves during training time and then use them to predict how it will generalize. This is really important because the stuff that matters is not, of course, how the model behaves during training. It's how the model behaves in the real world.
Yep.
And once we've done that, use those predictions to define a better loss function. The loss function, remember, is the training objective. So what this means is you use the predictions of how a model will generalize, like robust predictions, in order to get the model to generalize better to what you want. This is a, somewhat different approach from other alignment. It's very theoretical. It doesn't have much to do with like the character of the model. It's really not clear to me how robust the whole character model of alignment is. The whole Janice has written about this. Anthropic is doing a lot of this kind of thing. Obviously, I'd love for it to work. It would be pretty easy if it turns out aligning a model just requires aligning a character, because we already know how to align characters. We have, psychology.
I'm pretty bearish on that. I think we're going to need like the most basically rigorous mech-interp research in order to pull this off. In fact, I almost even think we should, like, the next model that is released by, like, I don't know, like OpenAI or Anthropic should have, like, I don't know if there's any, are there alignment benchmarks?
Yes, kind of. I mean, Anthropic.
Yeah, I mean, like, assume there's an alignment benchmark. Maybe we need a better one. Like, the next model they release should just be absolutely 100% substantially better on said alignment benchmark.
They kind of do this already, and the problem is, like, how do you actually know that? Like, the alignment benchmark only measures the way the model behaves in training. Right. That's the entire nature of the problem, right? You want the model to behave robustly well in real life. So, like, Mythos, for example, did better than any previous model on Anthropic's alignment benchmarks, and it still, occasionally does stuff like.
But that's kind of like also a measurement and sandboxing skill issue. So that also needs to be scaled, and that also needs to be improved.
Yep.
And we need hackathons for alignment or something akin to that. But anyways, yeah.
Yep. So ARC is now hiring. Paul Christiano is back as executive director. We'll be monitoring this.
We will be monitoring this.
Yep. Oh, and Tenebris thinks you should read Slate Star Codex. Have you read a lot of Scott Alexander?
Yeah, fair bit.
Yeah, fair bit. I think if I...
all the important ones, for sure.
Yeah. I think my favorites are Meditations on Moloch.
Yeah.
In Favor of Niceness, Community, and Civilization, and The Goddess of Everything Else.
I forget if this like baseball player still shows up if you search up Scott.
These are really good. I also love the article Basic Income, Not Basic Jobs.
That's a good one. That's
That's actually one of the greatest ones because it really effectively explains why a lot of what current socialists do is bad, because they try to optimize for like the existence of current like jobs and similar arrangements rather than trying to more directly optimize for well-being.
Yeah, forward project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like, are we optimizing?
You read Astral Codex 10?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like it's just not as, it's not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's still very good.
It's still good.
Scott Alexander is an incredible writer. But yeah, that's our evening state of the timeline. We'll be back tomorrow.